University of Hyderabad extend our warmest welcome to the grand opening of our 4-day national workshop dedicated to Bharatiya Anusandhan Paddhati, which translates to Indian Research Methodology in collaboration with Sri Sankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, Kerala. This national workshop represents a significant milestone within the ongoing research project initiated by the Department of Sanskrit Studies. The project title, Indian Research Methodology from Sanskrit Text, is sponsored by IOE at the University of Hyderabad. We are truly delighted to have each one of you here with us today. I, Dr. Banani Vasistha, IOE Postdoctoral Research Fellow, along with Dr. Ramya Arnath, PhD Scholar, are honored to serve as your compare for this momentous occasion. Over the next 4 days, we will embark on a profound journey of knowledge acquisition, skill development, and professional growth. Our workshop has been systematically designed to provide you with the tools and valuable insights necessary to excel in your respective fields. To inaugurate this workshop, we are privileged to have a distinguished group of eminent personalities gracing us with their presence. Please join us in giving a resounding round of applause as we extend a warm welcome to our distinguished members on this auspicious occasion. Allow me to welcome to the dais our chairperson of the session, Professor Amba Kulkarni ma'am, who leads the Department of Sanskrit Studies at the University of Hyderabad. I welcome to the dais our chief guest, Professor Madhusudan Penna sir, who holds the prestigious title of Dillit and serves as the Professor and Dean of Bharatiya Darshan at Kabikula Guru Kalidas Sanskrit University in Ramtek, Maharashtra. Next, I welcome to the dais our guest of honor, Dr. G.V.K. Rao sir, the Chairman and Managing Director of Pragati Biopharma and Resorts Limited, Hyderabad. He will join us shortly. I would like to welcome our Professor K. Muthulakshmi ma'am, the Pro Vice Chancellor of Sri Sankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, Kerala, who is joining us online today. We are also delighted to have virtually Professor K. Yamna ma'am, Head Department of Vyakarana at Sri Sankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, Kerala. Lastly, I would like to invite to the dais the coordinators of this work program, Professor J. Sir Prasad sir, Professor and the Principal Investigator of the IOE Project, Department of Sanskrit Studies, University of Hyderabad, and Dr. Sri Dipa ma'am, Co-Principal Investigator of the IOE Project, Center for English Language Studies, University of Hyderabad.
Kalpamastu Jat Pratnyanamuta Cheto Dhretashcha Jajiyo Tirantaramritam Parajasu Jasmannarite Kinchana Karmakriyate Tanname Manaha Shiva Sankalpamastu Jenedam Bhutam Bhuvanam Bhavikhyat Parikarehi Tamamretena Sarvamma Jena Jadnyastayate Saptahota Tanname Manaha Shiva Sankalpamastu Harihi Om.
Thank you, Roshan Oja, for the spiritual experience through your Mangala Charana prayer. The prayer will hopefully set the tone for the workshop in the next few days. Moving on to our felicitation program. May I now request Professor J. Sir Prasad sir to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Professor Madhusudan Penna sir. Now I request Dr. Sridipa ma'am to kindly felicitate the chairperson of the session, Professor Amba Kulkarni ma'am. I now request Professor J.S. Prasad sir to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. G.P.K. Rao sir. Moving forward, I would like to invite Dr. Sridipa ma'am, Associate Professor, Center for English Language Studies, to the podium. I kindly request you, ma'am, to address the workshop and extend a warm welcome to our esteemed participants.
Namaste to all the Sabikas here, and it's my great privilege and honor to propose the welcome address to all of you. Namaste once again to all the distinguished guests, revered scholars and participants. A very warm welcome because it's November and it's November 15th, so I do not have a problem using the word warm welcome, but otherwise warm welcome is very colonial, coming from the British lands which is covered in ice. But today I do not mind using this terminology, and I wish all of you a very warm welcome. And at this inaugural ceremony of the National Workshop on Bharatiya Anusandhana Paddhati, or Indian Research Methodology, it's truly a great pleasure and an honor to have such a diverse and accomplished gathering of researchers, academicians, and professionals under one roof. I think this is one of its kind in terms of workshops, because we have all three layers, or more than three layers, sitting at the same podium, sitting at the same level, hoping to learn from one another. We have researchers, we have academicians, we have faculty and professionals, all of us under one roof. But over the 4 days starting today, we are embarking on a journey that goes beyond the realms of conventional learning. And we hope to challenge the Western epistemes of knowledge, to be precise. This workshop is not merely a congregation of minds. It is a celebration of the spirit of inquiry, the pursuit of knowledge, and the dedication to advancing decolonialized research methodologies in the unique context of ancient Indian knowledge systems. India, with its rich cultural tapestry and diverse socio-economic landscape, offers a plethora of research opportunities. This workshop has been meticulously designed to provide a platform for all of us to delve into the intricacies of Indian research methodologies. We aim to foster a collaborative environment where minds and ideas from the minds can flourish. Our own methodologies can be refined, and new horizons of knowledge can be explored. Throughout the next 4 days, our distinguished panel of speakers, facilitators, and academicians, and our volunteers, and all of us will guide you through the nuances of research methodology, with a particular focus on its application within the Indian context, which will be fostered through hands-on sessions following the lectures. So this is a unique step that all of us have taken. So we hope to teach you, and we also hope to learn from you. So we have used this platform to do this two-way process. So the whole workshop is going to be on a dialogic mode rather than a lecture and learning mode imposed upon the participants. So I would request all of us to raise our hands and speak whenever we wish to, without any fear, because any clarification that arises in our mind needs to be clarified then and there and not postponed unless there is a specific request from the speaker. So the floor would be open most of the times. But from the traditional approaches to the correlations and integrations of modern techniques, we are here to equip you and equip ourselves with all the necessary tools and insights to navigate the ever-evolving landscape of research. Moreover, this workshop is not just about theoretical discussions, because we found that in most of the research methodology courses and classes that happen, people just open up books that are readily available, such as DAY or whatever book that you may want to talk about. You just have concepts upon concepts upon concepts heaped onto us. We would get an A+ or a 90% in that course, but once we get into the realm of research, we really do not know what to do with the research methods course that we have aced. But this workshop stands right in between, where there is a nice blending between what is theory and the application of theory. And this is also very important and unique to us, because we are going to dig out our roots. We are going to activate our roots and use them to grow ourselves into a beautiful garden. So it's about hands-on learning, where sharing of experiences, building relationships, and we are going to be forging cross-disciplinary dialogues. Because here, the audience over here, they've come from various disciplines, and research methodology should be applicable to any discipline that we wish to research on. So, and this is coming from our own cultural system, our own roots, which is very unique. And we hope that these interactions will spark future collaborations, inspire new research initiatives, and lay the foundation for lasting professional relationships. As we embark on this intellectual journey together, we encourage each one of us to actively participate, share your perspectives, and engage in fruitful discussions. Because without this, coming from the silent classroom culture, we cannot expect any kind of usable learning that is happening, that we promise to happen. Because unless we put our hands up and clarify, nothing is ever learned and nothing is ever taught. So the dialogic process is the crux of the whole workshop. So we need you to interact with all of us whenever, wherever possible. Because the success of this workshop lies in the collective wisdom and enthusiasm that you and we bring to the table. As you would have noticed, we are enthused already. We need the energies from you as well. Once again, a heartfelt welcome to the National Workshop on Indian Methodology. May these 4 days be filled with enlightenment, discovery, and the joy of unraveling the intricacies of research in the Bharatiya way. Thank you, and wishing you a rewarding and intellectually stimulating workshop. And we, from the team, we dedicate everything to our gurus who have taught us, and we end with this statement, Asmat Gurubhyo Namaha. Thank you very much. Welcome.
नमस्तभाये साध्यक्षाये वेद्यां समासीनाः मुख्यातिथयः आचार्य पेन्ना मधुसूदन महाभागाः विख्यातः संस्कृतविद्वांसः अनन्तरं गौरव अतिथयः डॉक्टर जी.पी.के. राव महोदयः अत्यन्तं विख्याताः पारिश्रामिकवेत्ता वर्तन्ते एते बहुषु राष्ट्रेषु एतेषां नाम ज्ञायते। अनन्तरम् अस्य सत्रस्य अध्यक्षा अस्माकम् आचार्या वर्तते अम्बाकुलकर्णी महाभाग, एवं कोऑर्डिनेटर वर्तते प्रोफेसर श्रीदीप। सर्वान् सम्बन्ध्य किञ्चित् परिचयं दातुम् इच्छामि। We have named this workshop as Indian Research Methodology. Nowadays, people are talking about Indian knowledge systems. UGC and Minister of Education has given a lot of importance to IKS. There is a separate cell project created for this purpose. But much before UGC or any other government body ventured into this kind of knowledge creation or support for this kind of ideas, our department has been working in this area for the last 17 years. 2006, we have started this department. Sanskrit Comparative Linguistics, Ayurveda, Indian Psychology. Parallelly, we are also working on this Indian Research Methodology. A part of this is being taught to the research scholars. And a few years back, we just stuck to our mind that why don't we do a project, research project? So we approached the IOE, and IOE very graciously approved a project. Myself and Srideepa, both of us are being coordinators. Since then, when we start to look into the aspects of Indian research methodology, really it gave us a very good moral boost. And we were very happy to know that there are elements of research methodology in Sanskrit literature. This really motivated us to go further into the details. When we talk about the methodology, first of all, we should have literature. Database of knowledge creation and its classification gives a definite structure to any universal literature, provided it follows a proper research methodology. Without this, the structure of any literature is incomplete. When it comes to Sanskrit literature, we are talking about the classification three ways: Brahma Samhitas, Sukra Samhitas, and Kanta Samhitas. Brahma Samhitas are the Vedas. Sukra Samhitas are the Puranas, 18 Puranas. And Kanta Samhitas, they are the Kavyas. Such a way, this vast literature has been classified into three broad classifications. And basically, we have 14 knowledge bases. Anjani Veda, Chatvara, Mimamsa, Nyaya, Vistara, like this. 14 knowledge bases have been mentioned in the literature. Of course, we can also add more, 18 together. This is how the classification has been done in Sanskrit literature. Panini Maharshi has encoded this entire Sanskrit literature, grammar, into 4,000 sutras. Just handful of 4,000 aphorisms, which is impossible to see in any other world language. What methodology has adopted? That means there must be something called research. That is why Professor Kapil Kapoorji gives us 7 types of knowledge classification. One is commentary, vritti, bhashya, vakhyana. All this together come under this category. Second is recensions, like Bauddhas. They have their own kind of Ashtadhyayi, which is following the tradition of Panini. The third is redactions. For example, Siddhanta Kaumudi in Sanskrit grammar. Laghu Siddhanta Kaumudi, again Sanskrit grammar. These are like redactions. Then adaptations. Needless to say about the kind of versions in Ramayana that are vernaculars. Many Ramayanas are there. In Telugu itself there are more than 7 or 8 Ramayanas which are very popular. Then translations. According to Professor Kapil Kapoorji, 14th century onwards, lot of translations have been taking place. And popular expositions like based on Mahabharata, Many other texts have come. Shivendra's texts have come on Ramayana and Mahabharata. Then Panchatantra, which has become the basis of the European fables. This knowledge has been passed on to the European countries because they used to come to India by these travelers who were writing the chronicles. Alberoni, Megasthenes, etc. These people. Then finally, he says about recreation. For example, the 13 dramas of Vasa is recreated. Such a way, knowledge is classified in 7 ways by Professor Kapil Kapoorji. So, Shastrakaras have followed certain research methods and methodology that are conceptually same with the modern methodology. That's what is very surprising here. The Mahabharata has been considered 10 times bigger to the combined size of the famous Iliad and Odyssey. Sage Panini's Ashtache, just as I mentioned, Panini has encrypted the entire language into these very handful of aphorisms. Apart from published texts, still there are thousands of unpublished manuscripts available all over the world. That means there is tons of such literature that needs further scientific exploration. In this context, there might be some questions. Had they developed any method of treatment of scientific subject in an orderly manner? Did they expound all the aspects of a given subject? Was it their practice to reproduce the views of the past and or the contemporary thinkers? What was their style of establishing their new thoughts and theories? What style is adopted by these Shastrakaras? Did the idea of making the subject matter intelligible as well as enjoyable? Not only intelligible, but it should be enjoyable. Such a way, the content must be presented. In modern context, when we talk about methodology, it is a path to find a solution to a research problem, as we know it very well. It involves several steps as defining the research problem, hypothesizing, testing, analyzing, and finally concluding the results. Extensive research methods contributed to the scientific knowledge based on knowledge base of Western countries. But when you come to the IRM, Indian Research Methodology, there are concepts like Adhikarana. To look into the first sutra, very first sutra, a verse of each text. For example, you take 6 darshanas, Adhato Brahma Jityasa, Adhato Dharma Jityasa. These are all research statements. These are called Adhikaranas. But with this nomenclature, they never attributed these concepts. There is only difference. Nomenclature wise, there is a difference. Conceptually, everything is same. That is what we need to look into the integration of ancient methodology with modern methodology. You have this Siddhanta, 4 types of Siddhanta mentioned in Nyaya, 4 types of Siddhanta mentioned in Ayurveda. Siddhanta is a thesis. We are not calling it a thesis, but we call it a Siddhanta. Unfortunately, there are no hypotheses in our literature. Because that hypo is related, only thesis remains in our Siddhantas because we follow certain methodology called Pramanas. Perception, inference, analogy, and verbal testimony. Most of the Sanskrit literature is based on verbal testimony. We follow Shabda Pramana. All these rishis and munis, whatever knowledge they have produced and given us with a lot of compassion, they never patented this knowledge. There was no IP at all. Such a way, these ideas have been incorporated into Sanskrit literature, and basically the word research need not be found in Sanskrit literature because the words used for this are Anusandhana, Gaveshana, Samshodhana, Parishodhana, like synonyms are used. They are basically true translations. But Anusandhana word is used in Upanishads. Param Brahma Anusandadhya, Nadabindu Upanishad mentions. So this Anusandhana is between the soul and the God. But we talk in Pravritti, not in Nivritti. In Pravritti, we talk about methodology, we talk about literature, we talk about knowledge systems. That is why this word is as it is used in modern context also. So in this 4 days workshop, we have planned to deliver these ideas in a fragmented way by very eminent scholars in Indology, Sanskrit and Western systems. Now we have Professor Devadatta Sarvate, the research coordinator from Central Sanskrit University, Allahabad, and Professor Geeta Durerajan, retired professor from FLU, Hyderabad, and many others are joining us in all these 4 days. we hope this workshop enlightens all of us from this new perspective, and we learn something new, and we try to implement and integrate the current knowledge system. That's the basic idea of organizing this workshop. So with these words, I conclude. Thank you very much, and I congratulate all of you for joining this workshop. It is very heartening to know that across the country there are several applications and several delegates joined across the country. Like everybody is picked by hand, such a way the applications have arrived, including a guest from Sri Lanka, Dr. Vijay Singhe, Subhashi Vijay Singhe. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Now let's move on to the online address from some eminent personalities. We will begin by introducing Professor K. Muthulakshmi ma'am, followed by her online address. Professor K. Muthulakshmi, Pro Vice Chancellor at Sri Sankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kalade, Kerala, holds a PhD and MPhil in Sanskrit from the University of Kerala. She specializes in research on philosophical traditions, Kerala streams of Sanskrit tradition, pedagogical tradition, conceptual and methodological approaches in Sanskrit Shastra traditions, and Buddhist traditions. Professor K. Muthulakshmi has received the Prativa Puraskaram from Sri Sankaracharya University of Sanskrit in 2019 and the Kerala Sahitya Academy Award for the base translation of Charaka Patrikam in 2008. With great pleasure, I invite Professor K. Muthulakshmi ma'am to share her insights and address us online.
My apologies to Professor Muthulakshmi because I forgot to mention their collaboration. Sri Sankaracharya University of Sanskrit Kaladi has been collaborating with us. This is the first event that we have organized together. My apologies, madam, and we welcome again to the inaugural function, Professor Yamanaji also. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible? Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Sarvebhyo Namaha. Respected chair of the session, eminent scholar, Professor Amba Kutkarni, guest founder, Dr. G.B.K. Rao, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Madhusudan Penna, Professor J.S.R. Prasad, Dr. Yamuna, Dr. Sri Deba, and all other participants who are attending the session. Sarvebhyo Punarabi Pranamaya. It is indeed a matter to be proud, a matter of privilege for Sri Sankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, that we are associating with Hyderabad University, Department of Sanskrit Studies, for organizing this workshop on Indian research methodology. At a time when the two universities, the initiative is being taken to sign an MOU for more similar academic activities, collaborative activities, the program can be considered as one of the first steps to materialize that goal. The theme of this workshop is very relevant. The methodological nuances inherent in our Shastra text to a great extent remain unexplored and unearthed today. So, reading the Sanskrit text, Sanskrit Shastra text closely in that direction with regard to based on the methodological perspective give us insights regarding the modes of analytical thinking and narrative techniques inherent in them. That gives our perspective about the text a new dimension also. We live in the contemporary academic world. We very much engage with the contemporary theories and techniques research employed in today's research initiatives, research projects, research works. So, a fruitful dialogue and interface between contemporary and traditional perspectives, research methodologies will surely enrich our academic perspective. And I wish the program all success, and I thank the Hyderabad University. I thank especially the organizers, including Professor J.S.R. Prasad, for materializing this program in collaboration with Shankaracharya Sanskrit University. I wish the program all success. Looking forward to meet you in person very soon. Thanking you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor K. Muthulakshmi ma'am, for your enlightening address and gracing us with your presence. Our next guest is Professor K. Yamuna ma'am. She holds the position of Professor and Head of the Department of Vyakarana at Sri Sankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, Kerala. She earned her PhD in Sanskrit Vyakarana from Rashtriya Sanskrit Sansthan in 2000, with a research focus on Paninian and non-Paninian grammar, as well as the Kerala tradition of Sanskrit grammar and linguistics. She has presented numerous papers in national and international seminars. Additionally, she actively contributes as a member of several esteemed committees within the university. Now, may I request Professor K. Yamuna ma'am to share her insights with us.
Gurubhyo Namah. Chair Professor Ambati Premi, Chief Guest Professor President Penna, Guest of Honor Dr. G.P. Rao, Pro Vice Chancellor of Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Professor Muthulakshmi, Professor J.S.R. Prasad, Professor Sri Deepa, dignitaries and delegates. Good morning to all. I consider it an honor and privilege to speak a few words on this occasion. This workshop is the result of the project by Professor J.S.R. Prasad, Professor Sri Deepa and their team. The workshop covers the research methodology described and used in Indian texts, particularly in Ayurveda texts. It's well known that the Ayurvedic texts explicitly state the methodology used in them, and it is indeed very systematic. It is the need of the hour to make the methodology applied in these areas known to the present academic world. It necessarily allows scholars to review the adaptability in the scenario of modern research. As we already know, unlike modern research methodology, in ancient Indian knowledge systems, every single discipline had their own methodology. As a further extension of the present project, I strongly believe that Professor J.S.R. Prasad would focus on the methodology used in other shastras like Nyaya, Vyakarana, etc. and disseminate it too. We are looking forward to more collaborative activities with the Department of Sanskrit Studies of Hyderabad Central University. The Sanskrit department in Hyderabad Central University is focusing more on technical literature like Ayurveda and interdisciplinary studies like computational linguistics, NLP, etc. On the other hand, Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit has its strength through the programs of Shastra Samvardhini Kendra and Sanskrit Shastra departments. The Shastra Samvardhini Kendra of Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit was initiated 3 years back in the university for encouraging the thorough study of Sanskrit Shastra treatises. Shastra Samvardhini Kendra now conducts intensive courses on Shastra texts through online mode so as to reach its benefits to all interested scholars and students. The proposed MOU between the two universities is intended for the activities mutually beneficial and hope it would be signed at the earliest. And may this truly enhance and widen our views and experience. I wish the workshop all success, and I assure our wholehearted cooperation and support for the program. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights and for being part of this significant occasion. Our esteemed chief guest for this occasion is Professor Madhusudan Penna, sir. Currently, he is serving as Dean in the Faculty of Philosophy and Culture at Gobikula Guru Kalidas Sanskrit University in Ramtek, Maharashtra. His educational journey is marked by unparalleled excellence, having secured gold medals in BA, MA, and PhD. His scholarly activities extend across the rich tapestry of Yoga Sastra, Nyaya, and Vedanta philosophy. His works include 2 Mahakavyas, 10 Laghu Kavyas, 30 translations, and 140 edited books. Notably, he received the Sahitya Akademi Award for his Mahakavya on Gulabrao Maharaj and recently translated the Marathi Gyaneshwari into 9,000 Sanskrit slokas. In addition to this, he also received Maharashtra Government Sadhana Award, Pandit Satwalekar Award, Pandit Latkar Shastri Award, Pandit Khatate Award, Somnath Trust Award with Gold Medal and the title of Best Scholar, Sri Vaishnav National Award, and 10 other similar awards. With great pleasure, I now invite Professor Madhusudan Penna, sir, to the podium to address our audience.
अस्मद्गुरुभ्यो नमः। अद्यतन कार्यशालायाः अध्यक्षाः मान्याः अम्बा कुलकर्णी महोदयाः, अस्याः कार्यशालायाः कुशल आयोजकाः मम भ्रातृकल्पाः JSR प्रसाद महोदयाः, तथा अद्यतन विशिष्टातिथयः राव महोदयाः, तथा अस्याः कार्यशालायाः समन्वयक महोदयाः श्री दीपा महोदयाः, तथा शंकराचार्य संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालयस्य अधिकारिणः, येषां भाषणं श्रुतं ते अधिकारिणः, तथा इतरे च प्रमुखाः विद्वांसः अत्र सभा मंडपे अथवा सभागारे समासीनाः ज्येष्ठाः, अस्माकं सुहृदः प्रोफेसर सरोदे महोदयाः, भवन्तः सर्वेपि संशोधकार्यस्य जिज्ञासवः, स्वागतं व्याहरामि। भवतां सर्वेषां स्वागतम्। It's really a matter of great pleasure that I am invited here to share my understanding of this subject and my experience in this field. So, at the outset, I thank the organizers and welcome you to this wonderful opportunity. So, this is Bharatiya Shikshana अथवा Bharatiya Samshodhana Paddhati, Gaveshana Paddhati. Some people say it is Parishodhana, Samshodhana, Gaveshana, Anusandhana. Several words are there, and in Sanskrit each word has its own distinct sense. So really a wonderful opportunity that we will be churning all this to bring out the essence of research methodology so that we can comfortably apply that to our field. See, wherever we work, we can apply that and get the good of our subject. See, when Professor Prasad sir asked me on phone whether I am available on this particular day, I was really elated with joy that, yes, the first thing is that I would be visiting this campus. 2, I will be visiting all my friends and gurus Amba Kulkarni madam is a renowned scholar. Professor Prasad sir is also a very renowned scholar. So I will be getting a chance to see these scholars, just share my experience on that, and at the same time I am really overjoyed by seeing you, your interest, your enthusiasm, that you would like to know about our Indian research methodology. Let's not make it very formal. So first thing is research method, research methodology, and their Indianness. I have gone through the schedule also. There are wonderful topics on Tantra Yukti, Shastra Yukti, all that. So Professor Sarode will be delivering 2 lectures, I suppose. So other interesting subjects are there. And it will be left to you how much you really take and carry with you. You may belong to Sanskrit or other fields also, but these techniques are really very interesting. What I have observed throughout my career while working on several disciplines, I found that really our people are very great, unfortunately very good manufacturers and poor marketing. Marketing techniques are missing here. Very good manufacturers like our Panini, Patanjali, Charaka Sushruta, Gangesh Upadhyay and Gautama, many are there. So we produce, but our problem is we cannot reach the market. That's why recently Pakistan, it had taken the Panini, that single term Panini, and it claimed that Panini belonged to Lahore and now it is in Pakistan. Therefore, Panini is a Pakistan. So, then our people woke up from that slumberness. They woke up and realized that if we don't own, the other people are ready to own. And immediately they released postal stamp on the name of Panini. I discussed with one of very eminent scholars of India, Sanskrit scholars, Professor Varkhedi in Central Sanskrit University. I discussed with him and I really requested, sir, we should have an international Panini research center. If we don't do that, other countries will definitely do that. Because nowadays, they have become international. Panini, Patanjali, all these are international. So, I don't think we will have much time with us to claim that Panini is Indian. Recently, Professor George Cardona from Pennsylvania University, Philadelphia, he visited our university and I had the opportunity of sharing, actually it was not sharing my knowledge, it was actually having a discussion with him. So I realized that they are really great, profound scholars. They may be in other countries, but they are rishis inside. In heart they are rishis. So George Cardona sir was telling me that Panini has been studied with all intensity. When I was there in Netherlands also, Holland, so I discussed with some of the heads there and they said, in 4 departments we have Sanskrit and linguistics and they are studying Bhartrihari Vakyapadiya with all sincerity. And you all know that how many universities, forget about the Sanskrit universities, how many other universities really have a Sanskrit department 1, 2. How many departments have focused study of Vakyapadiya or Mahabhashya? How many Sanskrit departments have good scholars who know the heart of Bhartrihari, heart of Patanjali? So it's really very pathetic that in India we brag and we are very good Stotra Pathaka. We love it. and we go on appreciating other is good, okay. But we actually over project many things. We over project. And we go after eulogies. Classics are those which everybody wants to read but nobody reads. Like that, in India, there are several classics, several very excellent works. But our people, they are either diverted or they are misled. So that's why our wonderful research has been neglected, that has fallen into oblivion. Because, as Madam said, the colonial, this particular background is very detrimental. So when we go through all these texts and try to find out the essence of research and research methodology, we really find this pathetic situation that our ancestors had produced wonderful works, but we are leading a casual life and we are really not very serious about what they had done and what we can do. Very sorry situation. And in this background, NEP 20 also encourages IKS, Indian Knowledge Systems. It encourages, it provides there an insight and asks us to approach our own Vidyas, knowledge systems. Vidya means not like Bhuta Vidya, Prati Vidya. It is just knowledge system. So it asks us to approach our own Vidyas with a new perspective. And I would like to tell you that just we should study them. First thing is, we should study this. And I am very sure that when we study with that sincerity, automatically it generates an interest to get into that. It pulls you. This is the great attraction that is there in our Shastras, Vidyas. About 32 Vidyas are enumerated in our Shastras. About 32 Vidyas are mentioned in the Sri Bhashyam also. 18 Vidyas are there already in the Chandogya. Many Vidyas are there. And all these Vidyas have come out of lot of verification. After lot of verification only they are deemed as Vidya. So these Vidyas need to be revisited, studied. Then only we can think of research. And I was discussing with sir also that unfortunately all this is available in fragmentary state, that only some portion here, some portion there. So nobody really studies a complete text or a complete discipline. Unfortunately, some portion of this, some portion of that is introduced. That's good, okay. But if the student is carried away by the impression that this much is the essence of that's Shastra, if he carries that impression and doesn't study the rest of that, then okay, luckily it is Sanskritam. In medicine, you just imagine what will happen. If a person does a diploma in anesthesia or that anesthetic science and goes for operation, so what will happen? He opens and says, this much syllabus I had. So we had only this much syllabus. And rest was not taught to us. And he opens his stomach and goes away. What will happen to the patient? Luckily we are in Sanskrit field, nothing will happen to the society. But we are answerable to us. And workshops of this kind help us in revisiting our own sciences, our own disciplines. And if a single person is really encouraged, inspired. The purpose is fully served. So we have all these. Not even a single discipline is left here. Everything under the sky is touched, explored, verified, and converted into a science, discipline. Very beautiful. So I was wondering that, okay, you all know that ultimately our life is nothing but impression and expression. So we are receiving and responding. This is our life, nothing but this. We are experiencing things, means we are actually carrying some impressions, and we are responding to that, trying to express ourselves. And these impression and expression, these actually constitute the life. And everything comes in this. Everything means your experience and the entire process of experience. Then expression, communication, the entire process again. And our people were very great. They were tapasvi, that they had pondered over this. Well, how am I knowing? What is actually knowledge? What is knowledge? What are the components of knowledge? Object of knowledge, objectivity in the object. All these minute points of knowledge are discussed. Jnanavada, Vishayavada, Vishayatavada, and Vishayata in Atma and in the object. All these are discussed. Minute. That's why somewhere in his works, Bertrand Russell, while talking about this in his logical atomism, he was talking about some atomism different from the physical atomism. So we know that the entire matter can be reduced into the atoms. We can get to the minutest part of the matter. Now fermions, etc. in physics, you know, 12 types of fermions. If you don't know that, okay, you come to the quarks. There are 12 types of upside downside quarks in the matter, like electron. But Bertrand Russell was talking about logical atomism. He was trying to tell us that ideas can also be reduced to the minutest parts. Like matter to the atoms, ideas can also be, that means thoughts can also be reduced or they can be brought down to the minutest part of that. He said logical atomism. These are atoms. So you can analyze, dissect your thought, and you can get to the minutest part of that. Very beautiful. But I just want to remind, what did our Navya Nayayika do? What did they do? You may be knowing Navya Nyaya, a discipline that developed in the 13th century almost. Navya Nyaya, that means Nyaya is a Shastra, a discipline. Pramanaihi Artha Parikshanam. There are other definitions also. Samasta Rupopana Linga Pratibadaka Vakya Nyayaha, Anumiti Charamakarana Linga Paramarsha Pratibadaka Vakya Nyaya. Several definitions are there. But what did they do ultimately? They wanted to reduce the thought into minutest blocks. Very beautiful. So, this way they analyzed everything, like our experience. Okay, you get experience. First thing is, what do you experience and what you are supposed to experience? Two things. One is part of normal science, other part of spiritual science. Yayam yattat pravakshami yajnatva amritam ashnute. The 13th chapter of Bhagavad Gita also says, Nyayam. So, Nyaya is actually the gamut of knowledge. Whatever we can know is Nyaya. Everything is Padartha. Nyayatvam abhidayatvancha Padartha samadhi lakshanam. This is general Nyaya. So Nyaya is the entire gamut of knowledge. And we know several things we know. Every day we are actually corresponding with the universe. But what are we supposed to know? That we are not knowing. So Vedanta says it is Brahma. There arises the problem. Okay? I know something, but the Vedanta says not this, something else. Neti neti, adhata adesho, neti neti, asthulam ananu akhrasu marirkham. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says no, not this. So it is negating something and it is presenting something else. And it says you are unaware of that. Now, crores of people are experiencing something. Shastra says not this. And single person may be experiencing something and says it is real, it is correct. And it says this is the essence of human life. So the Shastra has taken that also into consideration. And I think you can understand how difficult it is to ascertain something when it is not known to many people. In Western countries, such people were simply executed. Such people were killed. Poison was administered. And in India, our people had given a thought. They had dwelt upon that. So, not even a single iota of knowledge was left there. Everything was taken into consideration and they had really worked on that. So, experience, object of experience or knowledge, then communication, language. As Sir was telling Panini, the greatest software engineer without a hardware, Panini. That's why he is really amazing. Panini, what he did to the human society is really unbelievable. And one Western scientist remarked that whatever Panini had done so far cannot be done even in the coming 3,000 years. You cannot expect that kind of work, gigantic work. In 4,000 aphorisms or sutra, formulas, he had encoded and he had actually tried to put a kind of barrier to language, that this is the language and even after thousands of years these words will carry this meaning, they will stand for this sense, they will give the idea, this. So, as if he had directed the language. And we know that language, I speak and with some frequency it reaches your ear, your brain. When the signals reach your brain, the cerebral cortex analyzes, and as per your previous knowledge, it responds. You either understand or don't understand. If it is known language, you understand. If it is a foreign language, you don't understand. But you understand that some sound has reached your ear. Panini had taken that language which has no form at all and being influenced by the earlier Pratishakya and other texts, he had given a good shape to the Sanskrit grammar. And luckily it has now continued. See, this is the meta language that he has created for the Sanskrit grammar. Wonderful. Exquisite. No doubt in that. This is language. He has taken care of the language. Now, language has a structure. Language can be analyzed into some components as Panini Maharshi did. Before him also, in the Taittiriya Samhita, we know Indra, that Indra Vyakarana later. But Indra was the first grammarian. Ko dhatuhu, kim pratipadikam, kaf pratyaha. When gods asked he analyzed the language for them. That means during that particular Vedic text, grammar was there. And that must have influenced Panini also, several other grammarians. And he had given that a word in inflectional languages. So a word, it carries some components, it can be dissected. So it has a prefix, suffix, and the root sometimes, or word base, and each has its own sense. Together it gives this sense. So everything, it is really scientific. So Panini Maharshi has given. Now a language is formed, okay. But through this language, what needs to be passed on to the society? What? The content. Now container part he has taken care. What about the content? And you know that the entire universe is the content. It is the Jnaya. It is the laboratory where everybody works. A philosopher, a scientist, a psychologist, everybody works in this for this. And everybody scratches somewhere and gets some part of, some iota of knowledge, and he thinks that this is the essence of human life. He gives to the society, and society really acknowledges that. Okay, here Nyaya Shastra entered into the realm of knowledge. Nyaya Shastra. It said, okay, you have a language, but through this language, when you try to communicate or pass on your knowledge to the other person, you be careful that if you don't bother about these components, then the knowledge you try to pass on to the other person will be faulty. That means there will be fallacies. And there Nyaya Shastra has opened our eyes. Said, see, be careful about what you say, how you say. Two things, what you say and how you say. So this particular part really has reigned supreme. And there we have Gautama Nyaya Sutra, Vachaspati Mishra, and many other, Udayanacharya and all other. And we have the Navya Nyaya Shastra. It says, you see something, automatically a connection is formed there. Stephen Hawking used to say, when I look at things, I look in geometrical terms. This is his perspective. Similarly, in Nayayika, when he looks at things, automatically a Nyaya structure will appear. So there will be some Adhara, Adheya, Dharma, Dharmi, automatically Pratiyogi, Anuyogi, Avachedaka, several things, Nirupya, Nirupaka, all these come into picture. Then a linguistic expression will be there. See, same thing, an external thing, a person has seen that there is an impression, and now he is trying to express. But Nyaya Shastra says, are you able to express yourself completely, or are you able to convey the part of knowledge completely to the other person? So what precautions you are supposed to take? Nyaya Shastra says, if you don't worry about all these things, don't bother about all these things, then your expression, your statement will be faulty. And it has enumerated all the faults. That's why Pramanaihi Artha Parikshana. Anything can be a matter of analysis for Nyaya Shastra. So the Nyaya Shastra has come into picture. And Nyaya Shastra has presented a very beautiful research methodology. Though 16 padartha or categories are enumerated and analyzed further in the entire text of Nyaya Sutra, we find that basically throughout this text, the thread of analysis is very beautiful. What it wants to tell us, that an external impression and an internal analysis, these two are different. You look at something you get some impression. But if you analyze deeper into that, so you get to the reality. Like Edgerton did. In physics, astrophysics, when Einstein remarked that time can be, the light can travel in a tortuous manner. So people did not believe in the beginning. But Edgerton worked on that, and coincidentally, that means he had, when he had taken the picture of some eclipse, he came to know that light also can travel in a curved manner. So, earlier the impression was that no, such thing is not possible. Impression. And he analyzed. A new theory has come into existence. So, there is a slight difference between these two, that the first impression, many times it differs from the second analysis, third analysis. And our Shastras focus more on this analysis part or verification part, and entire Pramana Shastra comes into existence here. Pramana Shastra. Our Shastras have given some Pramanas. Each Shastra has its own number of Pramanas. Like Charvaka, single Pramana. Bauddha, 2 Pramanas. Sankhya, 3 Pramanas. Yoga also 3 Pramanas. Nyaya, 4 Pramanas. Vaiseshika again 2 Pramanas. See, we have different Pramanas. Mimamsa 5 or 6, depending on whether they are Bhatta or Prabhakara. Then we have Vedanti, Advaita Vedanti, believes in 6 Pramanas. And this shows that whatever I am going to tell in my Shastra, the things, the final theories are drawn upon these. So some things are based on Pratyaksha Pramana. Some conclusions are drawn from Anumana Pramana or Upamana Pramana or Ardhapatti, Anupalabdhi. So these Pramanas I have employed throughout my Shastra. These are there. And when you get a doubt how this particular conclusion has been drawn, you just verify what kind of Pramana I have applied. So for example, when Sankhya talks about Prakriti, Sattva Rajas Tamasam Samyavastha Prakriti, that's what Vachaspati Mishra says in Tattva Vaisharani. See, before that and after that, Sankhya have given the Prakriti, the prime matrix of universe. Naturally, the Vedantis had another question. Ikshatetna Shabdam, Rachananupateshanaanumanam, several sutras are there, Brahma Sutra. They said, no, Prakriti, it's only a concept, it's not a reality. That means you have conceived something, Kapola Kalpita. It's not a reality. Why? Because these are the fallacies that are coming up. And Sankhyas had this big problem that when they were trying to convince the society that there is some very subtle reality beyond all this manifested world. Imagine how difficult it is to convince the society when it is not seen. Whatever is seen is Vyakta. Beyond Vyakta, something is there. That is their conviction. And Sankhya Darshana puts forth the Anumana Pramana. It says, it's not that you get everything through direct perception. You don't say that I believe only when something is presented to my senses. There is something beyond that. Then you have to depend on inference. You infer something. So here the prime matrix or the prime cause of the universe or the entire manifested world being posited in the unmanifested, that unmanifested is Prakriti. They said. And it is inferable. So thus, in each discipline you have the Pramanas. And if you know the nature of Pramana, you can get to that. And then Nyaya Shastra has taken upon itself the responsibility of analyzing the Anumana Pramana. father of modern logic. You forget about Aristotle, etc. Here in India, 13th century Gangesha Upadhyaya. Gangesha Upadhyaya was a great philosopher, logician, who had really assimilated essence of all the systems. Though he was a dullard in the beginning, luckily he was initiated into the Shaiva Aradhana, and he had given to us the magnum opus, Tattva Chintamani, Padartha Tattva Chintamani or Mani Grantha. All these modern Karikavali, Muktavali, some part of Dinakari, Tarka Sangraha, Deepika, these are all nothing but the repetition of Gangesha Upadhyaya and all theories that the later logicians had made, like Vidhidikara or Gadadhara Jagadish Bhatta, great logicians. So all these are only replicas. They are not contributing new to the society. They are only some, you can say, some guides. Tarka Sangraha, Deepika, and a lot of literature produced on that. So Gangesha Upadhyaya, he had, of course, before him also there were many other logicians. He had mentioned the names of few such logicians like Saundaropadhyaya, Shashadhara and others. So he had worked on each pramana, and I tell you, great research he had applied that the later thinkers had praised him in high terms, saying that if you don't study Navya Nyaya, you have not studied Indian philosophy. And one scholar remarked somewhere that without studying Navya Nyaya and Panini, whatever you do in the realm of knowledge, especially in linguistics, that will be searching for a wheel which is a millennium-year old, he said. So whatever they did, we are repeating. Western scholars, they are studying and repeating. Without taking the name of Bhaskaracharya, Stephen Hawking had mentioned some theory that Earth is not on the hooves of a snake, the snake is not on the back of a tortoise, and the tortoise is not on the back of an old woman. All this is just whatever Bhaskaracharya said in Siddhanta Shiromani, Voladhyaya. But they did it. So, Gangesha Upadhyaya, single work he produced, Padartha Tattva Chintamani, in 4 chapters. Each chapter he discussed that particular pramana, Pratyaksha, Anumana, Upamana, Shabda. And with all that intensity, profundity, he had analyzed these. And now we have wonderful Shastra, Navya Nyaya Shastra. And he had given to us the method of analyzing things, research methodology. Similar thing we find in the Vedanta. Unfortunately, many texts are lost. For example, now we take the name of Bhagavad Ramanujacharya and we are really grateful. Such magnificent work. But what about his teacher earlier, before becoming a Vishishtadvaitya? He was studying Advaita with Yadava Prakasha. And Yadava Prakasha had produced Bhashya, Sarvajna Bhashya and Prasthanatraya. What happened to that? Lost. And Vishnu Swami Bhashya, even Namdev Maharaj, it is said that he is influenced by Vishnu Swami Bhashya. It is also not available. And before that, Audulomi, Ashmaratya, Jaimini, Badari, Badarayana, several Vedantins were there. Their works are not available. Sakshadapya Virodham Jaiminihi, Anusmruteriti Badarihi, Anukrutestasya Abhichasmaryate. All these sutras in continuity, they talk about such great scholars, Vedantins, who had immensely contributed to the expansion of this human knowledge. So, when we go through all this literature, we realize that whatever we now say or try to say by the word research methodology is exactly what those people did. So they did the same thing. They studied a particular discipline with all conviction, intensity. Then, whatever understanding they got, they tried to present in a particular fashioned manner. That has become a Shastra. That's why, when this Bodhayana Vritti was there, already Bodhayana Vritti was there. And Bodhayana Vritti was referred to by Adi Shankara in his Tattva Samanvaya, 4th Sutra, Bhashya, Yattu Vrittikara Ahuhu. And he did not agree with that. And after studying that, he had an idea, he had his own understanding of that, and he found some fallacies in the earlier thought. Then he had shown very clearly the point of deviation. He said, this here I deviate from the earlier thought. Research actually should focus on this, the points. In the Shastras, they are found in a scattered manner. We should actually find out these points of deviation and the gaps. In many Shastras, we find these gaps. So in Vedanta, we find this. So Adi Shankaracharya, Shankara Bhagavad-pada had produced that, followed by other like Bhaskara, Ramanuja, Madhva, Nimbarka, Krishna Chaitanya, many others. So all these had found a point of deviation or point of disagreement, and they had presented their own understanding, and Shastra came into existence. You go through these Sanskrit texts. It is possible with other texts also, like Prakrita, Jaina texts, Pali, Bauddha texts also. But we are talking about Sanskrit today. In Yoga Shastra, when Sankhya Darshana has not clearly, thoroughly given the nature of Prakriti, Pradhana, Vyasa Bhashya had taken upon itself the responsibility of analyzing this and presenting a very coherent understanding of this Prakriti. Therefore, Sthula, Sukshma, Anvaya, Arthavatta. When Yoga Sutra is talking about this, Patanjali Maharshi tells Sthula, Sukshma, Swarupa, Anvaya, Arthavatta, the five layers of reality. Marvelous. From the grosser to the subtlest, it is trying to take us into the matter. And Vyasa Bhashya stops there. Actually, there is no need in our eyes. But Bhashyakara, so Vyasa Bhashya all of a sudden brings into that context the nature of Prakriti or Pradhana. It says there, this Pradhana is that which is Nissat, Nirasat, Nissatta Sattakam. And this is the beautiful understanding of the reality. And it comes very close to the quantum reality. Whatever they say as a quantum vacuum, it comes very close to that. How? Because if you really analyze, following the timeline of Big Bang also, it's almost 10 to the power of minus 43 seconds. Before that, what was there? Actually, there is one theory, singularity theory. Stephen Hawking said everything theory, like Brahma. That singularity. So there was one condensed point of energy, and it manifested itself, and within 1, 2, 3 seconds, the initial stage of matter was created, then atoms, then nuclear synthesis, then after billions of years, the matter in the present form, it has evolved. Now, we are in the evolved form of matter. But when we try to get back to the origin of that, that's what our modern laboratories, where the particle collision takes place. Laboratories are in Geneva and other areas. The laboratories are there, 22-kilometer tunnel laboratory, and particle collision is taking place, and they want to study exactly the reality before particle collided. So they want to study that. And Sankhya Darshana is trying to present that particular reality. This has become philosophy, that has become science. Why? Because it is verified and presented in the language of mathematics. And our Sankhya, Vaiseshika, Nyaya, this is not present. Very unfortunate thing. So, all this is our Shastra, and I request all of you, you are lucky. I am not that lucky here because I will have to leave. But you are very lucky, you are young. Please put yourself 100% into this. You will definitely get the cream of this. Wonderful scholars are there. You also become scholar. If you are already scholar, congratulations. But you will definitely become a good scholar in Sanskrit discipline if you understand research and methodology. What to bring out and how to present to the society. Two things. How to bring out and how to present. If you know both these things, I am sure you will get real satisfaction in your field, and the satisfaction that you have contributed to the society. So, with these words, I stop here. Sorry if I have taken much time, but actually a lot is there to discuss, share, and I am really eager to listen from you also, because we got a chance to speak, and you also can speak, you also can share your ideas. So in the later sessions, maybe a chance will be provided. So with these words, I conclude. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. Your presence and address have enriched our events. Now, let's move on to the introducing our guest of honor, Professor G.V.K. Rao, sir, who holds the distinguished position of Chairman and Managing Director at Pragati Biopharma and Results Limited. His contribution to his field and expertise are truly commendable. Dr. G.B.K. Rao, engineer turned environmentalist, leads the expert committee on agriculture and food processing at the Indian Chamber of Commerce. Recognized globally, he earned a World Book of Records certificate for preserving 650 plus medicinal flora varieties and planting 40 lakhs plants in Pragati Sudhama. His Pragati resorts boast 400 plus awards, including international accolades and recognition from the United Nations. As a board member of the Asian PG Peer Society, he contributes to national and international conferences. In 2022, he received the Life Team Achievement Award at the 7th ASEAN PGPR International Conference and the Haritha Haram Award for planting 1,48,000 plants in Pragati Sudhama. With great pleasure, I now invite Professor G.B.K. Rao to the podium to address the audience.
Sri Gurubhyo Namah. Today is a great pleasure to me with the dais, the great people and the audience. And thank you for people who are brought this stage and this type of information to share. Thank you, Sadhika. Thank you very much. Our Pragati is concerned the planet to be saved. On that basis, which we have taken Rukshorakshita Rakshadaha Gosam. That is what Lord Krishna. If you look at Lord Krishna, you will find without the cow, without the tree, you won't find. That means what he wants to tell to us take care of these two, then I'll take care of rest. Means Vrukshorakshita goes on. Today's present situation, you see that the type of pollution, which is completely the survival of planet itself, is people are finding what is the next generation going to. They curse us if we continue the type of what plastics and what type of things which we are intake, whether consumption, which is intake consumption, or the type of construction or usage materials. All this that is to be thought before buying any material, so that our present situation is alarming. For that, the food is the only which we take care of. The pragati is of rice. We go for millet. Why rice is to be keep away? Because rice needs at least the paddy, at least 8,000 to 12,000 liters water required consumption. Whereas millet doesn't take any 300 liters just by rainfall you get. But this is very healthy. Millet has got complete nutrition and keep you the active. The life is always active life throughout the day and night. The next is, instead of sugarcane sugar, we go for that is jaggery. Jaggery means bellam, which is it doesn't produce any. We don't need any water to produce jaggery, which is a palm, which is any soil without water it produces. Whereas sugarcane requires again 27,000 liters water to get 1 kg of sugar. Like this, instead of coffee, tea, we promote that is herbal decoctions, that is called herbal tea, or kashayam, which people may not like that word, but those Rishi Sanskriti, that is the kashayam, use all the herbs which you can just boil it in the water, and that makes you healthy, energetic. So, the type of life which we lead ultimately is a Sukh Santosh Anand. For every life, not only human being, but every living being wants that Sukh Santosh Anand. In this regard, our Rishis said that one by one it comes. Mahananta Gnana Sagar means Master Gnana Swarupatma. Unless you are Gnan, that is Shakti Swarupatma. Because of Gnan, you get Shakti. Because of Gnan and Shakti, you get Aishwarya. Man, Aishwarya Sagar. All these three is there, then Sukh comes. All these four is there, only Santosh. This is step by step. Anand, you get Sukh, Santosh, and then only you get Shanti. Without these six, you don't get Daya, that is Karuna, next, then Shama, then the Prem, the unconditional love. These are the things, basics, that is our Rishis have given the knowledge, that you start with the type of knowledge which that step by step what you get. That reach that level need a lot of practice. Your the food, what quality of food you are intake, and what friends you keep your surrounding, your house, your all this. Your ultimately the climate, which you have to protect your climate. Then only you can become the Shakti, that is Aishwarya or Sukha, Santosh, or Anand, Shanti, or these type of qualities. This only you get. The Daya and Karuna. This again difference is given, Daya and Karuna. Daya means you are just whoever you know that your friends, your relations, whatever they have problems by giving money or by supporting by other means, that is Daya. Whereas Karuna is not like that. Karuna is, you don't know who is this road accident, but still you go and help him, take him to hospital or whatever service you do, that is Karuna. Then above that only comes Shama. The Shama Guna is Shama. Even someone comes and going to cut your throat, he will pray God that give him a Maitri Bhavana, from Shatru Bhavana to Maitri Bhavana. Then only it comes to the ultimate that love, that is unconditional love, the prayer. This is what our rishis are given to us, their knowledge, which or we have to check ourselves what we are today. Everyone is not that you can simply say that his bad qualities, her bad qualities, all this. But what is within me? This introspection, unless is there day to day, our next generation, because the environment, the way it is going today, next generation they will curse us. We have to look present generation, how to change our food habits, or buying things, the type of plastics which are really causing not only on the soil, which it cannot digest for thousands of years it takes. Now it has gone into the water, where our rivers or the lakes are type of samundar. Many living beings, they are completely eating that plastic and finding the helplessness, the horrible situation. We imagine they cut the one big fish in the samundar and 6-7 tons plastics there inside their stomach. Imagine the type of things which it will create a problem to the other living beings, not only in the fish, even birds. Birds also, the plastic what we put that ice cream and throw it. They don't know what is plastic, what is ice cream. They eat and they find such a horrible situation. The life, we have doctors, but they don't have. We have given the type of all poison. Nature is never given. It's we have created that pollution. That how to bring again our planet Earth. We have only one Mother Earth. How to safeguard the Mother Earth. There are kalprukshas. That Harichandanam, Mandaram, Kalpakam, Santanam, Parijatam, Mare. These type of plants, we are supposed to have our own house. If you don't have this place, at least you can put it in the pots and you can make like indoor plants or outdoor plants. And you have parks, you have to bring these type of plants. Charaka Samhita is given out of so many the plants, at least they brought down to 450 herbal and medicinal plants, which are very important. Those 450 must. Thousands of plants are being mentioned, but ultimately they brought to 450 plants for 55 diseases. 10 plants each. Charaka Samhita is given for each disease, 10 plants. That means 55 into 10, 550. Out of 550, 100 the common. That is Charaka Samhita is given. But those plants, even we don't know the names, we are not looking in this direction, which it is not only for Ayurveda, which is Ayurveda is the whole world is looking in this direction, not English medicine. But whereas we are forgetting, we are everything, we are dependent on antibiotics and English medicine. So let's promote our Tulsi. Every house must have Tulsi. Tulsi is the one which, just keeping on plant, and that is not like Tulsi Vanam. You should create that Vanam. The vibration is something unique. You don't bring any mosquitoes there. Because of Tulsi, because of this, whatever sacred plants we offer to the Lord Vishnu, Lord Ganapati, you see that these plants, they don't allow mosquitoes to come. Today, mosquitoes are the major problem, which are type of many diseases caused by the mosquito. This type of plants which are having Tulasi for Vishnu, Saraswati for Saraswati, Lord Shiva is a Bilva, like that, for every Devata has given one name, one plant. For each nakshatra is given one plant. Each Rasi, we have, when birth take place, Rasi, what is Rasi, what is nakshatra, all these plants are there. According to your nakshatra, your plant, it safeguards you. Your Rasi plant safeguards you. Like Navagraha Vanam, Saptarishi Vanam. These Vanams are to be promoted so that we keep our healthy and also all human beings and other living beings, they will be healthy. I don't want to take much time. Everyone is given very important subjects on this today's program. Interactive sessions is very important, as you said. Anything is not one way. It is actually this type of things. What as Madam said, interactive. That is question answers. And only I think, Sadhgaru, if we give this time to question answer for some time, it will be better for even future programs. More time instead of we are talking, it's better get their subject wise you can introduce the people so that on this subject whoever like to know something, it should that will become a very good interactive session and will help each other to our knowledge is our Rishi Sanskriti knowledge is you don't get anywhere in the world. We are like a torchlight for the whole world in every subject. Thank you. I don't want to take much time. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure. The opportunity is given by Prasad. Thank you.
Namaste Bhai. Honorable Professor Madhusudan Pennaji, the chief guest of today's event. Dr. J.B.K. Rao, the guest of honor. Vice Chancellor Dr. Muthu Lakshmi from Kerala and Dr. K. Yamuna from the Vyakarana Department, head of the Vyakarana Department. The organizers of this event, Professor Srideepa and Professor Jayasan Prasad. I see many colleagues from our university as well as from various parts of India. And my dear students, all the participants of this event, of this workshop. We all have heard a lot about the research methodology from Professor Madhusudan Pennaji. I am really proud to reiterate what Professor Prasad said, that ours is the department who took initiative in starting a course on Indian research methodology for the first time, and it's more than a tapa, almost 16-17 years. Whatever the work is done in the department under the leadership of Professor Prasad has reached such a stage that now we can not only offer such workshops but also guide others to develop curricula on Indian research methodology. So give a huge accolade to Professor Prasad for the initiative he has taken. Single-handedly, he has managed everything. Really, I'm very much proud of him. Some of the things Professor Madhusudan Pennaji pointed out, I would like to mention some of these things again, just to highlight the importance. He has touched upon various researchers in Indian tradition and also the Western tradition, and told us what we can learn from them. See, each of these contributors, they really have had a very unique, creative idea, and that was a result of the necessity. In most of the cases, it was a necessity. For example, when Panini wrote a grammar, there was a necessity of compiling all the existing knowledge and presenting it in a compact form. Similarly, when the discipline of Navyanya evolved, there was a necessity. So necessity definitely is the mother of all these inventions. But when there is a necessity, thinking totally out of box and coming with the solutions, this is something which we have seen is the key point in all these various names which Professor Madhusudan Penna had mentioned. They had really contributed. They were the leading researchers, I should say, from both India and abroad, from whom you can learn a lot. So, as a course on research methodology, see, normally what happens is the researchers just present the final theorem or siddhanta. But how they arrived at it, that is never, the process of research is never taught. I think we should start looking at that point also, why somebody worked on this, how he worked on it, how he arrived. Unfortunately, in Indian tradition, we do not get much documentation about all these things, but retrospectively we can think, as a researcher we can think how he would have arrived at this. That may give us certain insights in solving the problems which we have in hand. Earlier, of course, there were no research methodology courses some 30-40 years back. Now we have these because there are many students who want to complete their research within a span of 3-4 years. They should know what methodology to follow and all that. But many a times what happens is, yes, in research methodology it is told that you need to do the evaluation, but how to do the evaluation, that is not, because though different methods are prescribed, none of those methods would be applicable to the problem which you are trying to address. You may need a totally different evaluation method. And here comes the practical aspect of it, which Professor Srideepa mentioned in the beginning, that this particular workshop will be concentrating more on the practical aspect of it. So, you have the theories, you have the methodologies, but how to apply them in a particular scenario, this is something which we need, just as we have the labs for the science subjects. Similarly, we should have a lab for each of these humanities disciplines. And here is again unique contribution from us, let me say, that we have incorporated this also. So I won't take much time. I would like to stop here. Once again, congratulating the organizers, Professor J. Sar Prasad and Professor Srideepa, and also let me take this opportunity to thank the
Sri Shankaracharya Sanskrit University at Kaladi for having a collaboration with us, and the Institute of under the Institute of Eminence we have got this project under which this workshop is being held. So I thank the authorities of the Institute of Eminence of University of Hyderabad. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to thank our chief guest, Professor Madhusudan Penna sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us. I thank our guest of honor, Dr. G.B.K. Rao sir, for taking time from his schedule to be with us here today. I would also like to thank our chairperson, Professor Amma Kulkarni ma'am, for the smooth execution of the inaugural session. I would also like to mention the contributions of eminent scholars, Professor T. Sumalani, Department of Education and Education Technology, University of Hyderabad, Professor C. Annapurna, Department of Hindi, University of Hyderabad, Professor Rabinder, PRO, Pragati Biopharma and Resource Limited, Professor Deepdatta Sarode, Coordinator, Research and Development Cell, Central Sanskrit University, Professor Redina, Professor Emeritus, SLS, University of Hyderabad, Professor Gita Durarajan, Retired Professor, English and Foreign Language, University of Hyderabad, Professor P. Ramalu, Department of Telugu, University of Hyderabad, Dr. Raghavendra, Dr. Shubhankar Basak, and Sri Saraswat. Thank you for your contributions and insights. Your presence has made this event more valuable. Last but not the least, thank you Professor J. Sir Prasad sir and Dr. Shridipa ma'am for your unwavering dedication to ensuring the success of the entire session. I thank you Professor K. Muthulakshmi ma'am and Professor K. Yamuna ma'am for joining us online today. We will now take a short high tea break. We call it high tea not in the colonial sense, but because it is served at the higher level from the auditorium. See you again after 15 minutes here.
Going to be titled Dare to be Different, and it's in 2 parts. We'll just do the first one now, and sometime in the afternoon we'll come back and meet you. We are not experts. She is at least a part of the IOE Sanskrit department project. I don't even know Sanskrit. I'm just about able to read Devanagari, which I struggled to learn around 2019-20. So my knowledge of Sanskrit is... So we are not going to talk about Indian research methodologies and what to take from Sanskrit, because there are enough scholars and experts here who know much more. Even an MA student in Sanskrit will know more than I do. So that's not what the focus of our talk is. What we are going to do is, this is going to be a reflective talk on our experiences of doing research in English language education, which is our area of work, and how and why we were not able to root ourselves with an Indian perspective, and why and how it is absolutely essential that we root our work in this land, Bharat, with which is our perspective. So, my first question is going to be, why should we move to Indianness, if I can call it that? What is Indianness? And should we move at all to Indianness? What is wrong with all the research that's being done? I've guided research, she's guided research, and we have not been able to touch on Indianness in that research. I finished 32 years as a professor in a university without doing it. So what's the big deal?
Moreover, perhaps we need to talk about the kind of education system that we came from. Both of us came from the convent system of education, where speaking in another language was punishable by fine. And we were not allowed to wear bangles nor, anything on the forehead, any tilak, any marks, or even mehendi on our hands. We were not allowed any of those things. And we were supposed to be in prim and proper uniforms, neatly ironed with shoes and socks. Even though it was 38 degrees of temperature during summer in the states that we studied in. So coming from that systems where every prayer was to the God Almighty sitting thou art in heaven, so on and so forth. And we celebrated Christmas, we celebrated every other festival, but we were deprived, we were stripped of our Indianness. So we were, in that sense, we were groomed to become somebody that the colonial masters left behind.
See, 11 years of my school life, Kukshepat Convent, Madras. Every day in assembly we were asked to do this and chant the Lord's Prayer, which I knew backwards and forwards. We were not allowed to chant any shlokam. We were made to buy that Soldiers of God Catholic institution. Where is all of that?
We do not disrespect any system, but we are trying to portray how we were stripped of our heritage and culture systematically, even after so many years, how and why, most importantly, this has been in the forefront without any conscious discussion. So we are going back in history to find out what this is all about. And we are going to begin this talk tracing our own school lives and our own lives as teachers and as students.
And if we don't do that, what will happen? I'm just going to I don't have the picture, all of you have it in your minds. In any organization, okay, central government, state government, any place where our flag is hoisted, Independence Day and Republic Day. I don't know, it's not in my university, not at EFL University, I don't know about here. You cannot, the person hoisting the flag is not likely to hoist that flag wearing what I would call a Panchakatya Veshti, what you would call a dhoti and a kurta. You're expected to wear shoes, a tie, a coat. 75 years since we got independence. When will our Indian clothes, the sari is accepted. But when will that dress get independence? That is Indianness. Now we have to go back and ask ourselves what happened and why. And for that,
just before we began the session, the tea session was called high tea, which is very British. But we have criticized that and we have made a sarcasm of it, and where we said it is called high tea only because it is at a higher level than the auditorium. So we need to reclaim our Indianness.
And the delight, I will say, rather than having a cutlet or a cake or a samosa, putarekulu was served. Very rare in a conference. I'm delighted at that. I'm eating it for the first time in a conference. Okay, but let's go back and trace our history. See, a lot of this goes back to colonialism. Now, what about colonialism? Where does it go?
And we are challenging all of us to dare to be different, because most of the research that gets done is West-oriented. We need to challenge, because the references come from the West. The topics come from the West. The theoretical frameworks come from the West. The citations come from the West. And we are not valuing what is our own. And if we don't do it, who else is going to do it for us?
Exactly.
If we are ashamed, if we do not respect our own soil, our own brothers and sisters, who else is going to do that? Anything that comes in white, anything that comes from Cambridge or University
Oxford.
Press, Oxford University Press is seen as a celebrated text.
But something that comes from our country is kind of...
Why do we look down upon? So there's a lot of history that is behind this culture that comes into the Indian academia. And in a very short while, you're going to find out why it is important and necessary for us to dare and be different.
Those of you who need mail IDs, we've put them up. Ask us otherwise outside, we'll tell you. For those of you for whom it is familiar, apologies. Okay? We are going back to what is known as Macaulay's Minute 1835. Okay, this is much before India became India, before independence, but a lot of our education and our problems and what we need to do and should not be doing goes back to this text.
Because our knowledge systems as constructed, our universities, our classrooms, everything would be a reflection of this Macaulay Minute. So the problems begin from here.
See, there was a charter that was brought out as an Act of Parliament in 1813. And imagine, think of the amount of money, a lakh of rupees, set aside only for this purpose. Now, I want us to look at the words, both of us. Learned natives of India. See, can I make a request? Don't try photographing. There are only 5 slides. Any of you who want it, ask us. We'll give you a copy, soft copy of the presentation if required. Just listen and try and take in what we are saying. Okay? So the assumption was that we did not have any of the sciences with us. Who are the inhabitants of the British territories? Us, our forefathers. And they were going to come and teach us.
We are called inhabitants of the British territory with so many years of history that we have. And the speakers before us spoke about Panini, spoke about various personalities. But then we become inhabitants. That means we weren't there, but then we are part of the British territories.
And our identity has begun only after they came in as an East India Company, came in to do business. They did not come for any other reason. They came because they wanted our rich, our wealth.
And the reason why he calls some of us learned natives is because...
No, I'm sorry, I pressed the wrong one. See, learned natives for him were those educated only in Arabic and Sanskrit. And if you did not know Milton, Locke or Newton, we were not educated. So, Paninian grammar, leave grammar, Vakyapatiyam, Mahabhashyam or all that everybody spoke about did not exist for them. They just pushed it under, not even a carpet, under a huge building and buried it. And said, you people, you are stupid, you have to be educated. You're a savage. You are illiterate. You are uncivilized. And that was the education that was forced upon us. So
all the school education textbooks had poetry from the British writers. So they were just imposed on us in a very soft manner so that we were ashamed of our own roots. That is why all of us are like this. It's not our fault. It has been the system's fault. Because this was peddled down to us. Wherever possible, it was done very softly. Wherever not possible, it was done in a very harsh manner.
See, you have to, I'm not talking about the teaching of English literature, which anyway was brought into India because they said we have to bring in Christianity through the back door. You cannot impose the religion, prescribe English literature. To study it, you have to go back and read the Bible and the Psalms and all those references. Automatically, Christianity will come in. I'm not talking of that. Think of your school textbooks. Those of you who are of a younger age now, yes.
William Blake.
Those days it was only William Wordsworth, Daffodils. Even today that poem is prescribed.
Why don't we have the Tulsi plant? Why don't we have the mango tree? Why don't we have any? But we have to go back to daffodils, which is not a native variety. So
you can't understand.
The placement of your belongingness is taken away from under your feet. See, we were also one of those people.
Exactly.
Because we were brought up in such a convent culture, made to feel ashamed of our own systems.
You know, I remember
our own languages.
I remember reading this poem called Lucy Gray by William Wordsworth in class 4. And she looked up and yonder was the moon at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I read it one May in Madras. It was not Chennai then. And I remember going out and looking up at this huge sun, 40 degrees, and saying, how can the moon be there in the afternoon? Only when you go to England and you understand that in winter it gets dark by 4, do you even realize what that poem meant? Why were we asked to read those poems? Is this just
because of this man?
Okay, let me go to the next. Now, look at that statement. The dialects spoken. So, Hindi, Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam, Marathi, Assamese, all our languages have been brought into one term. Dialect. Dialect meaning it's not a language, it's a part of one language. And that term, look at the statement. I don't know how to pronounce this word.
Such persons as might have studied in the sacred books of the Hindus all the uses of kusa prayers and all the mysteries of absorption into the deity.
Now, what we use for religious purposes, I say dharba in Tamil, dharba grass, dharba maybe in Sanskrit, I don't know the Sanskrit term, is put into and condemned. This is what we are fighting against. Let's look at what the next one is. The dialects commonly, I'll read from here. The dialects commonly spoken among the natives of this part of India contain neither literary nor scientific information and are moreover so poor and rude that unless and until they are enriched from some other quarter, it will not be easy to translate any valuable work into them. What kind of a statement is this? I read it, I get so angry. I said, how dare you do this? What are you doing to us?
And all of us are dismissed with this just one statement where he says, it will not be easy to translate any valuable work into them. That means our entire history, the culture, the heritage, the festival, the food, the dress, everything has been dismissed.
As not valuable, and we don't have. See, we heard Professor Madhusudan Rao list the kind of texts we have, what is lost, what is available, and then we are told.
And that too by Britishers who got into the drama genre only in the 16th century with Shakespeare or slightly before that. But we have the Adi Kavya, the Adi dramatist, I do not know, I'm sorry about the lack of Sanskrit, that we have Kalidasa with us. So we have Valmiki with us. And all that they can boast of is just one Milton and somebody else, one Shakespeare. But how much more can you milk Shakespeare and Milton? And for how long can you do that?
And therefore, he very clearly says that he did not know any of these languages. And he read translations. How poor, how bad, we don't know at all. But based only on those translations, what were the conclusions that he came to? Just read that. I'm just going to leave it there. I'm not even going to read it out. Professor Prasad just now told us during the inaugural, am I right, that Iliad and Odyssey together are less than our Itihashas. Bhagavata, Ramayana, Mahabharata. You didn't even mention Srimad Bhagavatam. He mentioned only Ramayana and Mahabharata. And this is the statement he made. One shelf. I mean, the arrogance, the superiority. What is it?
Because without that, there was no possibility of the British coming and taking control of all of us. Because even for a single word such as dal that we have in our Hindi and pulses as they call it, I don't think they had any such variety growing in their own native land. For example, urad dal is called as black gram. And as a second standard student, I had a serious problem looking at urad dal because one, it was white in color when the skin or the coat was not there. But somehow I went to the shop and I got hold of the whole one. But the gram had a green coat. But it was not green gram. Green gram was moong dal. But this was black gram. And then you have a cowpea. And then you have, what is that? A chickpea.
So do chicken eat that, our good old chana that we make chole?
And then there's horse gram. These stupid fellows did not even have the kind of varieties of dal that we have. Forget about dal makhani and tomato papu and all of that.
Pepper went from here.
So they couldn't even, they did not even have the knowledge of coining a term in English. Cowpea, horse gram. What was this? And they have the nerve to dismiss all of our history and heritage and culture and literature by equating it to one shelf of European books. If we do not reclaim our position, our knowledge systems now, who else is going to do it for us? Who's going to come from outside and do it for us? And looking at the audience, it is on our shoulders now to reclaim, to dare to be different. Because there are people in the garb of Macaulay in every one of our schools, our departments, our supervisors, our teachers, faculty, students, everywhere. So we need to, first of all, dare to be different, because we need to come back to our own root systems. And disprove this man and his minutes.
Please read this. There is no exaggeration to say that all the historical information which has been collected from all the books written in the Sanskrit language is less valuable than what may be found in the most paltry abridgments used at preparatory schools in India.
The fellow who couldn't name, a dal, the whole gamut of people who couldn't understand that the black gram is different from the green gram and is different from the chickpea and the cowpea and, the horse gram, is making such a statement. And such statements and people who carry these statements as billboards on their heads, invisible to all of us, are walking amongst us.
And therefore he decides that English should be the language of education. Actually, I feel very sad that I cannot do this talk in my mother tongue, Tamil, and that the language of academics is English. But yes, we've taken that language, we've made it our own. We will use that language to achieve our ends. But look at this. The literature of England is now more valuable than that of classical antiquity, and says, I wonder whether the Sanskrit literature is as valuable as that of our Saxon and Norman progenitors. Until the Norman invasion, the English language was impoverished. It's only with the influence of Latin and French that language got better. And he has the gall to say this. And then he goes and compares us with Russia. And he says, the languages of Western Europe civilized Russia. And they will do for the Hindu, look at the spelling, what they've done for the Tartar. Hindu. It's not Hindu, it's Hindu. Duh. In one fell swoop, he removes everything. The culture, the heritage, our ways of knowing, everything. Wasting the best years of life in learning what procures for them neither bread nor respect. So they eat only bread, they don't eat rice, they don't eat chapatis.
And we don't need bread anyway, unless we are sick. Exactly. We have our idlis and dosas and chapatis and pulkas and, a lot of our own, now that they call it Indian flatbread. We have tandoori roti, all kinds of rotis we have. But we don't need their bread.
We are both very clear. We do not say, I earn my bread. We say,
we earn for our idli and chutney.
Idli, chutney, chapati, dosha, whatever it is.
And it is very important and pertinent for all of us to note that in the many generations of students that both of us have taught, we have found a common pattern where people feel ashamed if they are not able to speak in English.
Exactly. And if they...
unable to understand that English is such a stupid, impoverished language, and very many people talk about the pronunciation. People mock about the Indians pronouncing English in certain ways. We make certain mistakes. But then, those fellows who cannot even pronounce the word Ganga properly, and they call it the Ganges and the Himalayas, they don't have a problem mispronouncing our words.
Ask them to come and say Vatsala.
Or even our own names. She becomes Geeta.
I become Geeta. Geeta Juayan. I lived in England for 1 year on a scholarship. And I told the National Health Service people not to try the Durai Rajan. It was beyond them. The first time they called out, Geeta Jua. I said, I'm Geeta. Please call me that.
Because they don't even have that.
Vaayila varala. I'm sorry, my term will come only in Tamil for that. Vaayila varala. It never came into their mouths.
And when we ask them to try and say this word Tripura Sundari, Tripura.
I think the Aussies, they said, where are they? There's this WhatsApp chat that is going around everywhere. Do you know where the Aussies are? And all the Aussie cricketers trying to say Thiruvananthapuram.
Finished.
Impossible.
But then they don't feel ashamed of not knowing our languages. But why is it that we feel ashamed, we feel inadequate, inefficient if we are not able to speak English? Let's do it our own way. We have about 586 different sounds in any of the languages that we take. And English has only 44 sounds, of which nearly 30 sounds are similar to us. There's only about 10 sounds, or maybe 5 of them that we have a problem with. So we don't need to feel ashamed. We will use English to attack English.
Exactly. This is what the British wanted to do. Form a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions we govern. A class of persons, Indian in blood and colour, but English in tastes, in opinions, in morals and in intellect. That is where the civil services group started. We need people to govern. We are sitting there, they are sitting here. We need people to govern us through others like us.
So they've
Quote,
left
unquote.
a lot of people whom we call as the Macaulay's children. So the Macaulay's children are walking about in situations like, the kinds that all of us occupy. We wouldn't be able to distinguish them because they are going to be carrying their colonial mindsets. They're going to be transporting and propagating and reproducing colonial mindsets, but we wouldn't be able to identify because they are going to do it through the back door very softly and very gradually, so that one fine day we wake up and we know that we have lost our identity. And it is time for us to reclaim the Indian knowledge systems and free ourselves from Macaulay's effect and identify the colonial mindsets in people around us who are Indian in blood and color, but they have their English taste. So we need to identify such people and protect ourselves because it's a matter of existence now. Because if we don't do it, nobody is going to come and do it for us. Because you speak in Telugu in your school, it might happen to our children, our brothers, sisters. They're going to be fined. You shall not speak in any other language other than English. You will be fined 10 rupees. You cannot wear a tilak. You cannot wear your bangles. You cannot wear your dress. There's going to be only a colored dress on your birthday. You cannot wear anklets. None of these things. This is because unless they do that, our culture and heritage is so strong, it's impossible for somebody to come and influence us. Unless we are ashamed of our own knowledge systems. Whatever knowledge systems that we come through. We are not talking of a particular religion. We are talking of the land. How often do we not see people walking around in blazers in 45 degrees temperature in Hyderabad or in Chennai? And then you switch on all the ACs.
Think of all the wedding receptions. I'm sorry, I'm not criticizing any particular individual here. But it is assumed that if you don't wear a suit,
it's not a reception.
It's not a wedding reception. Why? Why can't you wear a pair of dhoti and a kurta or a pair of pajamas? I don't know
whatever is our own tradition.
Style.
So this is because of Mr. Macaulay and the children that he left behind. So it's time that we reclaim our heritage, our roots, and let that begin in our classrooms, in all the academics that we do. And if we do not do it, nobody is going to come and do it for us. So with that, we
see the last statement is where, again, I'm going back to what Professor Madhusudan Rao spoke about. He listed so many texts which are lost. Nalanda University and all the I have the Tamil only in, I have the term only in Tamil. Ola Chuvadi, the Palmyra manuscripts, which were burned. We don't have those texts. Okay, that was one kind of physical destruction by one group of invaders. What did the British do? They destroyed us here. See, we're going to talk about work in the afternoon, about further work, and we're going to pick up this topic, but I'll just stop with one query about research work that is done. Think about it. Where are you supposed to get your information about what topic to work on? How do you get it? Where do you get it? Why do you get it? What makes you choose a good research topic? I'm not talking about the Indian research methodology topics, which I'm very glad are coming up and being discussed today. I would like to leave you with that question. Because what we are going to do in the afternoon is go back to personal history. Talk about our own experiences of what happened and reflect on that and move forward. Any questions?
One or two questions if they are there.
Any questions,
otherwise,
clarifications?
Probably. If there are no questions, then
this is the end with which we'd like to stop.
email ID once.
Sure.
I'm Pinku Jha from Vadodara. I'm a research scholar doing work on Mahabharata from Political Science Department. So my question is, since I'm not well equipped with Sanskrit language, so I'm referring translations. So as one of the issue you highlighted while we were talking about Macaulay, so he was not aware of these languages, but still he was criticizing. So how far, if I am doing work on Mahabharata, I am referring English translations only. So how far I can justify my work? Because I'm trying to, I'm having some basic understanding, that's fine. But the context, maybe that's one of the justification, because I'm aware of the other things as well. So is it fine? I'm justifying my research, so I just want to clarify it. So how can I solve this issue if somebody will ask me this question?
Yeah, one, you need to identify the one of the best translations in English that is available. For that, I think you may have to go back to the Sanskrit department, Professor Prasad, because he will be able to give you the authoritarian translation. So that is one. But number two, if you're looking at only the content aspect, I think any translation will help you. But I'm glad that you're bringing in political science and Mahabharata together. So a round of applause for that.
But can I add one or two more suggestions to that? One, don't rely on only one translation. Cross-check, and particularly if it is done by quote-unquote somebody whose skin is originally white. I don't want to use any other term.
Don't use that term.
Okay, check.
And also check whether this fellow is a Macaulay's child or not.
And since you have people who know the texts in the original, see, I'll give you an example. When I worked on Chomsky for my PhD thesis, and I'm not a big-time Chomsky scholar, I just went to the people who are Chomsky scholars and said, see, these are the kinds of assumptions I've made about this text and this text. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. And I got my answers. You can cross-check with somebody who knows the language. And you can then add in the clause saying, to the best of my ability, I've done all this. However, that's the addition that you can put in the thesis as a clause.
And as far as possible, you stay with, within the Indian soil. You approach people who are here, who are not my college children, and who really take pride in our heritage. So that would solve your issues. One more question.
Yes, ma'am. Namaste, ma'am. So, as you touched upon that series of invasion caused physical destruction, but the colonial imperialism caused a lot of civilizational plunder where a lot of knowledge was lost.
Yes.
And so I wanted to understand that what would be the future roadmap. I wanted to comprehend that because a lot of time has passed since then, and we cannot be sitting on a blame game for these many years. So during your lecture, kindly touch upon that what can be roadmap to come out of that coloniality.
We have to begin from our hearts, and we have to stay rooted in our own soil. So references must come from our own sources, and our own PhD submitted here. Texts that are written here but published elsewhere is also fine, but we begin from our own home. Alright, that is the first place to begin.
Some of your answers will probably come in our second session. So just hold your question till then, and if it's not answered by then, please come back and ask.
But I started to study Sanskrit because it's close to my heart. So I want to just add on to the colonial mindset that we all still hold on to. There was this recent ad of Manyavar where a famous actress talks about Kanyadan. And there is this, Dana is a very important aspect in our Indian society. And Kanyadan loosely translates in English as giving away your daughter. So, which we all think that our parents have kind of, relinquished us and given us away. But that is not true. And unless we are strong in our spiritual values, we wouldn't even realize it. Why I would like to bring this is, when you do a dana in any rituals, the terms namama is repeated to say that this no longer belongs to me. But in Kanyadan, that is the only dan, as far as I know, that it is deliberately left out. You do not say idam namama because you don't give away the daughter. But the younger generation and people who have the colonial mindset still think that the daughter is given away. But our Indian society and our thinkers, they knew right in the beginning that Kanyadan does not mean giving away the daughter. She continues to have the rights and the responsibilities of both households after marriage.
This problem, just to interject in a minute.
Yeah.
See, this giving away, the expression that you're using, the giving away, it is British.
Yes.
Because the father walks the bride.
Correct.
What is this? And hands over. The father walks the bride and gives her away to the groom.
Yes.
But we don't have that because
Correct.
dana is translated very loosely into whatever little that's available in the stupid English language.
Yes.
Because there are many concepts with us which do not exist in the English language.
Yes.
Not just because dana is not giving away.
Yes.
It is something else.
Yes.
Because namaha is not there. They have the concept of the original sin, but they do not have any terminology to indicate punyam.
Yes.
They have the papam equivalent original sin. But for punyam, they don't have any punyam at all. They are all papis.
अधुना यः प्रश्नः अत्र उत्थापितः तत्र संस्कारविधौ एकः विधिः भवति लाजा होम, अपि च एकः अश्म पाषाणखण्डमादाय तत्र आरोहण भवति। दो विधि होते हैं, एक पाषाणखंड पर ऐसे पैर रख के ऊपर करते हैं कि अश्म पत्थर के समान दृढ़ बनो। एक ये भाई अपनी बहन को आश्वासन देता है कि आपको गृहस्थ में आप प्रवेश कर रहे हैं तो आपको पत्थर के भांति मजबूत होना है। एक दूसरा साथ में एश्योरेंस देता है कि लाजा होम करता है, लाजा होम करते समय वो लाजा देता है कि आप बिल्कुल ऐसा मत समझना कि अब आप चली गई हो, मैं आपको गारंटी दे रहा हूँ, मतलब एक आश्वासन दे रहा हूँ, जब कोई तकलीफ है आप फिर आप आ सकते हैं, मतलब मदद के लिए मैं तैयार होगा। तो ये जो अंग्रेजी में जो ट्रांसलेशन है गिवन अप, और ये जो विधि में जो विधान है, ये थोड़ा कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी दिख रहा आपको? तो इसलिए कभी भी मेन टेक्स्ट को आप पहले फॉलो करना चाहिए कि हमारे यहाँ विधि में क्या बताया गया है, फिर उसके बाद तो उसका जो भी पाश्चात्य ने जो किया उसको देखना चाहिए, क्योंकि प्रसंग है इसलिए मैंने बताया। ऐसे बहुत सारे विषय हैं। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू। बीच में मुझे विषय नहीं था, फिर भी मैंने बोल दिया।
On the topic Samskrita Shastreshu Prakirnam Anusandhana Tantram, Professor Devadatta Sarode serves as the coordinator of Research and Development Cell at the Central Sanskrit University, Prayagraj campus, Allahabad. His research interests span Vyakarana, Nirukta, Astika Darshanam and Mahabhashyam. With a prolific academic career, he has authored 3 books and published over 30 research articles in various national and international scientific journals. Additionally, Professor Sarode serves as the editor of Shastra Manjusha, an e-journal. Bringing a wealth of experience, he has 7 years of teaching in Gurukula and 18 years in university settings. Professor Sarode has made significant contributions to the field of Sanskrit research and education. Sir, the dais is for you.
नमस्सभायै सर्वेभ्यो नमांसे भूयांसे महदिदं प्रबोधस्थानं यदद्य संस्कृतशास्त्रेषु प्रकीर्णम् अनुसन्धानतन्त्रम् इति विषयम् अधिकृत्य किञ्चित् अत्र प्रस्तौमि। अवसरं कल्पितवद्भ्य आचार्येभ्यो JSR प्रसाद महोदयेभ्यो धन्यवाद वचांसि आदौ आविष्करोमि, प्रकृतम् अनुसरामि। आगतानां समेषां स्वागतं व्याहृत्य मदीयं नियोगम् आरभे। ये केवल कुछ निदर्शन है उपलक्षण के रूप में। हमारे ऋषि लोग, आचार्य लोग क्या दावा करते थे, क्लेम क्या करते थे? वो ऊपर है कि नमेस्तेनो जनपदे न कदरियो न मध्यपह। ये राजा अश्वपति अपने यहाँ कोई अतिथि ऋषि लोग आते हैं, उनके सामने कहता है कि भाई आप भोजन कर लीजिए। तो ऋषि लोग कहते हैं कि हमें कैसे पता आपका अन्न शुद्ध है या अशुद्ध है, आप पवित्र हैं या अपवित्र हैं? क्योंकि राजा है तो टैक्स लेता है, अन्याय होता है। तब राजा ये दावा करता है, क्लेम क्या दावा करता है कि मेरे राज्य में कोई चोर नहीं है, और मेरे राज्य में कोई कंजूस नहीं है, और कोई शराबी नहीं है, और कोई आहिताग्नि नहीं है। ऐसा नहीं, सभी आहिताग्नि है। आहिताग्नि मतलब आहित अग्नि एना, जो अग्निहोत्र करता है। और न अविद्वान, कोई अविद्वान नहीं है। और स्वैरी तो बिल्कुल नहीं है, क्योंकि स्वैरिणी नहीं है। ये कुछ आप लोगों को एक कल्पना लग सकती है ऐसा कैसा हो सकता है, किंतु ये ग्रंथों में है और शब्द प्रमाण के रूप में हम इसे प्रामाणिक मानते हैं। ये है चारित्रिक उच्चता जो कोई आज के समाज के लोग कल्पना नहीं कर सकते। दूसरा क्लेम है मनु का है कि एतद्देश प्रसूतस्य सकाशाद अग्र जन्म में प्रसिद्ध है कि इस देश के जो विद्वान ब्राह्मण हैं या विद्वान जो तपस्वी हैं, उनके पास जाकर सारी दुनिया के लोग चरित्र की शिक्षा लीजिए कि इस दुनिया में हमें जीना किस तरह से है, हाउ टू बिहेव। सबसे बड़ी समस्या मनुष्य की यही है कि इस दुनिया में जीना कैसे है नहीं आता है। हम पढ़ तो बहुत लेते हैं। तो इसके लिए मनु कहते हैं कि इस देश के जो विद्वान तपस्वी हैं उनके चरणों में आके चरित्र की शिक्षा लीजिए। आज चरित्र के जो राज देखा जा रहा है, तो उस जमाने में भी ये बताया गया था कि चरित्र शिक्षा यहाँ लेनी है। दूसरा मतलब अभी जो पूरे विश्व में जो बल ताकत की बात हो रही है, माइट इज राइट, जिसके पास ताकत है वही सब कुछ है। और उसका उदाहरण हम इजराइल में देख रहे हैं कि अगर इजराइल कमजोर होता तो इजराइल पराधीन हो गया होता। इजराइल में सामरिक शक्ति है, इसलिए इजराइल टिका है। तो हमारे आचार्य क्या कहते हैं, अग्रतः चतुरो वेदान पृष्ठतः सशरम धनु इदम ब्राह्मम इदम क्षात्रम शापादपि शरादपि, कि मैं एक आचार्य हूँ और दोनों ढंग से मैं तैयार हूँ। अगर कोई शास्त्रों के शास्त्रार्थ के लिए आता है तो ये मेरे आगे 4 वेद रखे हैं, और कोई अगर भुजबल से अगर चुनौती देता है तो पीछे तुड़ेर और धनुष बाण भी है, मैं दोनों तरह से सिद्ध हूँ। तो एक आचार्य की उद्घोषणा है कि हम मतलब क्षात्र बल से और ब्राह्म बल से सिद्ध रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि चुनौती किसी भी रूप में आ सकती है। और इसलिए सा प्रथमा संस्कृति विश्ववारा, ये यजुर्वेद का है। विश्वजने वर्णीय संस्कृति अस्मदीया, अस्मदीया या संस्कृति अस्ति, हमारी जो संस्कृति है विश्वजन के द्वारा वर्णीय सेवनीय है। ये तो हमारा क्लेम हो गया। अभी एक पूर्व सेशन में मैडम कह रही थी कि भाई पाश्चात्य ने ऐसे कहा वैसे कहा, वो बिल्कुल ठीक है। पाश्चात्य ने ऐसे भी कहा है, इसको भी हमें देखना चाहिए कि भारत के विषय में वो क्या क्या कहे हैं। मैं उसको हर एक डिटेल नहीं बताऊंगा, आप लोग इंग्लिश में देख लीजिए। और सर विलियम जोन्स से बंगाल प्रेसिडेंसी में जज थे, और शाकुंतलम का इन्होंने अनुवाद किया है, और जिसे पढ़कर गेटे मतलब नाचने लगा था अपने कमरे में, जो जर्मन फिलोसोफर था, कवि था, गेथे। और Panini ranks first. His work has been called the most complete grammar existing for any language dead or living. J.R. Firth ये लिखता है, पूरी दुनिया में डेड और अलाइव कोई भी लैंग्वेज है तो पाणिनि उसका रैंक में फर्स्ट आएगा। इतना सुंदर ग्रामर बनाया। वो कैसे मैं आगे बताऊंगा, क्योंकि मैंने पूरा भाष्यांत पढ़ा है 4.5 वर्ष तक। पाणिनि ग्रामर एज वन ऑफ द ग्रेटेस्ट मॉन्यूमेंट्स ऑफ ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस, ये सुपरलेटिव डिग्री का प्रयोग हुआ है, ग्रेटेस्ट मॉन्यूमेंट। ये कोई भी वेस्टर्न स्कॉलर ऐसे ही इस प्रकार के एडजेक्टिव यूज नहीं करता है। और अल्बर्ट आइंस्टीन जो 20th सेंचुरी का जो फिजिक्स या साइंटिस्ट में सर्वोपरि माना जाता है, वो कहता है कि हम भारत के ऋणी हैं, क्योंकि उन्होंने डेसिमल सिस्टम हमें दिया है। So we owe a lot to the Indians who taught us how to count, without which no worthwhile scientific discovery could have been made. ये अल्बर्ट आइंस्टीन तो उतना सामान्य व्यक्ति नहीं था। ये भी कुछ क्लेम है, मैं इस पर ज्यादा नहीं जाऊंगा, केवल एक बीच का क्लेम मैं पढ़ूंगा। In the whole world there is no study so beneficial and so elevating as that of the Upanishads. It has been the solace of my life, it will be the solace of my death. ये मेरे जीवन में भी शांति देती रही और मरने के बाद भी शांति। ये कोई भी दुनिया का व्यक्ति ऐसा क्लेम नहीं कर सकता। तो इन सारे बातों पर देखने पर एक मैं मुद्दा आपके पास रखता हूँ। ये क्या चीज को बताती है कि भारत के मतलब बौद्धिक उत्कर्ष को बताती है, भारत के चारित्रिक उत्कर्ष को बताती है, और भारत के संस्कृति की अति उदात्त अवस्था को बताती है, राइट। तो ये जो वर्णन किया गया है, इसके आधार पर हम अनुमान कर सकते हैं कि उस समय मतलब शिक्षा दीक्षा, शास्त्र, ज्ञान, साहित्य, कला और समृद्धि किस हद तक थी। विचार करेंगे अनुसंधान का अर्थ क्या है, अनुसंधान के वैशिष्ट्य मतलब उसके कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स क्या है, अनुसंधान प्राचीन काल में कैसे होता था, अनुसंधान अस्य प्रवृत्ति निमित्तम, मोटिव ऑफ रिसर्च क्या है, रिसर्च पैराडाइम क्या है, और एम ऑफ रिसर्च अनुसंधान प्रकार, और लास्ट में संस्कृत शास्त्र अनुसंधान तंत्र। तो ये मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ, ये पहले थोड़ा हमें समझ लेना चाहिए, उसके बाद इस सारे पर हम क्रम से चलेंगे। एक जनरल हम एक निर्वचन मान लेते हैं कि अनुसंधानम नाम युक्ति पुरस्सरम तार्किक चिंतनम। आगे विचार करते हैं। ये सारे मैंने जो संस्कृत शास्त्रों में विद्यमान जो अनुसंधान संबंधी जो पदावली है, सिनोनिम्स कह लीजिए, पर्यायवाची पद कह लीजिए, या अलग अलग ग्रंथों में अलग अलग प्रकार से प्रयुक्त हुए शब्द हैं। अनुसंधान, अन्वेषणम, शोध, और उसमें जैसे ऊपर मैंने बताया अनुपश्चात सम्यक धानम योजना, ऐसा जैसे है। एक उदाहरण के लिए मैं बता दूं, आचार्य पूर्व रूपम अंतेवासी उत्तर रूपम प्रवचनम संधानम। अब ये प्रवचन आचार्य और अंतेवासी को जोड़ने का काम कर रहा है, संधान कर रहा है ना। और जोड़ने के लिए जो माध्यम बन रहा है वो बन रहा है उसकी भाषा, और विद्या उनकी संधि है। दोनों को जोड़ने के लिए जो संधि मतलब कंजंक्शन पॉइंट है वो विद्या है। इसमें सभी के मैंने उदाहरण दिए हैं कि जैसे शेर संधान, अनुसंधान मतलब हम रिसर्च में जो डेफिनेशन करते हैं कि पहले कुछ था उसमें हम कुछ और ऐड करते ना, नया कुछ ऐड करते। तो आपका कोई भी रिसर्च जो होता है कुछ आपके पास पहले होना चाहिए बेस, उसके बाद आप कुछ नया ऐड करेंगे, या जो ऑलरेडी है उसको फिर नई व्याख्या करते हैं थोड़ी सी अलग ढंग। तो ये सब उसमें दिए हैं, इसको मैं ज्यादा व्याख्या भी नहीं करूंगा। एक गवेषणा शब्द बहुत प्रयोग होता है। प्राचीन काल में जो गायें अलग अलग लोगों के जाते थे तो हर कोई छिन्न किया रहता था, तो किसी की गाय खो गई तो उसको ढूंढते थे, तो ढूंढना, तो गवामेषणा, गवेषणा, अन्वेषण, सब अलग अलग अर्थ इसमें सब दिए हैं, आप लोग देख लीजिए। समय कम है, आगे इतने में 10 शब्द दिए हैं। अनुशीलनम, अवलोकनम, समालोचनम, अध्ययनम, जैसे स्टडी। ये बहुत फेमस जो मॉडर्न रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी के बुक्स हैं उसमें ये सब डेफिनेशंस हैं। तो एक में तो बताया है कि डिस्कवर न्यू फैक्ट्स और इंफॉर्मेशन अबाउट इट। एक है सॉल्यूशन ऑफ ए प्रॉब्लम, रिसर्च मतलब किसी प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन ढूंढना। रिसर्च इज एन ऑर्गेनाइज्ड अप्रोच टू आस्किंग, आंसरिंग एंड इफेक्टिवली रिपोर्टिंग ए क्वेश्चन। Research is defined as a creation of new knowledge, generate new concept, ये भी हो सकता है। Research, the systematic investigation into and study of materials and source in order to establish facts। ऐसे कुछ फेमस जो ये है डेफिनेशन। जो कोई भी रिसर्च करता है उसमें ये 5 टर्म इंपॉर्टेंट है, चाहे ईस्टर्न रिसर्च हो, वेस्टर्न रिसर्च हो, कुछ भी रिसर्च हो। रिसर्च में कोई प्रॉब्लम होता है, प्रॉब्लम मतलब कोई भी टॉपिक जो रहेगा, आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ प्रॉब्लम जब करते हैं तो कोई प्रॉब्लम लेके आप शुरू होते हैं। रिसर्च में कोई एक्टिविटी होना चाहिए, क्रियाकलाप, बौद्धिक क्रियाकलाप, और वो क्रियाकलाप सिस्टमेटिक, एक क्रमबद्ध ढंग से होना चाहिए और साइंटिफिक होना चाहिए। प्योर साइंस में अगर जाते हैं तो साइंटिफिक होगा, सोशल साइंस में जाएंगे तो सिस्टमेटिक होगा। वो कैसे होगा बता दें। उसमें एक प्रोसेस होता है, कोई प्रक्रिया होती है, और अंत में सॉल्यूशन चाहिए उसमें। अगर सॉल्यूशन नहीं आता तो आपका रिसर्च फ्रूटफुल नहीं है। रिसर्च refers to a process wherein activities are carried out systematically, scientifically to find solution of the problem। तो अगर आपका रिसर्च है तो ये 5 मेन मतलब वर्ड्स, कीवर्ड्स उसमें होने चाहिए। क्या आपका रिसर्च किसी प्रॉब्लम को लेके शुरू हुआ है या ऐसे हाइपोथेटिकली कुछ भी लेके चल रहे हैं, उसमें मतलब इंटेलेक्चुअल एक्टिविटी है या नहीं है, और वो एक्टिविटी सिस्टमेटिक है या यादृच्छिक मनमर्जी चल रहा है, और उसमें कोई प्रोसेस है क्या, और अंत में किसी निष्कर्ष पर, सॉल्यूशन पर आप पहुंच रहे हैं क्या। अनुसंधानम नाम काचित पद्धतिरेतर समस्या समाधान निमित्तम व्यवस्थित रीत्या वैज्ञानिक रीत्या क्रियाकलाप अनुष्ठीयते, ये उसका संस्कृत वर्षन है। अब जैसे रिसर्च इन एजुकेशन अगर है आपका, refers to a process wherein activities are carried out systematically to find solution of the problem related to some aspect of education। वैसे आप फिजिक्स वगैरह सब लगा लीजिए, इस पर भी करना है। ये 3 वर्ड मतलब हम प्राय सुनते हैं और मिक्स कर देते हैं कि रिसर्च क्या है, इन्वेंशन क्या है, डिस्कवरी क्या है। तो कई बार हम उसको सिनोनिम्स या पर्यायवाची के रूप में प्रयोग करते हैं। हर एक शब्द का प्रवृत्ति निमित्त अर्थ मतलब बिल्कुल अलग है। अनुसंधान नाम काचित पद्धति अत्र समस्या समाधान निमित्त व्यवस्थित वैज्ञानिक क्रियाकलाप अनुष्ठीयते। इन्वेंशन ऐदं प्राथम्येन स्वोपज्यया नूतन यंत्र तंत्र तत्व सिद्धांत नियम रचना आविष्कार वा वक्तुं शक्यते। डिस्कवरी फाइंडिंग लोकेटिंग लोकेशन अनकवरिंग अनर्थ। ऐदं प्राथम्येन प्रकृते ब्रह्मांडस्य अथवा भौतिक तत्वानां, जो भी भौतिक तत्व है उनके रहस्यों को प्रकट करना। थोड़ा एक एग्जांपल से मैं क्लियर कर दूंगा जो बुक्स में मैंने रेफर किया। Let us take the example of X-ray। जो जर्मन जो फिजिसिस्ट था रॉन्टजन भी कहते हैं उसको, तो उसने एक्सरे को मतलब क्या किया है, एक्सीडेंटली उसका डिस्कवर हुआ, एक्सीडेंटली उसका डिस्कवर किया उसने। और वास्को डी गामा घूमते 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 भारत आ गया। तो ये क्या हो गया, ये डिस्कवर कहेंगे। Discovery is not the outcome of activities carried out systematically। अभी वास्को डी गामा कोई सिस्टमेटिकली थोड़ी चला था, परंतु कई बार लोग रास्ता दिखाते दिखाते, कोलंबस भी चला था, वो भटकते हुए अमेरिका पहुंच गया। तो अमेरिका को अगर कोलंबस ने डिस्कवर किया तो क्या वो सिस्टमेटिकली प्रोसेस फॉलो किया था क्या? उसी प्रकार से न्यूटन डिस्कवर्ड ग्रेविटी आफ्टर वाचिंग एन एप्पल फॉल एंड आस्किंग व्हाई द एप्पल फेल स्ट्रेट डाउन रादर देन साइडवे और अपवर्ड। तो इसी प्रकार से आइजैक न्यूटन भी, अभी मैं प्रॉब्लम लिया है ग्रेविटी को मैं खोज करूंगा, ऐसा तो नहीं किया था। और वैसे ही जेम्स वेट ने जो स्टीम का पावर देखा, उसका फोर्स देखा और उस फोर्स को अप्लाई किया और एक स्टीम इंजन बना दिया। तो स्टीम इंजन बनाना वो अप्लाइड साइंस में आ गया, स्टीम के फोर्स को पहचानना वो डिस्कवर में आ गया। ये मैं मेरे मुख्य विषय पर आऊंगा, थोड़ा जरूरी है इसलिए मैं बता रहा हूँ सारा। रिसर्च रेफर्स टू ए प्रॉब्लम, ठीक है। अभी आप रिसर्च करने जा रहे हैं, तो रिसर्च रेफर्स टू ए प्रॉब्लम। रिसर्च इन्वॉल्व्स एक्टिविटीज। रिसर्च इज ए सिस्टमेटिक एंड साइंटिफिक। रिसर्च इज ए प्रोसेस। रिसर्च लीड्स टू ए सोल्यूशन। अब यहाँ पर एक रेड मार्क में दिया प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ सक्सेस इज मैक्सिमम, ये हम देखेंगे क्या है। Research activity is called systematic or scientific because without systematic or scientific activity we will not get solution। अगर हम ऐसे ही कुछ करते जाएंगे तो हमें कोई, जैसे कोविड एक प्रॉब्लम था, ठीक है ना, उस प्रॉब्लम के लिए कई लोग कई देश में, कोई फाइजर भी लगा, यहाँ पर कोविड का इधर भी बनाया, पुणे में भी बनाया गया, मतलब जो वैक्सीन। तो सभी लोग लगे थे, वो सिस्टमेटिक एक्टिविटी की, अंत में सॉल्यूशन उन्होंने पा लिया। Whenever the probability of success is maximum, the activity is said to be done systematically। जितने ज्यादा रेट में आपको आउटपुट आएगा परफेक्ट, तो इससे पता लगता है कि आपका जो काम किया गया है रिसर्च, वो उतना सिस्टमेटिक है, साइंटिफिक है। कैसे, जैसे फाइजर का भाई 99 या 97-75% केस बता रहे थे ना कि इसका प्रभाव और इसका ज्यादा है, इसका ज्यादा है, स्पुतनिक का कुछ ये है, तो ये वैरी क्यों कर रहा था? कि आपका एफर्ट कितना सिस्टमेटिक है, कितना साइंटिफिक है, उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करेगा, राइट? अब हम फिर अपने संस्कृत पर आते हैं। हमारे प्राचीन काल में जो संस्कृत संबंधी जो अनुसंधान है वो अनादिकाल से है, मतलब उसको हम टाइम लिमिट नहीं कर सकते कि इस समय से शुरू हुआ। कुछ श्लोक, कुछ संदर्भ, कुछ उदाहरण, प्रमाण ऐसे मिलते हैं। जैसे मुंडकोपनिषद, इसको मुंडकोपनिषद भी क्यों कहते हैं थोड़ा मैं बता दूं। मुंडितानाम जनानाम उपनिषद, जो परिव्राजक साधु होते थे बाल मुला के, उन लोगों के लिए उपनिषद है। तो तस्मै होवाच द्वे विद्ये वेदितवे इति हस्म ब्रह्मविदो वदन्ति पराच अपराच। दो विद्याएं कह रहे हैं कि एक पराविद्या है, एक अपराविद्या है। पराविद्या बता रहे, अपराविद्या क्या है? ऋग्वेद, यजुर्वेद, सामवेद, अथर्ववेद, शिक्षा, कल्प, व्याकरण, निरुक्त, छंद, ज्योतिषम, ये सब अपराविद्या है। पराविद्या जो मोक्ष विद्या या रहस्य विद्या या उपनिषद विद्या है, वो है यया तद अक्षरम अधिगम्यते, जिससे परम तत्व परम ब्रह्म की प्राप्ति या बोध होता है, उसको पराविद्या का। ठीक है, तो उसके बाद जो भी है वो सब अपराविद्या है, लोक जीवन के लिए सब विद्या है। यजुर्वेद में भी दो विद्याओं का वर्णन है, विद्या और अविद्या के रूप में। विद्यां च अविद्यां च यस्तद् वेदो भयं सह अविद्या मृत्युं तीर्त्वा विद्या अमृतम अश्नुते। यहाँ पर अविद्या का अर्थ शंकराचार्य ने कर्म किया है, और विद्या तो विद्या ही है, या अक्षरम अधिगम्यते या सा विद्या या विमुक्ते, इसे अब कोई भी वैयाकरण में कहते हैं भाई, कोई भी एक शब्द अगर प्रवृत्त हुआ, बना या व्यवहार में आया, इसका काज रूट क्या है, वो किस निमित्त से वो शब्द आ गया, प्रवृत्ति निमित्त कहते हैं। अनुसंधान का प्रवृत्ति निमित्त क्या है, काज रूट, मतलब क्यों अनुसंधान इवालो हुआ या आया। तो ये एक नासदीय सूक्त का जो 3-4 मंत्र हैं या 6-7 मंत्र हैं, इसमें कुछ प्रश्न आए, जैसे को अद्धा वेद क इह प्रवोचत कुत आजाता कुत इयं विसृष्टि इयं विसृष्टि यत आ बभुव यदि वा दधे यदि वा न यो अस्य अध्यक्ष परमे व्योमन सो अंग वेद यदि वा अंग वेद यदि वा न वेद। अब ये सबसे बड़े प्रश्न है कि कई हजार वर्ष पहले जब मनुष्य इतना विकसित नहीं था, उस समय इतने गंभीर प्रश्न कर रहे हैं, क्वेश्चन कर रहे हैं कि ये दुनिया या ये ब्रह्मांड, ये सृष्टि इयं विसृष्टि यथा आ बभूव और कुत इयं विसृष्टि, ये सृष्टि कहां से आई, ठीक है, और इयं विसृष्टि यथा आ बभूव जहां से आई है, या इसको कोई धारण करता भी है या नहीं भी करता है। जैसे जैन लोग कहते हैं ये सृष्टि सनातन है, हमारे लोग कहते हैं सृष्टि बनती है। ये अलग अलग मतलब धारणा है, तो इसलिए अलग अलग प्रश्न, परसेप्शन के अनुसार अलग अलग प्रश्न खड़े होते हैं। तो यहाँ जो प्रवृत्ति निमित्त है खोज की हुई, क्यों, ये क्या है और ये कैसे है, तो इन प्रश्नों को उत्तर देने के लिए कुतूहल चाहिए, क्यूरियोसिटी और जिज्ञासा, और प्रश्न खड़ा हो गया और उसको समाधान करने के लिए वो अनुसंधान करने लगे। यहाँ पर देखिए कि यह सृष्टि आई है तो कोई कारण होगा। तो प्रश्न किया है तो कार्य कारण भाव का यहाँ विचार कर रहे हैं कि वे ऐसे यादृच्छिक नहीं है, कोई कारण होना चाहिए। प्रत्येकम कार्यम क्रिया अथवा परिणाम निश्चयेन केनापि कारणेन निमित्तेन हेतुना वा भवति, कारण अभावे कार्योत्पत्ति न होती। अगर रीजन नहीं है, कारण नहीं है, निमित्त नहीं है, तो कार्य नहीं हो सकता। और पूरे रिसर्च का जो बेस है, आप कोई भी हाइपोथेसिस करते हैं, आप उस हाइपोथेसिस के द्वारा, हाइपोथेसिस को क्या कहते हैं कि उसको प्रूव करना है, या नल हाइपोथेसिस है तो जो भी आप टेस्टिंग करते हैं हाइपोथेसिस को, तो टेस्टिंग करते समय मतलब आपको सिद्ध करना पड़ता अंत में ये क्या सत्य है। तो उस समय उसमें क्या खोजते हैं आप? कार्य कारण भाव ही खोजते हैं। आप कार्य कारण भाव निरूपण करते हैं रिसर्च में। जैसे कोरोना है, ये क्या है? कारण है, कार्य है। तो इसका कारण क्या है? कोई वायरस है, तो वायरस को कैसे हम खत्म करेंगे तो कोरोना खत्म होगा। तो पूरी अनुसंधान की जो भी प्रपंच या विश्व खड़ा है वो इसी कार्य कारण भाव को खोजने में लगा है बस। और जितना जल्दी खोजेगा, जितना परफेक्ट खोजेगा, उतना आगे जाएगा। जिस किसी भी प्रॉब्लम है, प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करना है तो उसका कारण को खोजेगा। एक ये हो गया। एक यहाँ मंत्र है, बहुत ही अच्छा मंत्र है और कई वेदों में आया है। अथर्ववेद का मैं मंत्र बता रहा हूँ, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट मंत्र। यो देवानाम नामध एक एव तम संप्रश्नम भुवना यन्ति सर्वा। ये पूरे दुनिया के लिए एक बड़ा क्वेश्चन है, बिग क्वेश्चन। इसलिए उसको क्या कहा? केवल प्रश्न नहीं कहा, इट इज नॉट ए क्वेश्चन, उसको कहा संप्रश्न। वो संप्रश्न, व्हाट इज द संप्रश्न? यो देवानाम नामध, देवों की जो नामध मतलब बहुत सारे नाम के प्रकार हैं, और इसी को बहुधा वदंती कहते हैं ना, एकम सद विप्रा बहुधा वदंती, तो वही है बहुधा। नामध मतलब बहुधा मतलब बहुत प्रकार के, नामध मतलब बहुत नाम, अनेक प्रकार के नाम। तो कोई उसे ओम कहता है, कोई ब्रह्म कहता है, कोई विष्णु कहता है, कोई शिव कहता है, तो बहुत सारे नाम, पर एक एव, वो एक ही है। तो जैसे एक पिता है, मैं पिता भी हूँ, मैं क्लास में पढ़ाता हूँ, मैं टीचर भी हूँ, और पत्नी के लिए पति भी हूँ, तो बहुत सारे नाम मेरे हो सकते हैं। वैसे ही परमात्मा के बहुत सारे नाम हैं। तम संप्रश्नम भुवना यन्ति सर्वा, ये व्याकरण के नियम है यो वेद के लिए। सर्वाणी होता है, भुवनानी होता है, वो सब लोग होकर भुवना सर्वा बन जाता है। इसलिए इसको अपशब्द या गलत अशुद्ध शब्द नहीं समझना चाहिए, ठीक है ना। तो भुवना यन्ति सर्वा, सर्वाणी भुवनानी यन्ति तम संप्रश्नम, वो जो परम तत्व ब्रह्म है जिसको हम संप्रश्न के नाम से कह रहे हैं, उसी को ये सब प्राप्त हो। अब उसी की खोज करने के लिए लोग निकल पड़े, ठीक है ना। अल्टीमेट मतलब क्या है, उसको खोजना चाहिए। अब यहाँ देखिए रिसर्च की मतलब प्रवृत्ति शुरू हो गई ना, तो वो संप्रश्न क्या है, वो क्वेश्चन क्या है। अब रिसर्च में भी कोई क्वेश्चन है था, उसको क्वेश्चन को आपको आंसर करना है, राइट। ये सब प्रश्न है, को अद्धा वेद कहा ये प्रभु। ये जो जिज्ञासा है, ये जो संप्रश्न है, वही आगे हेतुवाद तर्क, ये क्या है, ये क्या है, ये क्या है, ये क्या है, आगे बढ़ा। अभी यहाँ एक मंत्र है, कस्मै देवाय हविषा विधेम, एक क्वेश्चन है और ये आंसर भी है। समझ में आ रही आपको? कस्मै मतलब चतुर्थी में प्रश्न है कि किम, कह, कह का चतुर्थी किम प्रातिपदिक है, पुल्लिंग में कस्मै, नपुंसक लिंग में कस्मै बनेगा। और कह नाम प्रजापति भी है, कस्मै देवाय हविषा विधेम प्रजापते, कस्मै प्रजापते हविषा विधेम, आंसर भी है उसी में। तो उस प्रजापति के लिए अब इस पर नेक्स्ट पहला था मेरा प्रश्न था जिज्ञासा कुतूहल, राइट। अब नेक्स्ट मतलब प्रवृत्ति निमित्त है मृत्यु या दुख। गौतम बुद्ध को मतलब वैराग्य कैसे हो गया? उन्होंने रोगी को देखा, उन्होंने एक शव को देखा और उन्होंने एक योगी को भी देखा, तो उनको लगा कि भाई आदमी मरता है तो मैं भी मरूंगा। दुख, मृत्यु है और साथ में दुख है। महर्षि रमण को स्वप्न है कि मैं मर गया हूं, मुझे जला रहे, वैराग्य हो गया, चल पड़े सत्य की खोज। और स्वामी दयानंद की भी बहन और चाचा मर गए, तो ये मरता क्यों है प्रश्न लेके चल पड़े। तो ये है प्रवृत्ति निमित्त, राइट। और नीचे है अनुसंधान की प्रवृत्ति क्यों होती है। अभी आप सुबह लेक्चर में पढ़ रहे थे कि भाई जो आवश्यकता आविष्कार की जननी है, इन्वेंशन इज द मदर ऑफ, क्या है, नेसेसिटी इज द मदर ऑफ इन्वेंशन है, ठीक है। अब यहाँ पर थॉमस अल्वा एडिसन इसको गलत कहता है। थॉमस अल्वा एडिसन इसको गलत कहता है। वो कहता है कि वो जो आपके मोबाइल में अभी घंटी बजती है, उस समय पहले ऐसे लगा लेते थे, कोई घंटी नहीं बजती थी। तो उसको घंटी लगाने का काम किसने किया था पता है? थॉमस अल्वा एडिसन ने किया। तो वो एक कहीं नौकरी करता था, तो उसका जो स्टॉक मार्केट या कोई व्यापारी था तो उसको लगाना पड़ता था, तो ये काम इसे दिया था थॉमस अल्वा एडिसन का। थॉमस अल्वा एडिसन परेशान होता था, तो उसने क्या किया कि एक घंटी बनाई, और जब भी घंटे बजती तो जाके बताता, बाकी तो सो जाता। एक बार वो घंटी नहीं बजी और वो फोन आ गया, तो मालिक आके देखा और इसको मारा है कि भाई तो काम नहीं करता। तो कहता है कि सुख की इच्छा, समझ में आ रही? सुख की इच्छा आविष्कार की जननी है। अभी दुनिया में जितने भी रिसर्च हो रहे हैं, वो मुझे ये बताइए कि सभी आवश्यकता है या सुख की इच्छा है? मैं पैदल चलता हूँ, पैर में दर्द होता है, इसलिए मैं बाइसिकल का आविष्कार करता हूँ। बाइसिकल चलाने में पैर में दर्द होता है, इसलिए मैं क्या करता हूँ? कार के आविष्कार करता हूँ। कार में भी मैं ये कहता हूँ कि भाई पूरा ऑटोमेटिक ये रहना चाहिए, ज्यादा ये जंप नहीं होना चाहिए, शॉकअप अच्छे होना चाहिए, और मैं बढ़िया करता हूँ, और मैं उसमें पूरा सिस्टम लगा दूंगा, मुझे लेफ्ट राइट पूरा दिखे। तो ये सब क्या है? सुख की इच्छा है या नहीं? मैं कुछ मेहनत करता हूँ तो किस लिए करता हूँ? ताकि आराम करो, राइट। तो थॉमस अल्वा एडिसन इसी सुख की इच्छा से 1000 आविष्कार किया, ऐसा बताते हैं। और वो कितना पास था? 6, ऐसा बताते, 6 स्टैंडर्ड, ज्यादा नहीं। तो गूगल मैप वगैरह। अभी हमें ये देखना है कि अनुसंधान जब करते हैं तो हमारे शास्त्रों में क्या कहा गया। मीमांसा में यह बताया कि किम भावेत, केन भावेत, कथम भावेत। तो अनुसंधान करते समय हमें मतलब क्या अनुसंधान मतलब करना है, और उसके लिए क्या साधन है, और उसको करने का प्रोसीजर क्या है। तो ये सब मीमांसा में काफी विस्तार से चर्चा हुई है, तो उसको मैं अभी नहीं लूंगा, आगे चलते हैं। आप चाहे तो जो गूगल मैप कैसे बना, वो वीडियोस बहुत हैं। ये जो उसका सुंदर पिचै ने कैसे गूगल मैप बनाया, वो सब काफी बड़े वीडियो हैं, देख लीजिए। वो सारे सुख की इच्छा से ही है, आवश्यकता बहुत कम। ये मैंने कहा ये नानावादा, अभी मेरा विषय चल रहा है। कोई भी रिसर्च का जब कुछ आप करने जाएंगे तो आपका रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी जो डेवलप होती है उसके पीछे कोई वाद रहते हैं, कुछ मतलब विचार चिंतन अलग अलग। तो प्राचीन भारतीय परंपरा में बहुत सारे वाद हैं। मैं कुछ यहाँ पर गिनाया हूँ। ब्रह्मवाद है, विरुद्ध धर्माश्रयतावाद है, अभिन्न निमित्तोपादान कारणतावाद है, तत्कारणतावाद है, तत्कार्यवाद है। उसका विवरण भी इसमें मैंने दिया हूँ। उपनिषद वचन है कि सत्यम ज्ञानम अनंतम ब्रह्म, सर्वम खलु इदम ब्रह्म, बस सब कुछ ब्रह्म है। अब इनका कॉन्सेप्शन, इनका परसेप्शन बिल्कुल अलग हो। सांख्य कहते हैं कि वे दो है, यह कहता है दो नहीं बस एक ही। अब इनका अप्रोच अलग होगा, सांख्य वालों का थोड़ा अलग होगा, क्योंकि दोनों की धारणाएं अलग है। फिर कोई त्रैतवाद मानता है, कोई कुछ मानता है। तो इसलिए रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी जो डेवलप होती है उसके लिए, जिसको हम कहते हैं रिसर्च पैराडाइम, तो पैराडाइम मतलब उसका जो स्ट्रक्चर जो डेवलप होता है, पैटर्न, वो पैटर्न कैसे होता है, तो पैटर्न के पीछे फिलोसफी रहती है। तो वेस्टर्न जो रिसर्च डेवलप हुआ, रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी, उसके पीछे जो पैटर्न उनके, जो अरिस्टोटल है, जो सोक्रेटिस है, और भी जो भी रहे हैं, या मॉडर्न जो जॉन लॉक है वगैरह वगैरह, ये सब हमारे पैटर्न, ये फिलोसफी है। इसको बेस करके अलग अलग मेथोडोलॉजी डेवलप, ये सब है, पूरे दिया है मैंने, सबके प्रमाण है इसमें। अभी कुछ लोग प्रश्न करते हैं वेदांत में कि ये सब क्या है, कोई आदमी मतलब कोई पशु दूसरे पशु को, जिंदा पशु को खाते हैं, वीडियो देखते ना इसमें कि वो हिरण को पकड़े हैं तो कई वो जो हाइना, कई लोग उसको फाड़ के खा रहे हैं, तो कितना क्रूर लगता है। तो वेदांत कहते हैं सब लीला है। तो इसका क्या उत्तर देंगे आप? कोई उत्तर नहीं है। तो उसके लिए उन्होंने लीला है सब कुछ, वो ब्रह्म की लीला है सब कुछ। ये पाश्चात्य दार्शनिक वाद है, अनुभववाद है, विवेकवाद है, परीक्षावाद, भौतिकवाद, प्रत्ययवाद। इसी वाद को बेस करके ये सब कुछ मतलब वेस्टर्न जो रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी डेवलप हुई। अनुसंधान प्रतिमानस्य मूलम दर्शनम शास्त्रम, अभी जो मैंने बात बताई वही है। अनुसंधान का जो मूल है वो फिलोसफी है, और फिलोसफी में ये तीन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, उसमें दो तो बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है। और पूरी मतलब जो एक्सरसाइज हमारी जो होती है इन्हीं दो पर होती है। एक है एपिस्टेमोलॉजी, एक ऑन्टोलॉजी, जिसको हम ज्ञान मीमांसा या तत्व मीमांसा कहते हैं। और पूरी मतलब जो उसी के आधार को बांधकर आगे क्या होता है, मेथोडोलॉजी डेवलप होती है। ये सब उसमें लिखा गया है। सर मुझे कब तक बता रहे हैं, टाइम बता दीजिए थोड़ा। ये पैराडाइम क्या है मैं बताऊं। पैराडाइम इज ए शेयर्ड वर्ल्ड व्यू दैट इज इन्फॉर्म्ड बाय फिलोसॉफिकल अजम्पशन अबाउट नेचर ऑफ रियलिटी, वे ऑफ नोइंग एंड वैल्यू एंड बिलीफ सिस्टम। तो तीन जो मैंने बताया था, एपिस्टेमोलॉजी, ऑन्टोलॉजी और एक्सियोलॉजी। तो ज्ञान और ज्ञान की प्रक्रिया ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है। कि मैं घट या घड़ी या दीपक देखता हूँ तो मतलब क्या है, अहम घटम जानामि, अहम दीपम जानामि। तो इसका अर्थ क्या है, ये जानामि मतलब होता क्या है। और ज्ञान को क्या कहेंगे, न्याय की भाषा में हम सीधा कहेंगे प्रमा। तो प्रमा को आप कैसे डिफाइन करेंगे, तो कहते हैं यथार्थ ज्ञान। फिर कहें यथार्थ ज्ञान क्या है, तो ऐसे फिर आगे, और उसको प्राप्त करने की प्रक्रिया क्या है, कैसे आप ज्ञान को प्राप्त करते हैं, उसके साधन क्या है। तो उसके लिए कहते हैं कि भाई प्रमाकरणम प्रमाणम, तो प्रमाण चाहिए आपको, और पूरा रिसर्च प्रमाण बेस रहता है। अगर प्रमाण नहीं है तो माना नहीं जाएगा। तो भारतीय परंपरा में, न्याय शास्त्र में प्रमाण को काफी महत्व दिया गया। और न्याय शास्त्र एक प्रकार से मैं कहता हूँ प्रमाण शास्त्र ही है। और न्याय शास्त्र का जो उपबृंहण हुआ है, विस्तृति, वो परार्थ अनुमान पर है। किस पर है, परार्थ अनुमान। क्योंकि प्रत्यक्ष आप भी देख रहे हैं, मैं भी देख रहे हैं, कुछ बताने की जरूरत नहीं, राइट। स्वार्थ अनुमान मतलब मैं किसी चीज को देख के अनुमान करता हूं तो मेरे लिए होगा, दूसरों को बताने की भी जरूरत नहीं, वहां भी जरूरत नहीं। अब मुझे किसी को टीच करना है, समझाना है, तो मुझे क्या करना पड़ेगा, परार्थ अनुमान से इसको निरूपण करना पड़ेगा, तब जरूरत पड़ती है। पूरी दुनिया में जो टीचिंग हो रही, पूरी दुनिया में किसी भी चीज का निरूपण या प्रमाणीकरण या उसको सिद्ध करना हो रहा है, वो सब परार्थ अनुमान से चल रहा है। और कुछ मतलब एक्सपेरिमेंटल जो रिसर्च होता है वो प्रत्यक्ष में उनको करके दिखाना पड़ता है, परंतु सर्वाधिक जो काम होता है वो परार्थ अनुमान से ही चलता है। तो यही पैराडाइम के बारे में सब लिखा है, देख लीजिए। ये अन्वेक्ष के बारे में, अब ये जो मैं परार्थ अनुमान कहा, ये इसलिए इम्पोर्टेंट है कि हमारे यहाँ जितने भी ग्रंथ लिखे गए हैं वो पर को बोध कराने के लिए लिखे गए। तो पर को बोध कराना मतलब क्या है? अब ये ब्रह्म तत्व तो प्रत्यक्ष नहीं है, तो बोध कैसे करो? मैं अनुमान के आश्रित से बोध करा सकता, या कोई न्याय की प्रक्रिया से बोध कराना है, तो प्रक्रिया क्या है? तो परार्थ अनुमान से चलेगी। ये सब विस्तार से इस पर में ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगा। हाँ, अब आया तर्क। एक वाक्य प्रयोग होता है, यस तर्केण अनुसंधत्ते सधर्म। हमारे यहाँ धर्म को कैसे इक्विवेलेंट रखा है, देखिए, जो तर्क से अनुसंधान करे, अनुसंधत्ते शब्द का प्रयोग किया वहां पर, ठीक है ना, सधर्म। अब वहां तर्क भी आया, अनुसंधान भी आया, और वो तभी धर्म माना जाएगा। कोई भी ऐसे कुछ भी कहेगा वो धर्म नहीं है, ठीक है। तो दूसरा है समस्या समाधानाय विचार कौशलम। क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, एक कोई एजुकेशन वाले हैं तो उनको मैं बता दूं, बेंजामिन ब्लूम बहुत फेमस मतलब एक एजुकेशनिस्ट हुआ है, तो उसका टैक्सोनॉमी, ब्लूम टैक्सोनॉमी नाम से बहुत प्रसिद्ध है। वो जरूर पढ़ना चाहिए रिसर्च करने वाले, क्योंकि उसने हायरार्की बताया है कि भाई ज्ञान को जो ग्रहण किया जाता है उसका लेवल्स क्या है, अलग अलग अलग। तो एक उसमें लेवल है प्रथम, जिसको हम कहेंगे केवल स्मरणात्मक, रिमेम्बरिंग कहते हैं। जैसे मैंने कहा दशरथ, रामस्य पितुः नाम दशरथ, तो ये क्या करेंगे बच्चे, क्या लिखेंगे? राम के पिता का नाम दशरथ, उस पर ज्यादा कुछ ये नहीं करेंगे, ये रिमेम्बरिंग स्टेज। दूसरा है अवगमन, दूसरा है अवगम या अवबोध, कि किसी चीज का नाम जानने पर वो क्या है ये जानने की प्रवृत्ति होती है। जैसे मैंने कंप्यूटर कहा, तो कंप्यूटर क्या है तो जानना पड़ेगा, नाम से काम नहीं चलेगा, ठीक है ना। तो उसको कहेंगे कि भाई दूसरा जो स्टेज है अवबोध। तीसरा है एप्लीकेशन, जब किसी चीज के गुण धर्म को जानेंगे तब आप उसका प्रयोग कर सकते हैं। और चौथा चीज है उसका विश्लेषण कर सकते हैं अलग अलग। पांचवा चीज है उसको जोड़ सकते हैं, फिर उन अलग की है। और छठा मतलब उसका मूल्यांकन कर सकते हैं। तो ये ब्लूम का टेक्सोनॉमी था कि लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव्स आप कैसे गेन करेंगे, ठीक है। इसका मैं स्लाइड में दिखा दूंगा थोड़ा। स्मरणम, रिमेम्बरिंग, उसके बाद अवबोध, उसके बाद अनुप्रयोग एप्लीकेशन है, उसके बाद विश्लेषण एनालिसिस, फिर मूल्यांकन सर्जन। इसको फिर रीडिफाइन किया गया है। अब सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो सबसे ऊपर शिखर पर है वो सर्जन है। सर्जन मतलब क्रिएशन। क्रिएशन बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है। अगर आप कुछ क्रिएशन नहीं कर रहे हैं तो आप कोई कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं कर रहे। तो क्रिएशन का स्टेज मतलब उसको जो बताया, ये उच्च स्तर चिंतन है, हायर लेवल थिंकिंग है। तो हायर लेवल थिंकिंग कब होगा? जब आप कोई भी चीज को सिस्टमेटिक पढ़ोगे, सिस्टमेटिक समझोगे और सिस्टमेटिक करोगे, तब हायर लेवल थिंकिंग बढ़ने लगेगा। आज जो कंप्यूटर हमारे पास आया है वो हायर लेवल थिंकिंग का परिणाम है या ऐसे ही यादृच्छिक बन गया? एक एक सर्किट उन्होंने डेवलप किया, उसके अंदर ऐसे ही बनाया, वो ऐसे ही बना या एक्सीडेंटली बना या हायर लेवल थिंकिंग? तो पूरी दुनिया में जो प्रभाव दिखाता है या पूरी दुनिया पे जो राज करता है वो क्रिएशन करता है। मैं थोड़ा एक छोटा इंसिडेंट बता दूंगा आपको, फिर उसके बाद मैं मेरे विषय पर आगे चलूंगा। स्टीव जॉब का नाम तो आपने सुना है, एप्पल का को फाउंडर रहा। तो दो ही लोग थे, उसका एक मित्र और एक था, उसका नाम याद नहीं आ रहा। उन्होंने कहाँ शुरू किया था अपना कंपनी पता है आपको? गैरेज में। कहाँ शुरू किया था? गैरेज, जहाँ कार रखते हैं। और वो कंपनी अभी मतलब 65 लाख करोड़ या 70 लाख करोड़ या 100 लाख करोड़ के बराबर है। दो आदमियों ने शुरू किया। कितने लोगों को ऐसे, कितनी यूनिवर्सिटी चला सकते हो? 65 लाख करोड़ या 100 लाख करोड़। कितने लोगों को रोजगार दे सकते हैं? वो किसका परिणाम है? वो क्रिएशन का परिणाम। और उसको मैन ऑफ परफेक्शन कहा जाता है। किसे? स्टीव जॉब को। क्यों कहा जाता है? वो काम वैसे करता था। और वो जाके खाना कहाँ खाता था? हरे राम हरे कृष्णा के मंदिर में खाता था, जब उसकी बुरी स्थिति थी, अभी वो फेमस नहीं हुआ। तो ये सब मैं क्यों बता रहा हूं कि हमारा रिसर्च का अप्रोच क्रिएशन लेवल का नहीं। आपका क्रिएशन लेवल का है तो इफेक्ट जरूर पड़ेगा दुनिया। और जो क्रिएशन लेवल, वो जो भी कोई प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करता था 5 साल तक गायब रहता था, दिखता नहीं था। फिर जैसे ही आता था तो अमेरिका में लाइन लगती थी खरीदने की। आज सारे मैं देखता हूँ सबके पास एप्पल कंप्यूटर ही दिखते हैं, सब लैपटॉप हम यूज कर रहे हैं, परंतु वो जिस पद्धति को फॉलो किया उसको फॉलो नहीं कर रहे। और उसकी अगर जीवनी पढ़ेंगे तो आप लोग दंग रहेंगे। वो पिता छोड़ दिया था तो उसकी माँ मतलब सिंगल मदर थी, वो भी छोड़ दी उसको। ऐसे छोड़े हुए बच्चे का परिणाम है। चलिए मुख्य विषय पर आते हैं। तो ये मैं क्रिएशन क्यों कह रहा हूँ? एक होता है नॉलेज, ठीक है, दूसरा है शिल्प या कला, और तीसरा है जो सर्जन। हम यूनिवर्सिटी में अभी जो कर रहे हैं प्रॉब्लम, मैं अभी अपने विषय पर भी आऊंगा, काफी लंबा बोलना है मुझे। अधिकतर यूनिवर्सिटी में कार्बन कॉपी चल रही है। भाई टीचर कुछ पढ़ाता है या ऐसे ही बुक लेके आता, खोलता पढ़ता, बच्चे उसी को लेते हैं, फिर उसी को परीक्षा में लिखते हैं, फिर उसी प्रकार के थीसिस डिसर्टेशन बनते हैं, चला जाता है। उसमें नया कुछ नहीं। समझ में आ रही मेरी बात? जैसे अभी इक्वेडिटी पढ़ाया, वो भी इक्वेडिटी लिखा, परीक्षा में पास हो गया, नया कुछ नहीं। पाणिनि जिस पद्धति को फॉलो किया, जो डिजाइन किया उसका व्याकरण का, वो बिल्कुल एक नया अप्रोच था। उस अप्रोच को हम नहीं कर रहे। उसने जो बनाया उसको रटना फिर लिखना, इससे नया कुछ नहीं होगा। तो नया कुछ करने के लिए हमें वो जो अप्रोच उन्होंने किया था उस प्रकार का एक बिल्कुल नया अप्रोच करना पड़ेगा। अभी एक दूसरा मैं इम्पोर्टेंट प्रमाण दे रहा हूँ कि भाई क्यों हम रिसर्च में तर्क को बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट देते हैं, महत्व देते हैं। ये प्रमाण आप नोट कर लीजिए, निरुक्त का है। मनुष्या व ऋषिषु उत्क्रामत्सु देवान अब्रुवन को नो ऋषिर भविष्यति तेभ्य एकम तर्कम ऋषि प्रायच्छ। अब ये एक प्रसंग है कि मनुष्या व ऋषिषु उत्क्रामत्सु, जो मनुष्य लोग थे, ऋषि लोग थे, साक्षात कर्ता, जो मंत्र साक्षात दृष्टा जो थे, ऋषि दर्शनात् जो अनुभव किए थे, वो धीरे धीरे कम हो गए। तो मनुष्य पूछे कि आप ऋषि लोग सब समाप्त कर दें, हमारा ऋषि कौन बनेगा? तो उनके लिए आंसर दिया कि आपका ऋषि आगे चलकर तर्क बनेगा, क्योंकि ऐसे ऋषि अभी कम हो जाएंगे, तो आगे चलकर आपका ऋषि कौन होगा? तर्क। वही कह रहा हूं, देवा कौन ऋषि भविष्यति तेभ्य एतम तर्कम ऋषिम प्रायच्छन्। मंत्रार्थ चिंतम अभ्यूह। अभी यहाँ ऊह का आ रहा, देखिए पूरी तंत्रयुक्ति में ऊह मतलब बेस है, जिससे आर्क रहता ना, उसका बीच का कीस्टोन अगर हटा देंगे तो पूरा गिरेगा। तो वैसे कीस्टोन क्या है अभी यहाँ पर पूरे तंत्रयुक्ति में? ऊह। आपका पूरा जीवन ऊह पर चलता है। आपके पूरे डिसीजन ऊहा पर होते हैं, आपके पूरे कुछ भी नया क्रिएशन ऊहा पर चलता है। तो जितनी मतलब क्रिएटिव ऊहा रहेगी उतना आप अच्छा कुछ कर सकते हैं, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर सकते हैं। और तर्क के बारे में बता दिया। अब यहाँ एक प्रश्न उठा है कि भाई क्या तर्क ही सब कुछ है? तो कठोपनिषद ने कहा नहीं, तर्क सब कुछ नहीं, क्योंकि जब अध्यात्म का उपदेश दिया उसको, उसका स्तर अलग था, इसका स्तर अलग था। आप इस लोक में फिर जाओगे तो ये तर्क लगाकर ये जो मैंने तुम्हें बुद्धि दी है, क्या बुद्धि दिया था? 3 प्रश्न पूछे थे। थर्ड प्रश्न था कि वे मृत्यु के बाद क्या होगा, आफ्टर डेथ क्या होगा। तो वो काफी रहस्यमय उसका ये था पूरा विवेचन। तो पूरा उपदेश करने के बाद कहता है नैषा मति तर्केण अपनिया, आप इसको तर्क लगा के इसको उड़ाना मत। तो वहां तर्क काम नहीं करेगा। जो इंद्रियातीत विषय है उस विषय को आप तर्क लगाएंगे तो आप समझ नहीं पाएंगे। वहां शब्द प्रमाण जो आचार्य कहा उसको मान। अभी अनुसंधान का प्रयोजन क्या है, क्यों हम अनुसंधान करते हैं? एक तो क्या सत्य का प्रकाशन के लिए रिवील करना है, क्या है अनकवर करना है, कार्य कारण संबंध बोध करना है। कोरोना हुआ तो कोरोना का कारण क्या है, कोई रोग हुआ तो रोग का कारण क्या है। तो कार्य कारण संबंध अगर आप निरूपण कर दिए तो आपका रिसर्च हो गया। तीसरा है वस्तु उत्पादन। अभी मैंने स्ट्यूज आपका एग्जांपल दे रहा था। रिसर्च पैसा तभी उत्पादन करेगा जब आप प्रोडक्ट निर्माण करेंगे, और संस्कृत जगत में प्रोडक्ट उत्पादन नहीं कर रहे हैं, इसलिए हम थोड़ा अलूफ हैं, कटे हैं दुनिया से। और जो फील्ड प्रोडक्ट को मतलब प्रोडक्शन करेगा वो आगे बढ़ेगा, इसलिए हमें इस फील्ड में उतरना चाहिए। कि संस्कृत ग्रंथों में जो जो कला शिल्प वगैरह है उसमें जिस प्रकार के वस्तुओं का वर्णन है उसका प्रोडक्शन शुरू कर दो, तो हम आत्मनिर्भर बन सकते हैं। अभी कुछ भी प्रोग्राम करना है तो हमें पैसा मांगना पड़ता, हम दूसरों को पैसा दे सकते। तो वस्तु उत्पादन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट। सर्जन और वस्तु उत्पादन में फर्क है थोड़ा। प्रोडक्शन और क्रिएशन में डिफरेंस है। क्रिएशन यूनिक होता है, बहुत एफर्ट से होता है। जैसे स्टीव जॉब ने फर्स्ट उसमें म्यूजिक और जो ऑडियो वगैरह का एक किया, फिर उसके बाद उसमें वीडियो लाया, फिर उसमें कैमरा लाया, सब डाल दिया, तो वो है क्रिएशन। उसके बाद प्रोडक्शन शुरू हो गया, वो हो गया अप्लाई कर दिया एक बार, बस अब प्रोडक्शन शुरू करो। तो सर्जन में बहुत मेहनत लगती है। प्रोडक्शन एक बार सेटअप बन गया तो बनने लगता है। और ऊपर जो सत्य धर्म सत्य से प्रकाशन, ये एक मंत्र है, हिरण्मय न पात्रेण सत्य से हितम मुखम। वस्तुतः हम जो भी रिसर्च कर रहे हैं ना, वो सही रिसर्च नहीं। सही रिसर्च मतलब भौतिक दृष्टि से ठीक है, परंतु हमारे स्क्रिप्चर्स जो कहते हैं कि सत्य क्या है, वो जब तक बोध नहीं होता है तब तक हम अपने जीवन में अनुसंधान नहीं किया। यह चेत अवेदित अथ सत्यमस्ति, नो चेत अवेदित महति विनष्टि, भूतेषु भूतेषु विचित्य धीरा प्रत्यस्मत् लोकात् अमृता भवति। अगर इस जीवन में अगर आप इस सत्य को नहीं जानेंगे तो वो अनुसंधान ही करना पड़ेगा, सत्य क्या है, परम सत्य। तो उसी को कहा है। ये पूरा बता दिया मैंने, ज्ञान विज्ञान सर्जन। अब टाइप्स ऑफ रिसर्च पर चलते हैं, और भारतीय शास्त्रों में इस प्रकार के टाइप्स ऑफ रिसर्च में क्या क्या प्रमाण मिलते हैं। जो भी टाइप्स ऑफ रिसर्च बनते हैं या तो उसके बेस्ड ऑन डाटा, बेस्ड ऑन मेथोडोलॉजी। जो डाटा रहेगा उस डाटा पर उसका टाइप होता है कि जैसे अगर डाटा अगर न्यूमेरिकल है तो वो क्वांटिटेटिव रिसर्च हो जाएगा। डाटा अगर मतलब वर्बल फॉर्म में है, टेक्स्ट के रूप में है, तो वो बन जाएगा क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च। तो मैं दिखा रहा हूँ क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च, क्वांटिटेटिव रिसर्च, फिलोसॉफिकल रिसर्च, हिस्टोरिकल रिसर्च। तो ये बेस इसको डाटा बनाकर करते हैं, तो ये 2 प्रकार का हो गया। और उसमें फिलोसॉफिकल रिसर्च में केवल विजन को, आइडिया को देखा जाएगा और प्रेजेंट फ्यूचर का कोई बात नहीं रहती। हिस्टोरिकल रिसर्च जो रहेगा फ्यूचर को, पास्ट को रहेगा। और सर्वे रिसर्च है वो प्रेजेंट को करेगा। समझ में आ रही मेरी बात? क्योंकि ओपिनियन पोल क्या है? प्रेजेंट। एग्जिट पोल क्या है? प्रेजेंट। ठीक है। और लोगों में प्रेजेंट ट्रेंड क्या है? किसे प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में देखना चाहते हैं? प्रेजेंट। लोगों में फैशन का क्या मतलब ट्रेंड है? प्रेजेंट। तो जितने भी सर्वे रिसर्च होते हैं वो बेस्ट प्रेजेंट के होते हैं। और एक्सप्लोरेटरी रिसर्च सर्वे वगैरह जो होता है वो भी मैं आगे बताऊंगा सब क्या है। ये सब मेथोडोलॉजी बेस्ड है। और संस्कृत में क्या है मैं प्रमाण के साथ बता दूंगा। ठीक है। एक मिनट। ये एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च जो होता है वो फ्यूचर कहा मैंने, क्यों कहा? एक्सपेरिमेंट करने के बाद उसका फल फ्यूचर में लाभ देगा। समझ में आ रही मेरी? तो इसलिए वो फ्यूचर है। केस स्टडी रिसर्च मतलब मान लो स्टीव जॉब ने इतना रिसर्च कैसे किया, इतना एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी किया, वो केस स्टडी हो जाएगा। तो केस स्टडी करके हमें उस प्रकार का काम करना है। बेस है यहाँ पर डिग्री ऑफ यूटिलिटी, एप्लीकेबिलिटी। इसमें जैसे बेसिक रिसर्च हम कहेंगे, फंडामेंटल रिसर्च कहेंगे, कॉन्सेप्चुअल रिसर्च कहेंगे, प्योर रिसर्च कहेंगे, ये सब। और उसके बेस पर उसको बेसिक साइंस है या फिलोसफी, ये सब बेसिक रिसर्च में ले लेंगे। एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च में एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च आउटकम कैन बी जनरलाइज, बट एक्शन रिसर्च जो एजुकेशन में होता है उसको हम जनरलाइज नहीं कर सकते, वो क्लासरूम में ही होता है। अब मैं भारतीय संदर्भ दूंगा इसका। फिलोसॉफिकल रिसर्च हम करते हैं तो भारतीय में कहाँ है? तो भारतीय दर्शन परंपरा में आस्तिक दर्शन है, नास्तिक दर्शन है, काव्य शास्त्र है, ये अलग ग्रंथ है, व्याकरण है, धर्मादि, ये सब जितना भी रिसर्च हो रहा है उसको हम फिलोसॉफिकल रिसर्च के अंतर्गत ले सकते हैं। ठीक है। और जैसे अभी इसमें रिसर्च क्या हुआ, फॉर एग्जाम्पल पतंजलि मुनि ने योग संबंधी विचार किया, फिर उसको सिस्टमेटिकली जो अनुभव किया है रिसर्च करके उसको सूत्र में लिखा। प्रथम पाद है उसका समाधि पाद, दूसरा है साधन पाद, तीसरा है विभूति पाद, चौथा है कैवल्य पाद। और इतना डिजाइन किया, इतना ब्यूटीफुली उसको अरेंज किया है, वो पूरा एक रिसर्च है। ठीक है। उसके बाद लोगों को सूत्र समझ में नहीं आएंगे, उसमें क्या इन डेप्थ मतलब जो ऑथर जो लिखा है वो किस भाव से लिखा है, तो उसके लिए भाष्यकार आ गया, कौन? व्यास ऋषि। तो उन्होंने उसके ऊपर भाष्य लिखा। फिर उसके बाद वृत्तिकार है, भोज ने वृत्ति लिखी। सूत्रार्थ प्रधानो ग्रंथ वृत्ति, उसका डेफिनेशन। मुख्यतः सूत्र का जो अर्थ है उसके अर्थ करना है वो वृत्ति है। फिर उसके बाद वार्तिककार आ गया, विज्ञान भिक्षु। फिर उसके बाद टीकाकार आ गया, भास्वती टीका आप जरूर पढ़ लीजिए, हरिहरानंद आरण्य की। और एक और है पातंजल रहस्य भी है, व्याख्या है तत्व वैशारदी। ये किसने किया पता है? तत्व वैशारदी वाचस्पति मिश्र। विवरण मतलब योग विवरणकार है शंकर। तो एक मतलब डिसिप्लिन में निरंतर उसमें रिसर्च अनुसंधान करते करते कितना बड़ा वांग्मय बन गया, उसको और मतलब खोल खोल के और स्पष्ट करके दिखा दिया। एक उदाहरण के लिए मैं बताता हूँ, मतलब कैसे कितना सुंदर लिखा जाता है। अथ योगानुशासनम, एक एक वर्ड को डिफाइन करता है। कौन? व्यास भाष्य। अथ इति अयम् अधिकारः, बिल्कुल क्लियर कर दिया फर्स्ट में। फिर इसके बाद क्या कहा आगे देखिए, योग समाधि, कोई वर्ड छोड़ेगा नहीं वो। योग इज इक्वल टू समाधि, और समाधि क्या है? सच सार्वभौम चित्तस्य धर्म, क्षिप्तम मूढ़म विक्षिप्तम एकाग्रम निरुद्धम इति चित्तम। भोज वृत्ति भी उसी को कहते। देखो अथ शब्द की डिफाइन कर दिया, योग की व्याख्या कर दिया, योग से अनुशासन योगानुशासन का, वहां भी योगानुशासन शास्त्रम अधिकृत, कोई वर्ड छोड़ेगा नहीं। ठीक है ना? दूसरा है हिस्टोरिकल रिसर्च। तो बहुत लोग आक्षेप करते हैं कि भारत में इतिहास नहीं लिखा गया है, ये लोग पढ़ते नहीं वास्तव में। जितना विस्तृत इतिहास भारत का इतिहास है, उतना दुनिया का मुझे नहीं लगता कहीं मिलेगा। कि तो ये जिस प्रकार के आदि हो गए इसलिए उनको ये इतिहास नहीं लगता है। यहाँ मैंने 19 शब्द दिए हैं, 19 वर्ड्स हैं एक इतिहास के विषय को बताने के लिए। इतिहास ऐतिह्यम आख्यानम आख्यायिका उपाख्यानम अन्वाख्यानम चरितम अनुचरितम कथा परिकथा अनुवंशम गाथा नाराशंसे पुराणम इतिवृत्तम पुरावृत्तम अवदानम परक्रिया परकृते पुराकल्पम। इतने टाइप में हिस्ट्री लिखी जाती है और इतने ग्रंथ लगभग मिलते हैं। ठीक है, ये एविडेंस है। और हमारे यहाँ इतिहास किससे कहा जाता है? धर्मार्थ काम मोक्षाणाम उपदेश समन। मनुष्य का जो परम लक्ष्य है धर्म अर्थ काम मोक्ष, उसके उपदेश समन्वित, उपदेश से युक्त होना चाहिए। इतिवृत्त मतलब ऐतिहासिक घटना होनी चाहिए और कथा युक्त होना चाहिए। इस प्रकार से इतिहास को लिखा जाता था, केवल वो डेट डालकर ऐसा नहीं लिखा जाता। अब सर्वे रिसर्च, अब सर्वे का तो अभी चर्चा हुई। मैं आपको किरातार्जुनीयम का पहला श्लोक बताता हूँ, तो सर्वे को बताता हूँ। सर्वे में क्या कह रहा है कि श्रिया कुरुणाम अधिपस्य पालने प्रजा सुवृत्तिम यमयुक्त वेदितुम सवर्णि लिंगे विदिता समायो युधिष्ठिरम द्वैतवले वनेचरम। वने ये आप काव्य पढ़ेंगे तो पता लगेगा। पढ़ा है आप लोगों ने काव्य? नहीं पढ़ा है। मंगलाचरण भी नहीं पढ़ा है, पढ़े हैं? तो ये क्या बता रहा है? वर्णिलिंगी जो है, वर्णिलिंगी मतलब क्या है? ब्रह्मचारी वेश धारण किया होगा, वर्णा ब्रह्मचारिणी एक सूत्र है। वो वनेचर गया है, दुर्योधन के राज्य में देखने के लिए गया है कि प्रजा की रुचि या प्रजा की वृत्ति दुर्योधन के प्रति कैसे है। किसने भेजा है? युधिष्ठिर भेजा है। अब युधिष्ठिर क्या करने भेजा है? सर्वे करने भेजा है कि जाकर पूरे लोगों में देखो कि दुर्योधन के बारे में प्रजा में क्या अभिप्राय है, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी फैक्टर बन रहा है या नहीं बन रहा है। तो वो सब पूरा जानकारी लेके आता है। तो इससे पता लगता है कि सर्वे करने की प्रवृत्ति उस जमाने में भी थी, वो अपने ढंग से करते। दूसरा एक प्रमाण देता, मुद्रा राक्षस में जो शिष्य और वो जो प्रणिधि या चर, जो चर मतलब जासूस, उन दोनों में संवाद है। तो उसमें एक वाक्य प्रयोग करता, नहीं सर्वः सर्वम जानाति। ये आपका आचार्य ही सब कुछ नहीं जानता, हम भी कुछ जानते हैं। हम क्या जानते हैं? हम सर्वे करके आए हैं, अभी आपके आचार्य को बताएंगे जो आपके आचार्य नहीं जानते। तो आचार्य चर को भेजा है कि जाकर देखो कि कैसे राज्य में स्थिति है। जो अमात्य राक्षस है उसकी पत्नी चंदन दास के पास है घर पे, और राज्य में स्थिति कैसे है, क्या क्या लोग क्या क्या विचार कर रहे हैं। तो वो सारा जासूसी करके जानकारी लेके आया है। कौन आया है? चर। तो उसके लिए वो कहता है प्रकृति चित्त परिज्ञान नियुक्त निपुणक। ये निपुणक नाम का जो चर है उसको प्रकृति मतलब प्रजा, प्रजा के चित्त के परिज्ञान के लिए, कहीं मतलब रिवोल्ट तो नहीं हो रही प्रजा के मगध पर अटैक करके हम इसको कब्जा किया है चंद्रगुप्त द्वारा, कहीं आके प्रजा कोई विद्रोह तो नहीं करे, उसको जानने के लिए मैंने भेजा है। तो पता लग रहा कि उसको बुलाओ जल्दी अंदर, कोई जानकारी ले लेंगे। ये आपको नहीं लग रहा है सर्वे रिसर्च? महाभाष्य में शवती गतिकर्माच कंबोजेशो विकारा मध्य आर्यशो भाषन्ते दातिर लवनार्थ प्रात्यशो दात्रम उदितेशो। ये क्या बता रहा है? ये भाष्यकार पतंजलि एक ही मतलब जो शवती गतिकर्मा कंबोजेशु, जो शव है, शवती धातु, शव धातु शवती, वो कंबोज देश में गत्यर्थक है और आर्य देश में उसको शव मतलब जो कार्पोस मरा हुआ जो शव कहते हैं, और दातिर लवनार्थ प्राच्य देश में उसको काटने अर्थ में प्रयोग हो रहा है। क्या ये सर्वे किए बिना लिख सकता कोई आदमी? लैंग्वेज मतलब वर्नाकुलर सर्वे किया होगा ना उसने, क्या कहाँ का है तभी तो लिखेगा। एक और उदाहरण मैं आपको देता हूँ। अष्टाध्याय में एक सूत्र है बहुत सुंदर, उदक्ष विपाश। उदक्ष विपाश में काशिकाकार कहता है महती सूक्ष्मिक्षिका वर्तते सूत्रकारस्य। महती सूक्ष्मिक्षिका वर्तते सूत्रकारस्य, इसका अर्थ क्या है? सूत्रकार पाणिनि की इक्षिका मतलब देखने की दृष्टि बहुत ही सूक्ष्म माइन्यूट है। क्यों है? कह रहा है कि विपाश मतलब जो व्यास नदी है, व्यास नदी जो अभी कश्मीर आदि में बहती है, पंजाब आदि, जिसको व्यास कहते हैं, उसको विपाश कहते हैं प्राचीन। उसके उत्तर भाग में जो कुएं बनाते हैं, कुआ कूप, उसको कूप को नाम रहता है, जैसे दात्तः कौकूपः गौतः कूपः। तो इसमें जो प्रत्यय किया जा रहा है वो अण के जगह अय किया जा रहा है। अय होने से इन इत्यादि नित्यम से आद्युदात हो जाएगा, राइट? स्वर विधान है। तो आद्युदात जब होगा, उत्तर कुल में आद्युदात होगा और जगह अण होने से अंतोदात हो जाएगा, राइट? आचार्य पाणिनि इतना तक जानते थे कि विपाश नदी के उत्तर भाग में जो कुएं हैं, कुआ मतलब कूप, उस कूप को आद्युदात बोला जाता है, और वही उत्तर से दूसरे ओर जाएंगे तो आद्युदात नहीं बोला जाता है। तो ये सर्वे के बिना घर बैठे कोई बोल सकता है, जान सकता है? यहाँ जो पहले आंध्रा और तेलंगाना एक ही था। तेलंगाना की जो भाषा है थोड़ी तेलुगु अलग है, क्योंकि मैं यहीं का हूँ, और आंध्रा की भाषा अलग है, कोस्ता की भाषा अलग है, रायलसीमा की भाषा अलग है। क्या पंजाब का बैठा हुआ आदमी जान सकता है? बिल्कुल नहीं जान, उसको वहां जाना पड़ेगा, तभी उसको फर्क पता लगेगा कि तेलंगाना की भाषा तेलुगु कैसे अलग है, कोस्ता के कैसे अलग है, और कोस्ता में भी वो जो गोदावरी के पास जो क्षेत्र है, ईस्ट गोदावरी वेस्ट गोदावरी, वहां की भाषा कैसे अलग है। ठीक है। वर्णोत्तरण शिक्षायाम सर्वमुख स्थानम एक सूत्र है। यदि सर्वमुख स्थानम इत्येके क्या कहता है? एके आचार्य एवं ब्रुवन्ति यत् अवर्णस्य स्थानम सर्वमुखम अस्ति। ये एके आचार्य कौन है? ये एके आचार्य हो सकते हैं पूर्वी देश के हैं, या बंगाल या उड़ीसा के। क्यों? उसके पीछे कारण है। अकुह विसर्जनीय कंठा कहते हैं, कंठस्थान फिक्स हो गया, और यहाँ पर आगे कह रहे हैं कि सर्वमुख स्थानम इत्येके जो कह रहा है, तो उसमें ओ जैसे उच्चारण करते हो लोग, विजय पौलो, अ को ओ, अगर अ को आप मतलब पूरे मुख से अगर बोलने लगेंगे तो वो अ का शुद्ध उच्चारण नहीं निकलेगा, अभी तो ओ जैसे निकलेगा। तो ये पाणिनि बिना सर्वे के बता सकता है। समझ आ रही है मेरी बात? है और स्थाली पुलाक न्याय भी है। चलो अब एक्सप्लोरेटरी सर्वे एक इंपॉर्टेंट है। एक्सप्लोर करना, जैसे आप रिमोट सेंसिंग के बारे में जानते हैं कि वे अंतरिक्ष में सैटेलाइट रहता है, कहाँ पर क्रूड ऑयल है, कहाँ पर खनिज है, कहाँ पर कुछ और है जमीन के अंदर, और रिमोट सेंसिंग से जानते हैं, तो उसको एक्सप्लोर करना होता है। ठीक है, अब हमारे यहाँ देखिए एक मैं उदाहरण बताता हूँ। चंद्रगुप्त का मगध विजय के बाद मगध राजा का राजमहल है, प्रासाद अस्तित्व था, बहुत सुंदर था। तो चंद्रगुप्त को उसमें जाने का रहता है प्रोग्राम, तो चाणक्य कहता है रुको आप मत जाओ, हाँ जाओ समाप्त यहाँ अग्रे करो। तो क्यों कहा, क्यों रोका उसने चंद्रगुप्त को, पता है? इसलिए रोका कि चंद्रगुप्त से पहले चाणक्य देखता कि वो सेफ है या नहीं, सैनिटाइज हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ देखता। तो वो जाता है तो चींटियां पका हुआ जो दाना रहता ना, चावल के दाने अपने खाए, वो अपने मुंह में लेके चलते रहे। अब इसमें तंत्र युक्ति भी लगेगी, अनुमान प्रमाण भी लगेगा, और एक्सप्लोर भी कर रहा हो आगे क्या है। वो ये एक्सप्लोर कर रहा है कि पका हुआ दाना है और यहाँ कोई आदमी नहीं। जैसे एक उदाहरण देते ना, पीनो देवदत्त दीवाना भूखे, ठीक है, तो अवश्य में वो रात्रि घूमते हैं, रात्रि में वो खाना खाता है। ठीक है, और इसी प्रकार से यहाँ पर मैं मेरा उदाहरण दूं, प्रसिद्ध है इसमें, यहाँ पर भी पका हुआ दाना चींटी बना सकते क्या? और यहाँ कोई आदमी नहीं है, ऊपर तो नहीं दिख रहा है, तो यहाँ कोई है। तो महल के नीचे जैसे भी गाजा में चल रहा है कि वो जो शिफा अल शिफा के नीचे भी है बताते हैं, तो वैसे ही वहां पर भी नीचे, उस महल के नीचे वो उसके मगध के सैनिक, और जैसे ही चंद्रगुप्त चला जाता तो उसको मार देता, तो इसलिए उसको आग लगा देता नहीं, तो सारे सैनिक भागने लगते थे अंदर से। तो ये कैसे पता लगा? एक्सप्लोर किया ना उसने। और दूसरा अनुमान प्रमाण है, अनुमान इतना प्रबल है कि पका हुआ अन्न चींटी नहीं बना सकता। तो इस प्रकार से शास्त्र में पूरा है, देखने से मिलेगा। दूसरा है भूजलानुसंधान उदकारगल। एक बृहद संहिता में एक प्रसंग है कि जमीन के अंदर पानी कहाँ कहाँ है, उसको खोजना कैसे है। तो बहुत सारे उसमें उपाय बताया है, तो उसमें एक उपाय बताया उसने। तो ये क्या बता रहा है? बृहद संहिता वरामीर बहुत ही फेमस प्रसिद्ध मतलब गणितज्ञ है, तो उसने ऐसे ही नहीं लिखा, और उसकी बृहद संहिता ऐसे प्रसिद्ध नहीं, उसमें कई अध्याय हैं, कई विषय हैं। तो वो जमीन के अंदर पानी कहाँ है, उसको कैसे खोजना, बहुत सारे उपाय उसने बताया। तो ये क्या कर रहा है? एक्सप्लोर कर रहा है। ठीक है, पृथ्वी बाह्य कश्चित चिन्ह अंतर्जलाना शोधनम वापी कूप तट निर्माण ये सब उसमें वर्णन। चलिए, एथनोग्राफी रिसर्च है। आप पाणिनि व्याकरण में गोत्र परंपराओं का बहुत ऐसे पूरा चार्ट बना के दिया है अलग अलग। जैसे आयुध जीवी कौन है? आयुध जीवी मतलब जो आयुध से अपना पेट भरने वाले, कोई भी लड़ने के लिए जाना है, चलो भाई हम लड़ने के लिए आएंगे, हमें पैसे दे दो बस। तो इसको भृतक सेना भी कहते हैं, और अपने आयुध से अपना पेट भरते हैं, किराए के सैनिक। ऐसे बहुत सारी जातियां थी जो उसने रिसर्च किया था। एक मजेदार बात मैं आपको बता दूं, आपने शाहिद आफरीदी का नाम सुना है? ये आयुध जीवित, और शाहिद आफरीदी का असली नाम क्या है पता है? उसका जो गोत्र, वो आप्रीत गोत्र है। क्या है? और पाणिनि ने अपने यहाँ नोट किया है। अब वो आप्रीत को फो हो गया और त को द हो गया, तो आफरीद हो गया। शायद आफरीदी को पता नहीं होगा, पाणिनि ने उसके बारे में पहले लिखा है। ठीक है, ऐसे बहुत सारे मतलब गोत्रों का वर्णन उसमें है, जिसे शिखावत सूत्र में आया डायरेक्ट, ये शेखावत। तो अगर आपको रूट्स पे जाना है, अभी चर्चा चल रही थी कि भाई हम अपने रूट्स की ओर चले, हम असली थे कौन, भारतीयता क्या है, तो आपको पाणिनि के गोत्र परंपरा में जाना पड़ेगा। तो ये कैसा होगा? ये एथनोग्राफी स्टडी करने से होगा। अभी कुछ एथनोग्राफी पता नहीं क्या क्या स्टडी हो रही है, अभी इस पर भी करो ना। जो पाकिस्तान के सप्त सिंधु प्रदेश में जितने भी है, अभी जैसे बाजवा है, बाजवा तो कोई अरब गोत्र नहीं है। अरब गोत्र है क्या? चीमा है, कोई अरब गोत्र है क्या? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो उनके रूट्स क्या है? रूट्स क्या है फिर? नैरेटिव रिसर्च मतलब जैसे नैरेट करते हैं, नैरेशन करते हैं, ये सब ग्रंथ जो लिखे हैं ना, पुराण है, गाथा, नाराशंसी, आख्यान, उपाख्यान, इतिहास, महाभारत, शुक परीक्षितम, भागवतम प्रोवाच, ये नैरेट करके बताए। वैशंपायन, जन्मेजय प्रोवाच, महाभारत, ये सब नैरेट करके है। टाइम हो गया सर, बाद में ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट विषय, अभी कंटिन्यू करो थोड़ा और समय। ये इंपॉर्टेंट है, इतना करके मैं कंप्लीट करूंगा। एक एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च हो जाने दो बस, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च। ये देखिए, ये लोग आक्षेप करते हैं कि भारत में एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च नहीं था। अब मैं पूरा प्रमाण के साथ बताऊंगा, एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च था, और मैं अपने ओर से नहीं लिखा हूं, ये मैं पूरा कोट किया हूं संस्कृत टेक्स्ट से। ठीक है, चरक सुश्रुत संहिता में कहा है, प्रत्यक्ष तो ही यदृष्टम शास्त्र दृष्टम से यद भवे समासस्तदुभयम भूयो ज्ञान विवर्त। कह रहा है कि दो चीजें कह रहा है, शास्त्र दृष्टि भी होना चाहिए, प्रत्यक्ष दृष्टि भी होना चाहिए, और वो दोनों होने से वो मजबूत होता है। कौन कह रहा है? ये कोई एडिसन नहीं कह रहा है, आइंस्टीन नहीं कह रहा है, सुश्रुत कह रहा है कि शास्त्र दृष्ट है हम आपके प्रमाण में, किंतु क्या शास्त्र में कहे हुए बात को मैं प्रत्यक्ष देखा हूं करके, तो वो ज्यादा प्रामाणिक होगा। सही बात है ना? दूसरी बात, एकम शास्त्रम अध्ययनो ही विद्या शास्त्र निश्चय तस्मात् बहुश्रुत शास्त्रम विजानीयात् चिकित्सक। एक शास्त्र अध्ययनो न विद्या शास्त्र निश्चय। आप अपने दैनंदिन जीवन में एक शास्त्र से काम चला लेते क्या? नहीं। आप बाजार जाते तो आप भाव पूछते हुए यहाँ कहाँ चल रहा है, तो आप इकोनॉमिक्स में आ जाते हैं। ठीक है ना? घर में नमक कुछ ज्यादा गिर गया या तीखा ज्यादा गिर गया तो आप केमिस्ट्री में आ जाते हैं। आ जाते नहीं आते? कुछ पूजा करना है, धर्म करना है, तो धर्मशास्त्र में आ जाते। तो आपका जीवन एक शास्त्र से चलता है? नहीं चलता है ना? तो पहले जमाने में भी नहीं चलता था, आज नहीं, पहले जमाने में यही बात थी। तो इसलिए कभी ये मत समझना कि एक शास्त्र से सब चला, ऐसा नहीं। हर व्यक्ति ज्यादा से ज्यादा शास्त्र पढ़ता था। एक और प्रमाण बताता हूँ, यास्क कहता है, पारो वर्यो वित्सो भूयो विद्या प्रशस्यो भवति। जो विद्वानों की सभा रहती ना, उसमें जो ज्यादा पढ़ता है वो ज्यादा प्रशस्त होता है। अब इसमें एक मैं प्रमाण बता रहा हूँ बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट जो एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च का है, तस्मात् शास्त्र अनुमान आचार्य उपदेश उपोद्बलनार्थमेव अवश्यम कश्चित् अर्थ विशेष प्रत्यक्ष कर्तव्य। ये एक्सपेरिमेंटल है। ये विषयवती प्रवृत्ति उत्पन्न मनसा स्थिति निबंधनी इति एक सूत्र है, योग सूत्र। इस सूत्र की व्याख्या करते हुए भाष्यकार कहता है, अगर नासिका के अग्रभाग पर अगर आप धारणा करते हैं तो आपको दिव्य गंध की अनुभूति होती है। जो आप बाजार में केवड़ा वगैरह का जो अगरबत्ती लेते हैं वो नहीं रहता है, उससे अलग है। अगर तालु के भाग में अगर ध्यान करते हैं तो आपको दिव्य रस की अनुभूति, जैसे अभी आप भोजन किया उससे अलग रस की अनुभूति। अभी आपको लगेगा ये तो कैसा है, तो इसके लिए वो कहता है आगे, क्या कहता है, ये स्वकर्ण संयोज्यो न भवति यावद एक देशोपि कश्चित्, देखिए, यावद एक देशोपि कश्चित् न स्वकर्ण संयोज्य भवति तावत् सर्वं परोक्षमेव अपवर्गादेशो सूक्ष्मेषु अर्थेषु न दृढ़ां बुद्धिं उत्पादयति। जब तक आपको ऐसे परोक्ष विषय में एक अपने स्वकर्ण मतलब अपने इंद्रियों की अनुभूति नहीं होती, तब तक आपका विश्वास नहीं होगा। अरे ये तो ऐसे लिखा, इसलिए प्रयोग करना चाहिए। इसलिए आगे क्या कहता है, प्रत्यक्ष कर्तव्य। ये प्रयोग कौन करेगा? अगर आप नहीं करेंगे तो क्या करेगा, वे मत करो। जैसे कहते हैं योग करो, व्यायाम करो, जब रोग हो जाता डॉक्टर करता है आपको चलना पड़ेगा, आपको योग करना पड़ेगा, तब क्या करेंगे? करेंगे ना। तो यही कह रहा है, ये दिख रहा है एक्सपेरिमेंटल रिसर्च है ये या नहीं है? प्रयोग करके देखो, फल पाओ। एक दूसरा मैं एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ। शुचो देशे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरम आसनम आत्मना नाति उच्छ्रितम नाति नीचम शैलाजिनम कुशोत्तरम तत्र एकाग्रम मनः कृत्वा यतचित्तेन्द्रिय क्रिया उपविश्य आसने विद्यात् योगम आत्म विशुद्ध, ये गीता का है। ये करके देखो, ये करने के लिए कह रहा ना प्रैक्टिकल, ये प्रैक्टिकल एस्पेक्ट है, ये थ्योरेटिकल। हाँ, तो ऐसे बहुत सारे उदाहरण है। मैं अभी यही खत्म करता हूँ, बहुत सारा विषय बाद में। धन्यवाद।
Kinds of research that can be seen from the Sanskrit perspective. That is the fundamental idea of this presentation, as much as I followed. We started to talk about the conduct, because India, being the Vishwa Guru, has given inspiration to many other countries. And of course, he also quoted Parshurama, Idam Rama, Idam Shastram, Shapadapi, Sharadapi, etc. And he also quoted about some of the Western quotes about William Gulliver and William Jones, Albert Einstein. All his quotations were in English. Then he has given the research definition, characteristics of research, ancient research methods. A couple of points has mentioned there. Then he went on to talk about Anusandhana. What will be Anusandhana? Because when you say research, it is not exactly Anusandhana. Anusandhana is different than research. Gaveshana is different than research. Samalojana is different than research. One word research cannot substitute all these words. Each and every word has its own meaning. For example, Gaveshana, what you told is Gavaveshana. You went to the search of cows to the forest. That is Gaveshana. You are doing a research. You are trying to find out where your cows are. That is Gaveshana. But we are equating with research. Okay, there are conventional words called Rudi Shabdas. Rudi Shabdas are there, that way there is no problem. But to be frank, you cannot use them as it is such a way. That's what he wanted to inform us. etc. Research refers to a process wherein activities are carried out scientifically to process solutions. This is how has broken all these concepts into some words, this big sentence. Then he talked about two types of concepts, that is Atmanusandhana and Jagadanusandhana. Atmanusandhana, your transaction with God. Jagadanusandhana, your transaction with the world. Two types of concepts. But basically in Indian context, we talk about Atmanusandhana because each and every darshana talks about the emancipation or moksha. Even English words are not enough to give this exact meaning. Moksha, muchlo mokshana. You are releasing something, that is moksha. Releasing what? Such a way, emancipation, salvation, etc. These words cannot be very much appropriate to the context. Then he talked about Vidya and Avidya. Vidya is para and apara, two types of Vidya he has mentioned. Basically both are knowledge only. Then Avidya is about karma, as Shankara Bhagavad also mentioned. And what is the root cause of Anusandhanam? Then he went on to explain about the context in Nasadaya Suttam. Because Nasadaya Suttam talks about the process of creation, evolution. So the world evolved. This is clearly mentioned in Nasadaya Suttam. Nasadasi, Nosadasi. Na Asadasi. Sanskrit students, Bhavata Sarve Janante. Na Asadasi Kama, Kortaha, Na Asadasi. What do you mean? Then you tell to other participants because they are Sanskrit students. Asada na ati. There was no nothing. That means there is something. Asadasi, no sadasi. That's the viparita artha. Bhagavataha drishtya idam vishwam nasti. Because he has gifted the absolute reality of this world. From our perspective, the world is real. Maybe Advaita is attacking me. I'm not going to contradict that. But the actual meaning is from God's perspective, the world is unreal. Because he has gifted his absolute reality. Because Ekaki, Naramate, the Diya Vaishate, Tashushpadeva, Anupravishate, Tachit, Vichya, as the version says. That is why the Jagadanusandhanam is also equally important apart from the Atmanusandhanam. Then he nicely mentioned about Nachiketas. Wonderful example from Kathopanishad. In fact, Nachiketas is our Guru. A small boy of 5 years. Such boy has developed a quest for knowledge. He went to father and asked, to whom you are giving me? Because the father has done a sacrifice in which he is giving everything, including his relatives like relatives' son and daughters. Then he has been disgusted. This small boy kept on pestering him, to whom you are giving me? I am giving you, I am giving to Yama. Greatly went to Yama. And Yama was out of state. He was waiting at the entrance for 3 days. As soon as Yama entered, he just looked at the boy, immediately what he spoke is Vaishwanaru, Aditya Grahan. He is Vaishwanarati waiting at my entrance. First of all, let me treat with food. See the Indian way of treating with guests. Then only ask about other welfare. First of all, give him food. Vaishwanarati. There is the sum. And Nachiketas has given us this wonderful example how to develop knowledge. And he has asked us so many very deep level questions. The third question, in fact, he has avoided. अरे भैया मत पूछो, ये आपकी औकात का नहीं है. See, he became a guru of us. Such a way. Though he is one, he seems as very. This is also mentioned by Professor Devarati. Yo Devanam Namada Ekayutam, like this. Samprashna. So basically, there is one absolute reality. It looks like many. In Indian context, what we feel is there is one absolute reality. Ekam Satya Vipra Bahudhavaranti. There is only one absolute reality. At the same time, we feel many divine forms. People say 33 crore forms. Other religious people they mock at us. अरे आपके रिलीजन में इतने सारे देवता हैं तो क्या है? When you go to a hotel, my example, when you go to a hotel, you are not eating idli. We eat masala dosa, we eat chapati. Why are you eating? Everywhere same kind of food is there. No? That is logo bhinna ruchi. You will have a different taste. Same thing is happening in the divine form. जरा देवी का रूप में ज्यादा श्रद्धा है. That is why I'm in fact worshipping her. Somebody is in some other devata. Nothing wrong with that. But ultimately, there is one single absolute Parabrahma, which is there in all these forms. So such a way, first was developed in ancient Indian scriptures. And he talked about necessity. This is a very good point. Necessity is the mother of invention. And you interpreted this necessity to be Sukham. Yes, Sukham. Because I remember in our generation, and 50% our generation, we used to have landline phones, no mobiles. I get for smartphone. Those days, we used to make a trunk car. You have to book a trunk car, wait for the car. Then, after some time, you get a car. Like that, you are communicating with each other. 20 or 22 years back, this mobile revolution came to the world. At that time, all text messages, no apps. Nowadays, I use a phone which is very smart in nature. It can facilitate a camera, it's like a supermarket. Not only meant for communication. Why? Basically necessity. That's what he was trying to inform us. Sukham. You are trying to develop comforts further and further. This is how necessity becomes the mother of invention. Then he quoted about, of course, he has emphasized the importance of analytical tarka. Tarka is nothing but dialectics, logic, critical higher thinking. In this context, he aptly quoted the Bloom's classification. And this is knowledge to learning, or remembrance to learning, learning to application, application to analysis, analysis to evaluation, evaluation to create. And as he emphasized, the first three levels, creation, evaluation, analysis, these three are belonging to very higher level. Then the lower level are application, learning and knowledge, as per Benjamin Bloom. And he also quoted about examples from Panini. Rishi Darshana. Nowadays, we have teachers in universities, not Rishi. We don't have gurus. Ukaras Andhakarasya Dukarasta Nirodhaka. Andhakar Nirodhitva. Gurutya Vidhiyate. Unless you remove this ignorance, you cannot be called as a guru. So Sridhar is telling me multiple ignorance. That's right. I totally can't understand. So one point here that flashes in our minds is these people developed a lot of intuition based on tapasya, based on penance. That intuition is totally lacking in this. Penance is not there in this. To be frank, we come to the classes, we teach something, we dump some junk on the heads of the students and go. That is how the teaching methodology happens in the university. Is it not? They are not gurus, they are not parade prodigies, they are not gurus. Professor. Who professors is called a professor. Anybody can profess. And he mentioned about purpose of physics, and what was very attractive during the presentation was the types of philosophical research, historical research, explorative research, ethnography research, experimental research, etc. In fact, it's a big list. In fact, we cut short this presentation. Of course, Sridhar is ready to continue our lecture later. Sir, if you are ready, you can continue. So these are the salient points. This is what I tried my best to give something in English. Please take it now.
उसमें मेरा एक कहना था, मैंने वो कंटेक्चुअली कोट किया था कि थॉमस अल्वा एडिसन ने किया है। थॉमस अल्वा एडिसन जो घंटी बनाई, ठीक है, और उस घंटी ने कभी धोखा दिया बंद हो गया, तो उसके मालिक ने उसको हटा दिया। तो वो कहता है मेरे लिए सौभाग्य सिद्ध हुआ कि मैं और 1000 आविष्कार कर सकता। वो कंफर्ट चाहता था इसलिए घंटी बना, वो कंफर्ट चाहता था इसलिए बल्ब का वो टंगस्टन वायर बना के बल्ब बनाया। तो ये कंटेक्चुअली मैंने कोट किया था, थॉमस अल्वा एडिसन ने कहा है। तो ये मैं डिस्प्रूव नहीं कर रहा हूँ, हो सकता है कि नेसेसिटी भी मतलब इन्वेंशन, हाँ हाँ वो कंफर्ट के लिए ही है ज्यादा। पता लगता है कि आपको मतलब हर व्यक्ति प्रत्यात्म वेदनीय है कि आप जो भी चीज यूज कर रहे हैं वो क्या आपकी जरूरी है या कंफर्ट पूरी हो जाती है। नहीं नेसेसिटी देखिए, पहले के लोग भी जीते थे, चलता था काम, उनका काम चलता था, वो जीते थे, सुख से रहते थे। आज के लोग भी जी रहे हैं, आज के लोग बहुत ज्यादा व्याकुल है, तो थोड़ा मोबाइल गड़बड़ हो गया तो पूरा जान नीचे पड़ जाती है। तो मुझे लग रहा है कि हम आवश्यकताओं को और आकांक्षाओं को डिफर नहीं कर रहे हैं। आप क्या कर रहे हैं, उसको दोनों को मिक्स कर रहे हैं। आवश्यकताएं अलग है, आकांक्षाएं अलग है, और वो आकांक्षाएं मतलब है सुख, ठीक है। तत्वस्य बोध तत्वबोध, जो आप एपिस्टेमोलॉजी और जो नेक्स्ट है जो एंटोलॉजी, इसको कहते हैं कोई भी वस्तु या सत्ता या रियलिटी ये ऐसा ही है, इसका बोध तत्वबोध। जैसे ब्रह्म ब्रह्म के रूप में है, पृथ्वी का तत्व पृथ्वी के रूप में है, या और भी भौतिक तत्व जो भी जिस रूप में है उस रूप में। अभी मनुष्य के लिए सबसे बड़ी मजेदार बात कि आप किस रूप में है, आप भ्रम रूप में है वास्तव में। जो आप जब पैदा हुए थे आप मतलब 1.5 फीट के थे, आप 5 फीट के हो गए। 1.5 फीट वाला सही है या 5 फीट वाला सही है? अगर आप 1.5 फीट वाला सही था तो आप ये गलत है, अगर आप ये सही है तो वो झूठ है। सही क्या है? तो वो सही वो नहीं, सही कुछ और है। दूसरा एग्जाम्पल थोड़ा ध्यान से सुनो, यदहम स्पृशामि तदहम पश्यामि, जिसको मैं छू रहा हूँ उसको मैं देख रहा हूँ। छूने का काम ये मेरा हाथ कर रहा है, देखने का काम कौन कर रहा है? दोनों का कंजंक्शन पॉइंट कौन है? कोई और है। उसी को आत्मा कहते हैं, उसको हम नहीं जानते, आप भी नहीं जानते, मैं भी नहीं जानता, और पूरी दुनिया को हम एक दूसरे को बेवकूफ बनाकर अपना काम चला रहे हैं। समझ में? तत्व मतलब वही कि तत्व मतलब जो आत्म तत्व है, तो आत्म तत्व को आत्म तत्व के रूप में जानना, भौतिक तत्व को भौतिक तत्व। अभी एक और मैं बात बता दूं, जैसे आप रात में आकाश में देखते हैं, देखिए आप आकाश में देखा कभी? तो कॉन्स्टेलेशन मतलब नक्षत्रों का तारों का पुंज होता है, राइट? तो क्या आपको लगता है कि आप देखते हैं वो है वहां पर? आपको दिख तो रहा वहां। अब वो सही है, ये आपका मैथमेटिकल जो इक्वेशन करके कहते हैं वो सही है। कौन सा सही है? अगर आप जो देख रहे हैं वो सही है तो आपका मैथमेटिक गलत है। मैथमेटिकली लाइट का मतलब 10⁸ मीटर पर सेकंड करके करते हैं, वो सही है तो जो दिख रहा वो गलत है, तो दिख रहा वो इल्यूशन हो गया फिर। तो हम ज्यादातर इल्यूशन को ही देखते हैं। हाँ नमस्ते, उच्चतम। तथा तत्र भगवत्पाद शङ्कराचार्यः तथा कृतः अस्ति कर्म इति मृतत्वम् इत्युक्ते कथं भवति कर्म क्रियते चेत् मोक्षफलं तत्र कदाचित् आचार्यः कृतं पुनरपि अहं ब्रवीमि अविद्यया मृत्युं तीर्त्वा विद्यया अमृतम् अश्नुते अविद्यया मृत्युं तीर्त्वा जो मरते हैं कि आपको क्षण क्षण में मतलब चैलेंजेस आते हैं आप उस चैलेंज के द्वारा क्षणे क्षणे तत्र बहूनि आह्वानानि चैलेंजेस पुरतः यदि अहं कर्म न करोमि फॉर एग्जांपल यदि तितिलिका अस्ति पुरतः जलबिन्दुं स्थापयतु एवं परिवर्तन गच्छति उसके सामने मृत्यु है नहीं तो वो कुछ कर्म करके अपना जीवन चला रहा है परंतु आप अमृत नहीं हो सकते अमृत होने के लिए आपको विद्या को जानना ही पड़ेगा जिस दिन आप विद्या को जानेंगे तब आपका जो भ्रम है शरीर हो मन हो उससे आपका हट जाएगा तो आप जिस रूप में है वो अमृत में है भले आपका शरीर चला रहेगा फिजिकली परंतु आप तत्वतः जान पाएंगे कि आप अमृत अभी आपको लग रहा है कि आप अमृत हैं ऐसा At present, you are realizing you are Amrit. Where it is, you are not. आप नहीं जानते, isn't it? और जिस समय आपको यदा भगवान स्वयं अवगच्छति, यद ना हम मैं ये शरीर नहीं हूँ, एतस्मात् भिन्नं तत्त्वं किञ्चित् अस्ति तदहं तर्हि तदानीं शरीरविषये व्यामोहः गच्छति अमृतत्वम् अस्ति तथा तात्पर्यम् अस्ति एवं तर्कयामि इज इट करेक्ट सर उसमें उन्होंने पूरे काउंट करके रख दिए हैं मोक्ष संबंधी जो विद्याएं हैं मोक्ष संबंधी मोक्ष शास्त्राणी या रहस्य विद्या या उपनिषद विद्या उसको पराविद्या कहा जो इंद्रियातीत विषयों को बोध कराते हैं जिसे आत्म तत्व है परम तत्व है उसे पराविद्या कहा उसके अतिरिक्त जितने भी हैं वो सब अपराविद्या थोड़ा देखिए उसको आप संदर्भ से समझ लेना चाहिए फिलोसफी दर्शन को सामान्य अर्थ में ले रहे हैं फिलोसफी का रिसर्च करते हैं तो दार्शनिक अनुसंधान उस अर्थ में लिया है परंतु वो टर्मिनोलॉजी अगर देखेंगे तो फिलो और लोगस ये दो शब्द से बना है तो ज्ञान के लिए प्रेम या ज्ञान लव फॉर नॉलेज है और यहाँ पर वो अर्थ नहीं दृश्यते जायते अनेन इति दर्शनम् जो तत्व जिसके द्वारा जाना जाता है या देखा जाता है प्रत्यक्ष किया जाता है उसे दर्शन है हमारे यहाँ जो जो चिंतन है उसका अलग है उनका चिंतन थोड़ा मैं दोनों को मिलाया है तो आप उसको अलग कर दीजिए
I now request Professor J.S.R. Prasad sir to kindly participate or invited speaker of this session, Sir Devdatta Sarojini. So this is the second part of our deep dive into this thought-provoking topic. Before we start this session, I would like to request Dr. Shriripa ma'am to kindly felicitate Professor Geeta Durayarajan ma'am.
I'm going to begin by talking about my own experiences of research. We do not know how it is in the other areas, but particularly in our area, which is English language education. Researching on how English is taught, how it is tested, this colonialism, this issue of thinking that our skin color matters. We need to remember though that the British, the Americans, the Australians, anybody who is, I call them Caucasian, will spend lots and lots of money applying oil on that skin, lying in the sun to get a brown tan. They will use sun lamps to get a brown skin. But this genuine brown skin is seen as not as good as skin made brown with the oil and the sun. It's time we threw that out. Now, I'd like to begin with a little bit of reflection about myself. 32 years I worked at EFL University, earlier called CIEFL. And I'm not lying, I'm not bluffing when I say I honestly never had the courage to genuinely go international and write papers and send them in to what we call, in their terms, the Ivy League journals. In our area, it is Applied Linguistics, TESOL Quarterly, and so on. So many of them. I would read them and say, I'm not as good as this. If I send a paper, it will not be accepted. I've never had the courage. Is it because I don't have the ability? I don't think so. Never have I had that kind of courage. I've always thought English is quote unquote only my second language. I'm not a native speaker of that language. I can't write like them.
This is coming from a professor of English. Alright, and what about people who are not in the field? We are made to feel ashamed, and there was this Macaulay minute that prodded a lot of motivational studies. I do not know whether Sanskrit has evidence of that. It's called motivational studies. Oh, it is so difficult to make our students study English. So how do we motivate them? So I said, you cannot motivate them unless you make them ashamed of their own language. Because we did not need any kind of motivation to learn English because we were self-sufficient with our own languages. That is why they had to come here and make us motivated. Even now we have a lot of studies. If you look at theses that are submitted in our domain of English language education, you're going to find that most of the studies will tell you that how ineffective the English program is, how ineffective the English language classroom is, so on and so forth. That is because we do not find a need for English. This is an artificial need that is communicated from outside because they have to survive. Because we are very self-sufficient. Right now, the previous speaker was speaking in Sanskrit. Though I did not understand all of it, most of it I was able to understand because of my grounding. But this idea of motivational studies, those of you who are trying to do this, maybe in your own subjects, your own disciplines, you can work on it. But when it comes to English, this motivation studies is kind of forcing something on somebody. If they are not interested, why do they want to research, or why do they want to even sit and study? So this issue of motivation is
no, and then as she rightly said, see, I'm doing this personal reflection because it's high time we spoke about it. My own PhD students are all working in universities. One of them is until I retired, was my own colleague. Anybody here from EFL University will know Dr. Mahananda Pathak. He was my PhD student, and there he is today working in that ELE school. Nearly every one of them I've taught. Starting from Shruti Sarkar, Kishore Kumar downstairs. Below, not downstairs. Okay, all of them. I don't want to go into that list. After having seen so many students doing so well. Shadab's MA supervisor, Kshema Jose. Why is this happening? Let me leave that as a question mark. And then go on to ask, see, I'm going to talk about, again, this little bit is going to be personal history. But see, I want to share with you the agony I went through when I wrote my PhD thesis. I did the thesis at CIEFL. It was a thesis in English language teaching. It was a theoretical thesis. Okay, I searched and wanted to state that language with a big L is not something which is static. Where there's a grammar book, there's a dictionary, and everybody should speak only according to that grammar book and dictionary, which meant that those of us who quote unquote were not native speakers were always seen as, again, deficient, approximating to native speaker norms. I said, no, there has to be a view of language which is developmental. And evaluation, that the term I used was convivial from Ivan Illich, which meant with care and tolerance. Which said, good, you're here now, you will be here tomorrow. The term that today Dr. Sridhipa and I use, which I know is a much better term, is humane perspective. Okay, but for that, when I answered a question about political science, the gentleman from Baroda, he said, how do I know that I've got a good translation? I said, look, I went and studied Chomsky, and I did not know whether I'm right or wrong. I went to the Chomskyians. Like that, I went and searched for a whole lot of linguists, all of them Western, Chomsky, Halliday, Brunner, Vygotsky, Wittgenstein, Bakhtin, got some answer. But my biggest regret, the saddest part of that PhD thesis was I desperately wanted to ground that argument in Indian philosophy. I went and asked somebody who knew Sanskrit. We don't have a Sanskrit department. To tell me, please tell me something about Vyakyapatiyam. Tell me something about Mahabhashyam. Where can I get information on the Guru tradition about what is evaluation? I didn't know Professor Prasad then. Even today, I say it with regret that I could not root that thesis in the Indian system of education. I'm sure there are better answers. Because Tolgapiyam in Tamil has a grammar that says the language spoken changes from place to place. Kurinji, Neidar, Palai, that is a desert, in the plains, in the mountains, they say the language changes. It's pragmatic. Then there must be, going by the very little bit I know of Spota theory, there has to be much better answers in the Indian tradition. But why was this not possible? I looked at I looked at so many of them. But linguistic studies done in linguistics, in the linguistics department at CIFL or EFIU, which is very, very strong, has not even touched on anything done in Indian philosophy. There's a whole department here. How many of them know anything about Paninian grammar? They talk about it and saying, Paninian grammar is written so well that you can use it for computer programming. But that's the only mention we hear of Paninian grammar. Paninian. Why did that happen? I did try going to the Upanishads. But then, reading translations of the Upanishads available in tiny books at the Ramakrishna Mutt bookstore got me nowhere. How I wish I could have come here, registered for an MA in Sanskrit, learned all that I wanted to learn, and then go back and write that thesis. We don't think of mixing the two. I'm glad it's happening today. I got my degree in 2004, not very long ago, meaning it's only about 20 years. But that's okay. But that's personal history to state that I felt deprived. I felt sad. That shouldn't happen. But where are we today? Where are we today? I wanted to put up the name of one article, but I forgot to key it in. It doesn't matter because the name can be taken from elsewhere. 2017, I wrote one article. I presented a paper at a seminar in Delhi, and then it got published. Okay, and this was in one area. Now that paper got published as conference proceedings. I collated with a perspective 30 years of research work done in India alone on the use of the L1 or the mother tongue or the more enabled language as a resource in the English classroom. That was important because we come from a Western culture, quote unquote, which says use only English in the English classroom. We've had to fight to bring our strengths, our mother tongues, into the English classroom. But there was some language development conference. I got this idea and said, let me sit and collate from the library. It was mostly MPhil PhD theses. At that point in time, there were very few articles in journals from India. Elsewhere, some, but I didn't want that. I deliberately focused only on work done. And then the end result is, it's like, I still remember it's a kind of joy. You remember we did a small Padlet presentation for some British Council program and some foundation scholarship. And everybody kept telling us, why do you want to talk about our work with them? I said, no, we need to go there and talk about the work that we are doing. And the speaker who came after us, the first article he put up there was the article written by me. And said, see, now at least, he said, I'm not saying this to say I'm great. No. I'm saying this that as an example, as an inspiration for everybody here. Even if it's only 4 articles written by other Indians, make sure you cite them. Make sure you refer to them. Because if we don't talk about the work done in our country, nobody else will. Today that article is up there being cited and used by everybody. It would not have happened if I had not started saying, let's do this. I still remember that same person who's now a colleague, Mahananda Pathak, very hesitantly came to me and said, ma'am, I went to these Assamese medium schools to look at whether English is used in those content classes. They are not. But in the English class, they are using Assamese only for classroom communication and good morning, good evening. I think that there are many other ways in which the first language Assamese can be used. Do you think I can do an MPhil thesis on that topic? Another boy came to me and said, I teach literature in Bangla way beyond 4 hours by train from Kolkata. My students use guidebooks, but I think I can use their knowledge of Bangla literature to help them understand what is irony. Can I do that for my thesis? Everybody had told him he can't. Mahananda came back and told me, ma'am, I cannot record anything in my classes because it's, in a hut, small village. I can't record anything. What do I do? I simply said, you dare to be different. You take down whatever you've done. Write a long teacher's diary after your class is over every day. We will convert it into a thesis. Same thing, Diganta came and told me, ma'am, I can't record because I'm teaching 7 of them in my house after class hours. I said, nothing lost. You record your problems. Sri Ganeshan from Sri Lanka wanted to use theatre to teach his Tamil medium students. And it was during the war, LTTE war. I remember it was during bombing. He came and said, I lost a student. I don't have much recordings. He said, it does not matter. What you want to do has to be valued and respected. You record whatever you can. It's my job as a supervisor, as a guide, to help you write that thesis. Now this courage to be different, to say these are our conditions, because the Western world has classrooms which have built-in cameras in all 4 corners. So students go in, whatever is taught is done, automatically gets recorded. They have all the ways of capturing evidence. So they go international with statistics, with recordings. We don't.
Whatever little data that the Westerners get, they go on regurgitating and recycling it in so many different ways that it's just 1 rupee worth of data but projected as 1 lakh rupees. This is what they are very good at. But we have about 1 crore rupees worth of information with us, but we devalue it and make it as 1 rupee. So we need to dare to reclaim our research turf or the research landscape and speak from our own roots in our own classrooms and start citing and keep talking about our problems and our solutions to all those problems. Because we have to be the leaders in this area, in our own disciplines. Because we have a huge heritage behind us. And we need to start valuing it and start working on it and build the research landscape that is our own. And stop shopping for information from the West. And stop valuing them above us.
Again, one more example and then we'll go further. Another of my students worked in critical thinking, enabling critical thinking. And he went from college to college asking, can I teach a few classes? They wouldn't allow him because he wanted to use Hindi as the base language. And in the end, he worked in a small mosque in Nampally, outside which there were about 4-5 rooms. In one room with 7 students, but he carried out an amazing experiment. He said, you record what you've done. We'll convert it to a thesis. He's got his PhD. He's got a job in the university today and he's publishing. Because he had the courage, we told him, don't worry about There were so many articles in critical thinking with this experiment, that semester experiment, this experiment. I said, they have all those facilities. We don't. We will not be apologetic about it. What we have, they don't have. Our children can think in their languages, even if for whatever other reasons they are not able to do it in English. It does not matter. But it's like we need the courage to talk about and to do what we want to do. That's one. Now, I assume, and I'm not sure yet, that in the arts, in music, in Sanskrit, in Indian languages, I don't know, I'm hoping we'll get an answer. Are we using our research methods in our own work? We have somebody from political science. We have somebody from somewhere else. Can you tell us, are you using Indian research methods in your own PhD work? Are we even aware of it? I'm not condemning, I'm not judging, I'm trying to find out. Definitely not in the ELT discipline, not in linguistics. And if so, this is the way to begin. Maybe the methods are the same, the terms are different. I don't know. That only Professor Prasad or somebody else can tell us. Because what you pointed out as ways of researching seem very similar to what everybody does. But is it only a terminological difference? I don't think it is that small. I think there is a lot more. But we don't have answers. We don't know our Indian knowledge system. I'm very ashamed to state. I grew up as a Macaulay child. So, where can we go after this? Where can we go from here? One, I'd like to now ask a question to those of you who know or doing MA Sanskrit, PhD, and so forth. See, when we look at ways of argumentation, Western world has thesis, antithesis, synthesis. What about Indian systems of argumentation? Are there more? There has to be. Can somebody give us an answer? Ways of writing. Why is everybody saying no?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Actually, I'm not from Sanskrit background, but my discipline is philosophy. So I'm doing research in Indian philosophy also. So I think we can connect this to the Purva Paksha, Uttara Paksha, etc. The way in which Indian texts are written. And that is having a more clear method than many other works that we see abroad, because they try to express the opponent's position in the clearest manner they can, and then only they examine that, and after that they criticize it and then propose their own. So I think that can connect to what you have just suggested.
Is there anything else?
One thing that we need to understand here is that till today, any knowledge that came from the Sanskrit tradition or ancient Indian knowledge system tradition, it was kept in a locked box somewhere. But now we are attempting to open the box and prove to the general public that this is applicable to every discipline and in a much more detailed fashion than the Western knowledge systems. For example, the Samvad system of questioning. The previous speaker was talking about how Nachiketas, questioned and the importance of questioning. And this was something that I I heard an Upanyasam because I'm not a Sanskritist, nor do I know enough of Sanskrit to understand. But then in one of the translation Upanyasams, I had heard about the Kathopanishad, where the questions that Nachiketas asked and how beautifully he was able to question at 5 years old. But in our discipline of English language education, even in a UG classroom or a PG classroom, we reduce the question, the teaching of the questioning to teaching of syntax. So all WH questions and followed by how and when and who was Ram, why did his dog die, where did he die, and so on and so forth. So tree diagrams after tree diagrams happen. But
and then what is worse is we teach those stupid, I'm sorry to use that term, how to use tag questions.
Tag questions.
Does he, doesn't he, is he'll do this.
He likes it, doesn't he?
That's not questioning. And then, even worse, the art of teaching through asking questions. Where did it originate? Who did it first? Who used it first? The example that we are given is how in one of Plato's dialogues it is recorded that Socrates taught a slave geometry by asking that quote-unquote uneducated illiterate slave the shape of a triangle, something, and that is cited as the first source of teaching in a classroom using questions. But from what I've understood with the little dialogues I've had, the whole Guru Sishya tradition has questions asked by disciples or by gurus. Prasad Garu, how much older is the art of questioning before Socrates and Plato? Can you come and tell us something about that? And then we'd like to bring in Amar Teja to talk about his work. Shanatan, want you to be ready about the kinds of argumentation that you've talked about in the project. Please think about it. Okay?
Ko Adha Vedasya. Professor Devadatta ji was quoting this Vedic quotation. Who has written the Veda? He has created his entire universe. From that point onwards, there was questioning in the tradition. So this questioning is not taught by Socrates or any other Western philosopher. First of all, we should realize this. This is a really wonderful point.
Prashnopanishad is there. It is totally question type. Second one is Prashnopanishad and Pippalada Acharya. 5 disciples went there and they have 5 questions. I think 5 questions. And at that time, the Acharya Pippalad said them, you should live here, you should stay here for 1 year. Then I will give you your answer. So, he want to test the patience, tapas, and he told them, if at that time, if I am able to give answer, then I will give you answer. Otherwise, you have your own way.
So the issue of motivation was never a problem.
Yes. And we can't say that this is the starting point of the questioning method. So I think it is very ancient, according to our scriptures. And in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad also, Gargi, so many questions. Maitri, so many questions. So in this way, in whole our tradition, question-answer method is there. In Mahabhashya also, question-answer method is there. So hence, we can conclude that this method is as ancient as our scriptures. My English is okay?
No, perfect.
This is also one Janaka Sulabha Samvada.
King Janaka is said to be the greatest Rajarshis. He is called Jivan Mukta. He was performing his duties. At the same time, he is also living like Avadhuta. He is doing the administration with the king. At the same time, a great scholar. Such a scholar was repeated by one great woman called Sulabha. Karmanaiva samsiddhim astida janakadeha, Gita says. Such a Janaka was repeated by a woman. There are different angles in this. That's why I am trying to tell. Number one is about questioning. Number two, about the empowerment of women also. Of course, that's a different topic. But with regard to the knowledge, this is so. They used to exist debates. In Charaka Samhita, Vimanasthana, wonderful discussion happens. First of all, you should examine the teacher. Then only you should examine the student. But the current system never examines the teacher. When you clear your eligibility test, you are a teacher. That's it. How you clear the test, nobody knows. But students, you are getting graded. Charaka Samhita is giving this very stringent instructions how to test the knowledge of a guru and Sishya. This is Sambhada. And they beautifully named it Tadvidya Sambhasha. Tadvidyai Saha Sambhasha. Yes. I think in Vedanta, Tadvidya, one more technical word is used, but in Charaka Samhita, Tadvidya Sambhasha. Vishaja Saha Sambhasheta. If you are a scholar, in order to increase your knowledge, you have to speak to other scholars. Vade jayate tattvabodha. When you put a debate or argument with other, then only we share the knowledge with the other. That is a healthy debate. Unlike the parliament debates we conduct. So there is a distinction definitely. This is highly reflected in all the scriptures.
The thing is, we need a bridge between this knowledge treasure that we have and defeat the colonial mindset. So the first step for all of us would be to release ourselves from the colonial mindset and start a debate with those people who possess a colonial mindset. So me and my students, we have tried to open it up a little bit. We have a lot of oppositions and obstructions in our way, but still we want to go ahead no matter what. So we want to do it till death do us apart. So we started, I would like Amar to speak about his topic, in which he started looking at UG students. He did not know what to do, but slowly he's gotten into using the Samvad technique of teaching questioning. And I'm amazed at how a 5-year-old boy was able to frame such difficult questions. Whereas a 40 or 50 or a 70 or a 80-year-old university professor is not able to think of such questions. They don't even know why they are existing. The first question starts with, who am I? And in our ancient systems, a 5-year-old boy was able to come up with this amount of Paravidya. And this was the tradition. And where have we lost it? We are using our knowledge system only to exist. It really pains me because we are leading a life that is lesser than a dog's life. The dog is born, a human being is born. A dog dies, we also die. So what happens in between? Nothing happens. We just eat and sleep. So but this kind of a jigyasa way of researching must become our second nature, and we don't need to work too much into it because it's coded in our DNA. You just need to toggle the switch, it will be on all by itself. Unlike the Westerners who have to struggle a lot. We don't need to struggle. It's in our genes. Our grandfathers existed that way. You just toggle the switch of your genetics inside your body, it will come up. So, over to Amarteja.
Questioning techniques in the classroom at UG level. What we did in the classroom is we did not teach them grammar in traditional manner. So we tried to introduce questioning techniques like everybody teaches Socratic method questioning and WH questions, question tags, these things. We did not do that. For that we designed one activity using a simple pamphlet which you get in a supermarket. With that pamphlet, we taught them art of questioning. Like, I'll simply tell in 2 or 3 minutes, I'll finish it. So we took one pamphlet to the classroom and we gave to the students that pamphlet. So the thing is, they have to shop on behalf of the teacher. So for teacher, they have to shop from the list, so that they have to do like, so they need to select the items from the list, which teacher likes it, or with how she uses for herself. So they have to make a list of items, and then they have to give reasons and
in order to do that, copying from the Nachiketas, what I did to the students is that I offered them 3 questions that they can ask me to shop on behalf of me. I would give them 2,600 rupees and they have to buy me some stuff, but they have to buy me stuff that I would use. And in order to find that out, they can ask me 3 questions.
So 3 questions they have to ask ma'am to tell her, to know her preferences and this thing. So each group gets chance to ask 3 questions. So in the initial stage, they think that we can choose what ma'am likes. We can choose whatever items we like. Like that, they made a list. They did not use the questions. So then they came up with list, and then ma'am was telling them that I don't use this one. I have already this in the room. So then they realized the importance of questioning and art of questioning. And then they asked again, ma'am, we did not use our chances. Let us try one more time. So then they were very careful and they framed their questions very constructively, and then they constructed brilliant questions, like they're asking pin to the point questions, like they used again 3 questions, and then so in this way we introduced questioning system. Like it is also dialogic between teacher and the student. It's not like a task. Teacher simply gives some work and they'll do and they'll come. No, it's dialogic. Dialogic is samvad, as I know. So that's how we introduce these techniques in the classrooms at UG level. So this is what we did in the classroom.
And Amar Teja got inspired by this task and he's changing the entire focus of his research, because he found that there's a lot of value using our own Indian knowledge systems. But in the tradition of ELT, we are expected to build our own theoretical framework which comes from the Western philosophy. And we dare to change and we dare to reclaim our turf by saying this is also a very viable theoretical framework. We are going to use it. You better be okay with it. So he's not yet ready to submit. We expect a lot of obstructions in our way, but then we are willing to face it and take it further.
And one more thing, on this task we presented a poster at Indian Knowledge Systems at IIT Roorkee, and the question we got from the entire sessions are like, somebody asked like you only question. So we are using all Western pedagogies. So how can we implement Indian knowledge systems or Indian knowledge in regular curriculum with Western pedagogies? This question is raised from the audience. So how do you introduce your Indian knowledge system with regular curriculum? So that's what we are experimenting in UG level classrooms, like introducing Indian knowledge terms and techniques like this. That's all. Thank you.
One small clarification: when he said pamphlet, you know what he's talking about? What is slipped into our newspapers?
Newspaper index.
Ratnadeep, this much off, that much off, 20% off, 30% off, 15% off, those little sheets of paper that are slipped. That is all that was used in the classroom. Nothing that had to come from somewhere, downloaded, printed, nothing like that. Like when he said pamphlet, it wasn't clear what it was. Every once in a while, supermarkets will give you Spencer's, something else will say this much off on this much off on that, one big sheet. That was the resource used in the classroom.
And whenever we go to international conferences everywhere, we make it a point to let people know we are proud of our tradition and we are not going to use it in a negative sense. Maybe you are ashamed of your tradition. We don't have a problem with that. But we are not using the word traditional in a negative sense. But we are going to use it in a very positive sense because we know we existed and our knowledge systems were much more complex and much more simpler also. Because the whole knowledge of Brahmanda was put in a seed of a fig tree, if I'm right. And the knowledge systems that were disseminated did not require any kind of technological advances like this. They would use a small pot to make complex ideas accessible to all of us, using very simple stuff that's available, that doesn't require huge technological advances. So that kind of a preparation we had. And this is the kind of tradition that we have forgotten, that we are made systematically ashamed of because of people like Macaulay. Alright, so we can use technology, we can use the Western ideas, we can use the Western comforts, but then we should never lose our own basic traditions. We need to reclaim our tradition. Because the kind of soil that we occupy is very unique. And no matter how many Westerners come and try to teach us, they're not going to be able to teach us because they are not us. And if we don't speak, who else is going to speak? So from now on, what I would request from the audience is that whenever you have a possibility or an opportunity to go international, be it a conference, be it whatever, you must take the opportunity. And use your own languages such as English to use it as a window to India. Because otherwise, English is a language that is a window to the world. But it's the other way around as well. You can use English to open up a window for the rest of the world to look at us, to look at how self-sufficient we are. We are talking of recycling. What is it that we were deficient in? One time plastic was never a part of our tradition. We ate on banana leaves. And the waste system was so beautifully managed by all of us. But we've lost everything. Now the planet is polluted. We are talking of carbon footprint, so on and so forth. This is all because we are ashamed of our own tradition of eating with our fingers. Because we did not eat with our fingers, you got the spoons. You got the one-time use spoons. And now you have a problem of disposal. Otherwise, we just ate with our hands and we washed it. And we had our own lotas, we had our own chombus, which we drank from. So these things were not a part of our tradition. We had mud pots. We had a whole system. And we are made to be ashamed of our tradition, which we should stop being this moment of. Whatever the system that we have. I'm not saying this system is better than that system. But on the whole, we have a beautiful working system. And we need to reclaim our system. We need to be proud of our system. And leading from there, our own Indian research methodologies. We need to apply in our classroom.
We'd like to move from the what of research to the how in terms of writing research. Again, we don't have answers from what is available in Sanskrit. But so much is being made today. What was that term? English for research and publication purposes. They're sitting and analyzing what is the kind of style of writing, what is done, and then they're making comparisons. The natives and the non-natives, and the way they write. I'm talking of our field of English language education. Something called grammatical metaphor. How a whole clause is made into a phrase. And it's up there. But there are so many styles of writing. as far as Indian writing systems are concerned. I'm talking of cause effect. Okay, there are about half a dozen. I remember Sanatan making a presentation on this some time back. Sayantan, sorry. I changed your name. Sayantan. Right. Now that is what we should be bringing in to analyze. That is what we should be bringing in as our styles of writing and not be ashamed of it. If we don't bring in our work into, what we are proud of, into our work, we won't go anywhere. I think there are about students in terms of MA and PhD students. Can I just have a show of hands? How many of you are studying in some university or college, in some university here? Any part of the country? Yeah, at least about 20 of you. First request. Don't ever, quote unquote, attend a conference. Go present a paper. Send in the paper for publication about what you're doing. If they say no, very well, and they tell you why, you will know why, what to do to send it up the next time. Don't ever say that, because I've done it enough in my initial years, and then I've told my students, don't you ever think of attending a conference. Go and present a paper. Don't waste your conference time by... You don't need to do that anymore. Go and present. Talk about whatever you know. Apply it. Take what you've done. Apply it to an Indian knowledge system. Present it and talk about it. That way we find that things will change. See, for us today, English is not a second language. My language of academics is English. So for somebody else it is Hindi. For somebody else it is Sanskrit. For somebody else it is some other language. We need to be able to be proud of that heritage. I'm no longer scared to say, I can't write for them. They'd better accept what we write. They will. Until we can say, we are the largest group anyway in the world speaking English other than China. China is no longer. We are the largest speaking English community in terms of numbers. But in terms of academic work, whether it's maths, whether it's physics, whether it's science, whether it's history, in all our areas, we're all writing in English. But we're not talking about our systems. That is where the integration has to happen.
Like in Python or whatever language, the code which China do is in their own language. Like for the hacker as well, it is difficult to decode those codes. Recently, Vikas Divyakirti sir, who is a professor of IS student, so he said that we are ashamed of our language, we are ashamed of our mother tongues, but people all around the world are not. Even German, like one of my cousin went to German and she said me that the amount of English they speak is very less and amount of mother tongue they speak, amount of native languages they speak is much higher.
I do not know anymore whether that is a problem and what the solution is to be, that because India, see, Hindi is one language that can be comfortably used in many places because it's a large speaking population. But I cannot do academics in Tamil. Because we have so many languages, I think we'll just have to say that English is one of our languages, but it is our language and we will do with the language whatever we want to do.
But then what we do with the language is we take in concepts from Sanskrit and our own rich culture and heritage and then impose it on whatever discipline that we are working with. One example, and we are going to end with that, is going to be one shloka from Bhagavad Gita, which is Anudvegakaram Vakyam. That slokam that I got to know recently. But then the application of that particular slokam into the realm of language studies is so deep with quality of speech that one person has to use, being an educated person, quote unquote. But according to the Western traditions, educated means somebody who has collected a few pieces of papers. I call them few pieces of papers because degrees, and now that has become virtual, so you just get a photograph. Now, how is that photograph of your PhD or MA degree different from any other photograph in your cell phone? It has to do something to the person. If you pick up a couple of papers, it's not going to take you anywhere. So we need to reclaim our own traditional systems and apply it on whatever discipline that we are working in. And it is possible, believe me. So whatever you're going to pick up from these 4 days, try and apply it to your own discipline and try and learn a lot more and bring Indian knowledge systems as your theoretical frameworks. Because if we do not do that, we are wasting our academic life, big time. Because in a few years' time, we will be left nowhere. We've already wasted 75 years of our time. We have to reclaim and we have to dare to be different. The journey is not going to be easy. But then, if we do not undertake it, who else will? So with that, we end the session. So, Dhanyavadaha.
Hello. Yeah, so my name is Anirudh. I'm a PhD student in economics from IIT Hyderabad. So this is not a question actually. So just as you are like telling your experiences, like I'm doing my PhD in international trade, something which does with the imports and exports. So like I'm trying to think like how can I root my research in Indianness? Like that's the essence of your this session. So I think there are two challenges. Like for me, like like if I go about the trade theories and all, they say trade started with colonialism or imperialism and all. But we all know that even before Christ, 50 BC, 100 BC, India was doing trade with Roman civilization and Greek civilization. So like at least if I just want to mention that we don't have like I need to know the source. Like somewhere it should be mentioned, right? Like that. Yeah, that Kautilya, it's about Rajadharma and Rajanita and all. No, I haven't read it. Yeah. So I mean, so when now, like, if you want to look at, I'm much more data. If I want to look at much more data, yeah, Kautilya, I know about Kautilya Arthashastra. If you want to know more data, like more data in the Sanskrit literature, how to search that literature is one issue, I think, and also I don't know Sanskrit, so that will be another issue. And other thing is, we want to do research using Indian research methods. So what are those methods? It's not like that's not very clear. The previous session, it was like all those already the methodology like exploratory research, other researches which are already there. The session was like all those methods were already being applied. So what unique? I mean something unique Indian method are we talking about? Maybe in next sessions or future sessions that will be like which unique Indian research methods.
To establish here is that this has been there even before the BCs. But the thing is, we have not claimed. We don't have patents on all of that. Now, US has patents on neem. US has patent on turmeric. We were all sitting and sleeping. Now they have the patent. They're going to take patents on everything else. But you are the youngsters. We are growing old. So it's your job to reclaim. So you have to find out, maybe this question is not going to be answered over the next 5 minutes. Maybe over the 4 days, we can interact and we can try and find a solution to all of that. Alright?
Thank you. Anirudh, actually it's a very good question. Just to supplement what you have said, Manishyavati Bhumihi Ityarthaha, he says at the end of 15th Adhikarana, what you mean by Arthashastra. Artha is basically not exactly money, the currency that we transact. Artha is bhumi paragam. Because tasyaha palane labha upayaha. How to maintain, how to procure the land, how to maintain the land. This is what we told in this Arthashastra. So that is how he starts to give the, he starts to narrate about the actual meaning of Arthashastra. The one thing. Second is about trade. I missed I don't know whether I completely followed you. About trade, Kautilya told thousands of things. Thousands of things. One example I will quote. There used to exist one police officer, A.K. Khan, in Hyderabad. I think he worked as the police commissioner. He was visiting the airport, customs and excise. These two departments exist together nowadays. Earlier, this was not the case. While going to airport, he was reading Arthashastra in Telugu, translated by Professor Pulela Sriramachandra. And for his surprise, 1 hour journey, he was able to find so many things related to customs and excise mentioned by Kautilya. Then he requested the airport authorities, why don't they put together these two departments? Customs is somewhere and excise elsewhere. Based on Kautilya's input suggested by A.K. Khan, now these two departments exist together in Hyderabad airport. See, one small instance can change a whole lot. And with regard to taxation, his taxation system is totally different than what we follow today. And with regard to the corruption, 40 types of embezzlement he has spoken about in the system, administration and governance. 40 types. And with regard to agriculture, how to compensate the farmers who lose while cultivating. What not. Even with regard to the environmental laws, he spoke a lot. Don't pluck the flowers unnecessarily. Don't cut the trees. In the name of development, we cut a lot of trees. When I was in Bangalore in 2001, I was working there. That one single year, 60,000 trees have been cut off. In the name of developing flyovers, etc. Almost 22 years are over. I don't know what happened in such a city. It is called Green City of India, something like that. Where is the greenery? But he imposes penalties on such people. And he is given a beautiful juvenile laws. Actually, our constitution has taken a lot from Arthashastra and also from Smritis. So, there is much more to explore. There is one IDSA in New Delhi, Indian Defence Studies Academy, I think. Now it is renamed as Manohar Parrikar Indian IDSA, something like that. Right? So, they are doing wonderful job. Colonel Pradeep Gautam, I think his name is, if I'm not wrong. He is translating Kavandari Nidhisara and one more text, Arthashastra. I think 2-3 texts has translated. All those texts wonderfully translated into very good English. They put the free PDFs. Unfortunately, we are not aware. Whatever we talk today is part of my case. I really appreciate you for this wonderful question. But youngsters like you have to work in this domain. I really appreciate for joining us because you are from IIT and hallmark of education IITs. Youngsters like you, if you can concentrate on such things, really wonderful things will come out.
Thank you all for your active participation, and we hope you found these sessions insightful and enriching. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow with more energetic and wonderful sessions.